Section 1 of World's War Events. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. What Caused the War? Part 1. Baron Bayans. Section 1. The Archduke Francis Ferdinand will go down to posterity without having yielded up his secret. Great political designs have been ascribed to him, mainly on the strength of his friendship with William II. What do we really know about him? He was strong-willed and obstinate, very clerical, very Austrian, disliking the Hungarians to such an extent that he kept their statesmen at arm's length, and having no love for Italy. He has been credited with sympathies towards the Slav elements of the empire. It has been asserted that he dreamt of setting up, in place of the dual monarchy, a triune state in which the third factor would have been made up for the most part of Slav provinces carved out of the kingdom of St. Stephen. Immediately after he had been murdered, the Vossische Zeitung refuted this theory with arguments which seemed to me thoroughly sound. The Archduke, said the Berlin newspaper, was too keen-witted not to see that he would thus be creating two rivals for Austria instead of one, and that the Serb populations would come within the orbit of Belgrade rather than of Vienna. Serbia would become the Piedmont of the Balkans. She would draw to herself the Slavs of the Danube Valley by a process of crystallization similar to that which brought about Italian unity. From year to year, the Archduke had acquired more and more weight in the governance of the empire, in proportion as his uncle's will grew weaker beneath the burden of advancing age. Thus, he had succeeded in his efforts to provide Austria-Hungary with a new navy, the counterpart, on a more modest scale, of the German fleet, and to reorganize the effective army, here again taking Germany for his model. Among certain cliques, he was accused of not keeping enough in the background, of showing little tact or consideration in the manner of thrusting aside the phantom emperor, who was gently gliding into the winter of the years at Schönbrunn amid the veneration of his subjects of every race. Another charge was that he appointed too many of his creatures to important civil and military posts. We may well believe that this prince, observing the gradual decay of the monarchy, tried to restore its vigor, and that his first thought was to hold with a firm grasp, even before assuming the imperial crown, the cluster of nationalities, mutually hostile and always discontented, that go to make up the dual empire. So far as foreign relations are concerned, we may assume that he was bent on winning her a place in the first rank of powers, that he wished, above all, to see her predominant all along the Danube and in the Balkans, that he even aimed at giving her the road to Salonika in the Levant, though it were at the price of a collision with Russia. This antagonism between the two neighbor empires must have often been among the topics of his conversations with William II. The Archduke needed military glory, prestige won on the battlefield, in order to seat his consort firmly on the throne and make his children heirs to the Caesars. He had been suspected, both in Austria and abroad, of not wishing to observe the family compact which he had signed at the time of his marriage with Countess Sophie Chotek. It was thought that he perhaps reserved the right to declare it null and void, in view of the constraint that had been put upon him. The successive honors that had drawn the Duchess of Hohenberg from the obscurity in which the morganatic wife of a German prince is usually wrapped, and had brought her near to the steps of the throne, showed clearly that her rise would not stop halfway. The Archduke, like William II himself, was reputed to be an exemplary father and husband. He was one of those princes who adore their own children, but under the spur of political ambition are very prone to send the children of others to the shambles, a fine theme for socialist and Republican preachers to enlarge upon. I often met the heir to the imperial crown, especially at Vienna in 1910, where I had the honor of accompanying my sovereign, and 2 years later at Munich, the Prince Regent's funeral. On each occasion, this Habsburg, with his heavy features, his scowling expression, and his rather corpulent figure, quite different from the slim build characteristic of his line, struck me as a singular type. His face was certainly not sympathetic, nor was his manner engaging. The Duchess of Hohenberg, whom, after having known her as a little girl when her father was Austrian minister at Brussels, I found gracefully doing the honors in the Belvedere Palace, had retained in her high station the genial simplicity of the Chotek family. This probably did not prevent her from cherishing the loftiest ambitions for herself, and above all for her eldest son, and from coveting the glory of the double crown. Section 2. The news that an assassin's hand had struck down the Archduke and his wife, inseparable even in death, burst upon Berlin on the afternoon of Sunday, June 28th, like an unexpected thunderclap in the midst of a calm summer's day. I went over at once to the Austro-Hungarian embassy in order to express all the horror that I felt at this savage drama. Count Zogan, the senior member of the diplomatic corps, was on the eve of resigning the post that he had held for 20 years, honored by all his colleagues. It was whispered that his removal had been asked for by the Archduke, who was anxious to introduce young blood into the diplomatic service. I found the ambassador quite overcome by the terrible news. He seemed stricken with grief at the thought of his aged sovereign, who had already lost so many of his nearest and dearest, and of the dual empire, robbed of its most skillful pilot, and with no one to steer it now but an octogenarian leaning on a youth of 26. Monsieur Cambon had come to the embassy at the same time, and we left together discussing the results, still impossible to foresee clearly, that this fatality might have for European affairs. From the very next day, the tone of the Berlin press, in commenting on the Sarajevo tragedy, was full of menace. It expected the Vienna cabinet to send to Belgrade an immediate request for satisfaction if Serbian subjects, as it was believed, were among those who had devised and carried out the plot. But how far would this satisfaction go, and in what form would it be demanded? There was the rub. The report issued by the semi-official Lokalanzeiger of a pressure exerted by the Austro-Hungarian minister with a view to making the Serbian government institute proceedings against the anarchist societies of which the Archduke and his wife had been the victims, surprised no one, but was not confirmed. On the other hand, a softer breeze soon blew from Vienna and Budapest, and under its influence the excitement of the Berlin newspapers suddenly abated. An order seemed to have been issued. The rage and fluster of the public were to be allowed to cool down. The Austro-Hungarian government, so we were informed by the news agencies, were quietly taking steps to prosecute the murderers. Count Berchtold, in speaking to the diplomatic corps at Vienna, and Count Tisa, in addressing Parliament at Budapest, used reassuring language which raised hopes of a peaceful solution. The Wilhelmstrasse also expressed itself in very measured terms on the guarantees that would be demanded from Serbia. Herr Zimmermann, without knowing, so he said to me, what decision had been arrived at in Vienna, thought that no action would be taken in Belgrade until the Austro-Hungarian government had collected the proofs of the complicity of Serbian subjects or societies in the planning of the Sarajevo crime. He had made a similar statement to the Russian ambassador, who had hastened to impart to him his fears for the peace of Europe in the event of any attempt to coerce Serbia into proceeding against the secret societies if they were accused of intrigues against the Austrian government in Bosnia and Croatia. Herr Zimmermann declared to Monsieur Sverbiv that, in his opinion, no better advice could be given to the Serbian government than this, that it should put a stop to the nefarious work of these societies and punish the accomplices of the Archduke's assassins. The moderation of this remark fairly reflected the general state of public opinion in Berlin. But what of the Emperor, the Archduke's personal friend? Would not his grief and anger find voice in ringing tones? All eyes were turned towards Kiel, where the fatal news reached William II while he was taking part in a yacht race on board his own clipper. He turned pale and was heard to murmur, "So my work of the past 25 years will have to be started all over again." Enigmatic words which may be interpreted in various ways. To the British ambassador, who was also at Kiel, with a British squadron returning from the Baltic, he unburdened himself in more explicit fashion. Quote, "Es ist ein Verbrechen gegen das Deutschtum," end quote. It is a crime against Germanity. By this, he probably meant that Germany, feeling her own interests assailed by the Sarajevo crime, would make common cause with Austria to exact a full retribution. With more self-control than usual, however, he abstained from all further public utterances on the subject. It had been announced that he would go to Vienna to attend the Archduke's funeral. What were the motives that prevented him from offering to the dead man this last token of a friendship which, at first merely political, had become genuine and even tender, with a touch of patronage characteristic of the emperor? He excused himself on the ground of some slight ailment. The truth is, no doubt, that he was disgusted with the wretched stickling for etiquette shown by the Grand Chamberlain of the Viennese court, the Prince di Monte Nuovo, who refused to celebrate with fitting splendor the obsequies of the late heir apparent and his morganatic wife. Under these circumstances, Vienna could have no desire either for the presence of William II or for his criticisms. At the beginning of July, the emperor left for his accustomed cruise along the Norwegian coast, and in Berlin we breathed more freely. If he could withdraw so easily from the center of things, it was a sign that the storm clouds that had nearly burst over Serbia were also passing off from the Danube Valley. Such, I fancy, was the view taken by the British government, for its ambassador, who was already away on leave, was not sent back to Berlin. Other diplomats, among them the Russian ambassador, took their annual holiday as usual, but the emperor, in the remote fjords of Norway, was all the time posted up in the secret designs of the Vienna cabinet. The approaching ultimatum to Serbia was telegraphed to him direct by his ambassador in Vienna, Herr von Chersky, a very active worker, who strenuously advocated a policy of hostility towards Russia, and from the first moment had wanted war. We may assume that the emperor, if his mind was not already made up at Kiel, came to a decision during his Norwegian cruise. His departure for the north had been merely a snare, a device for throwing Europe and the Triple Entente off the scent, and for lulling them into a false security. While the world imagined that he was merely seeking to soothe his nerves and recruit his strength with the salt sea breezes, he was biding his time for a dramatic reappearance on the stage of events, allowing the introductory scenes to be played in his absence. Section 3. During the first half of July, my colleagues and I at Berlin did not live in a fool's paradise. As the deceptive calm caused by Vienna's silence was prolonged, a latent, ill-defined uneasiness took hold of us more and more. Yet we were far from anticipating that in the space of a few days we should be driven into the midst of a diplomatic maelstrom, in which, after a week of intense anguish, we should look on, mute and helpless, at the shipwreck of European peace and of all our hopes. The ultimatum, sent in the form of a note by Baron von Giesel to the Serbian cabinet on July 23rd, was not disclosed by the Berlin newspapers until the following day in their morning editions. This bolt from the blue proved more alarming than anything we had dared to imagine. The shock was so unexpected that certain journals, losing their composure, seemed to regard the Vienna cabinet's arraignment as having overshot the mark. Austria-Hungary, said the Vossische Zeitung, will have to justify the grave charges that she makes against the Serbian government and people by publishing the results of the preliminary investigations at Sarajevo. My own conviction, shared by several of my colleagues, was that the Austrian and Hungarian statesmen could not have brought themselves to risk such a blow at the Balkan kingdom without having consulted their colleagues at Berlin and ascertained that the Emperor William would sanction the step. His horror of regicides and his keen sense of dynastic brotherhood might explain why he left his ally a free hand, in spite of the danger of provoking a European conflict. That danger was only too real. Not for one moment did I suppose that Russia would prove so careless of Serbia's fate as to put up with his daring assault on the latter's sovereignty and independence, that the St. Petersburg cabinet would renounce the principle of the Balkans for the Balkan nations, proclaimed to the Duma 2 months before by Monsieur Sazonov. In short, that the Russian people would disown the ancient ties of blood that united it with the Slav communities of the Balkan Peninsula. The pessimistic feeling of the diplomatic corps was increased on the following day, the 25th, by the language addressed to it at the Wilhelmstrasse. Herren von Jagow and Zimmermann said that they had not known beforehand the contents of the Austrian note. This was a mere quibble. They had not known its actual wording, I grant, but they had certainly been apprised of its tenor. They hastened to add, by the way, that the imperial government approved of its allies' conduct and did not consider the tone of its communication unduly harsh. The Berlin press, still with the exception of the socialist organs, had recovered from its astonishment of the day before. It joined in the chorus of the Vienna and Budapest newspapers, from which it gave extracts, and faced the prospect of a war with perfect calm, while expressing the hope that it would remain localized. In comparison with the attitude of the German government and press, the signs pointing to a peaceful settlement seemed faint indeed. They all came from outside Germany, from the impressions recorded in foreign telegrams. Public opinion in Europe could not grasp the need for such hectoring methods of obtaining satisfaction, when there was no case for refusing discussion on the normal diplomatic lines. It seemed impossible that Count Berthold should ignore the general movement of reproof which appeared spontaneously everywhere but in Berlin against his ultimatum. A moderate claim would have seemed just, but Serbia could not be asked to accept a demand for so heavy an atonement, couched in a form of such unexampled brutality. The more I reflected on the ghastly situation created by the collusion of German and Austro-Hungarian diplomacy, the more certain did I feel that the key to that situation, as Monsieur Sazonov said later, lay in Berlin, and that there was no need to look further for the solution of the problem. If, however, the choice between peace and war was left to the discretion of the Emperor William, whose influence over his ally in Vienna had always overruled that of others, then, considering what I knew as to His Majesty's personal inclinations and the plans of the General Staff, the upshot of it all was no longer in doubt, and no hope of a peaceful arrangement could any longer be entertained. I communicated this dismal forecast to the French ambassador, whom I went to see on the evening of the 25th. Like myself, Monsieur Cambon labored under no illusions. That very night I wrote to my government in order to acquaint it with my fears and urge it to be on its guard. This report, dated the 26th, I entrusted as a measure of precaution to one of my secretaries, who at once left for Brussels. Early next morning, my dispatch was in the hands of the Belgian foreign minister. The ultimatum to Serbia, it ran, is a blow contrived by Vienna and Berlin, or rather contrived here and carried out at Vienna. Requital for the assassination of the Austrian heir apparent and the pan-Serb propaganda serves as a stalking horse. The real aim, apart from the crushing of Serbia and the stifling of Yugoslav aspirations, is to deal a deadly thrust at Russia and France, with the hope that England will stand aside from the struggle. In order to vindicate this theory, I beg to remind you of the view prevailing in the German General Staff, namely, that a war with France and Russia is unavoidable and close at hand, a view which the Emperor has been induced to share. This war, eagerly desired by the military and pan-German party, might be undertaken today under conditions extremely favorable for Germany, conditions that are not likely to arise again for some time to come. After a summary of the situation and of the problems that it raised, my report concluded as follows. We too have to ask ourselves these harassing questions and keep ourselves ready for the worst, for the European conflict that has always been talked about, with a hope that it would never break out, is today becoming a grim reality. The worst contingencies that occurred to me as a Belgian were the violation of a part of our territory and the duty that might fall upon our soldiers of barring the way to the belligerents. In view of the vast area over which a war between France and Germany would be fought, dared we hope that Belgium would be safe from any attack by the German army, from any attempt to use her strategic routes for offensive purposes? I could not bring myself to believe that she would be so fortunate. But between such tentatives and a thoroughgoing invasion of my country, plotted a long time in advance and carried out before the real operations of the war had begun, there was a wide gulf, a gulf that I never thought the imperial government capable of leaping over with a light heart, because of the European complications which so reckless a disdain for treaties would not fail to involve. Section 4. Until the end of the crisis, the idea of a preventive war continually recurred to my mind. Other heads of delegations, however, while sharing my anxieties on this point, did not agree with me as to the premeditation of which I accused the emperor and the military chiefs. I was not content with putting my questions to the French ambassador, whose unerring judgment always carried great weight with me. I also visited his Italian colleague, an astute diplomat, thoroughly versed in German statecraft. He had always put me in mind of those dexterous agents employed by the 16th century Italian republics. According to Signor Bellotti, the German government, agreeing in principle with the Vienna cabinet as to the necessity for chastising Serbia, had not known beforehand the terms of the Austrian note, the violence of which was unprecedented in the language of chancelleries. Vienna, as well as Berlin, was convinced that Russia, in spite of the official assurances that had recently passed between the Tsar and Monsieur Poincaré, regarding the complete readiness of the French and Russian armies, was not in a position to enter on a European war, and that she would not dare to embark upon so hazardous an adventure. Internal troubles, revolutionary intrigues, incomplete armaments, inadequate means of communication, all these reasons would compel the Russian government to be an impotent spectator of Serbia's undoing. The same confidence reigned in the German and Austrian capitals as regards not the French army, but the spirit prevailing among government circles in Paris. At present, added the ambassador, feeling runs so high in Vienna that all calm reflection goes by the board. Moreover, in seeking to annihilate Serbia's military power, the Austro-Hungarian cabinet is pursuing a policy of personal revenge. It cannot realize the mistakes that it made during the Balkan War, or remain satisfied with the partial successes then gained with our aid. Successes that, whatever judgment may be passed upon them, were certainly diplomatic victories. All that Count Berthold sees today is Serbia's insolence and the criticism he has had to endure even in Austria. By this bold stroke, very unexpected from a man of his stamp, he hopes to turn the criticism into applause. The ambassador held that Berlin had false ideas as to the course that the Tsar's government would adopt. The latter would find itself forced into drawing the sword in order to maintain its prestige in the Slav world. Its inaction, in face of Austria's entry into the field, would be equivalent to suicide. Signor Bellotti also gave me to understand that a widespread conflict would not be popular in Italy. The Italian people had no concern with the overthrow of the Russian power, which was Austria's enemy. It wished to devote all its attention to other problems, more absorbing from its own point of view. The blindness of the Austrian cabinet with regard to Russian intervention has been proved by the correspondence, since published, of the French and British representatives at Vienna. The Viennese populace was beside itself with joy at the announcement of an expedition against Serbia, which, it felt sure, would be a mere military parade. Not for a single night were Count Berchthold's slumbers disturbed by the vision of the Russian peril. He is indeed at all times a buoyant soul who can happily mingle the distractions of a life of pleasure with the heavy responsibilities of power. His unvarying confidence was shared by the German ambassador, his most trusted mentor. We can hardly suppose that the Austrian minister shut his eyes altogether to the possibility of a struggle with the Slav world. Having Germany as his partner, however, he determined, with the self-possession of a fearless gambler, to proceed with the game. At Berlin, the theory that Russia was incapable of facing a conflict reigned supreme, not only in the official world and in society, but among all the manufacturers who made a specialty of war material. Herr Krupp von Bohlen, who was more entitled to give an opinion than any other of this class, declared on July 28 that the Russian artillery was neither efficient nor complete, while that of the German army had never before been so superior to all its rivals. It would be madness on Russia's part, he inferred, to take the field against Germany under these conditions. Section 5. The Foreign Diplomatic Corps was kept in more or less profound ignorance as to the pourparlers carried on since the 24th by the Imperial Foreign Office with the Triple Entente cabinets. Nevertheless, to the diplomats who were continually going over to the Wilhelmstrasse for news, the crisis was set forth in a light very favorable to Austria and Germany, in order to influence the views of the governments which they represented. Herr von Stumm, the departmental head of the political branch, in a brief interview that I had with him on the 26th, summed up his exposition in these words, quote, "Everything depends on Russia," end quote. I should rather have thought that everything depended on Austria, and on the way in which she would carry out her threats against Serbia. On the following day I was received by Herr Zimmermann, who adopted the same line of argument, following it all in its bearings from the origin of the dispute. It was not at our prompting, he said, or in accordance with our advice, that Austria took the action that you know of towards the Belgrade cabinet. The answer was unsatisfactory, and today Austria is mobilizing. She can no longer draw back without risking a collapse at home as well as a loss of influence abroad. It is now a question of life and death to her. She must put a stop to the unscrupulous propaganda which, by raising revolt among the Slav provinces of the Danube Valley, is leading towards her internal disintegration. Finally, she must exact a signal revenge for the assassination of the Archduke. For all these reasons, Serbia is to receive, by means of a military expedition, a stern and salutary lesson. An Austro-Serbian war is, therefore, impossible to avoid. England has asked us to join with her, France, and Italy in order to prevent the conflict from spreading and a war from breaking out between Austria and Russia. Our answer was that we should be only too glad to help in limiting the area of the conflagration by speaking in a pacific sense to Vienna and St. Petersburg, but that we could not use our influence with Austria to restrain her from inflicting an exemplary punishment on Serbia. We have promised to help and support our Austrian allies if any other nation should try to hamper them in this task. We shall keep that promise. If Russia mobilizes her army, we shall at once mobilize ours, and then there will be a general war, a war that will set ablaze all Central Europe and even the Balkan Peninsula, for the Romanians, Greeks, Bulgarians, and Turks will not be able to resist the temptation to come in. As I remarked yesterday to Monsieur Bogicevic, the former Serbian chargé d'affaires, who was on a flying visit to Berlin, where he had been greatly appreciated during the Balkan War. The best advice I can give Serbia is that she should make no more than a show of resistance to Austria and should come to terms as soon as possible by accepting all the conditions of the Vienna cabinet. I added, in speaking to him, that if a universal war broke out and went in favor of the Triplice, Serbia would probably cease to exist as a nation. She would be wiped off the map of Europe. I still hope, though, that such a widespread conflict may be avoided, and that we shall succeed in inducing Russia not to intervene on Serbia's behalf. Remember that Austria is determined to respect Serbia's integrity once she has obtained satisfaction. I pointed out to the Undersecretary that the Belgrade Cabinet's reply, according to some of my colleagues who had read it, was, apart from a few unimportant restrictions, an unqualified surrender to Austria's demands. Herr Zimmermann said that he had no knowledge of this reply. It had been handed in 2 days before to the Austrian minister at Belgrade, and that, in any case, there was no longer any possibility of preventing an Austro-Hungarian military demonstration. The Serbian document was not published by the Berlin newspapers until the 29th. On the previous day, they all reproduced a telegram from Vienna, stating that this apparent submission was altogether inadequate. The prompt concessions made by the Passage Cabinet, concessions that had not been anticipated abroad, failed to impress Germany. She persisted in seeing only with Austria's eyes. Herr Zimmermann's arguments held solely on the hypothesis that, in the action brought by Austria against Serbia, no power had the right to come forward as counsel for the defendant or to interfere in the trial at all. This claim amounted to depriving Russia of her historic role in the Balkans. Carried to its logical conclusion, the theory meant condemning unheard every small state that should be unfortunate enough to have a dispute with a great power. According to the principles of the Berlin Cabinet, the great powers should be allowed, without let or hindrance, to proceed to the execution of its weak opponent. England, therefore, would have had no right to succor Belgium when the latter was invaded by Germany, any more than Russia had a right to protect Serbia from the Austrian menace. Russia, it was asserted at the Wilhelmstrasse, ought to be satisfied with the assurance that Austria would not impair the territorial integrity of Serbia or mar her future existence as an independent state. What a hollow mockery such a promise would seem when the whole country had been ravaged by fire and sword. Surely it was decreed that, after this exemplary punishment, Serbia should become the lowly vassal of her redoubtable neighbor, living a life that was no life, cowed by the jealous eye of the Austrian minister, really the Austrian viceroy, at Belgrade. Had not Count Mensdorff declared to Sir Edward Grey that before the Balkan War, Serbia was regarded as gravitating towards the dual monarchy's sphere of influence? A return to the past, to the tame deference of King Milan, was the least that Austria would exact. The version given out by the Imperial Chancellery, besides being intended to enlighten foreign governments, had a further end in view. Repeated ad nauseum by the press, it aimed at misleading German public opinion. From the very opening of the crisis, Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg and his colleagues strove, with all the ingenuity at their command, to hoodwink their countrymen, to shuffle the cards, to throw beforehand on Russia in case the situation should grow worse, the odium of provocation and the blame for the disaster, to represent that power as meddling with a police inquiry that did not concern her in the least. This cunning maneuver resulted in making all Germany, without distinction of class or party, respond to her emperor's call at the desired moment, since she was persuaded, as I have explained in a previous chapter, that she was the object of a premeditated attack by Tsarism. End of section 1. Section 2 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. What Caused the War, Part 2. Section 6. The game of German diplomacy during these first days of the crisis, July 24th to 28th, has already been revealed. At first inclined to bludgeon, it soon came to take things easily, even affecting a certain optimism, and by its passive resistance bringing to naught all the efforts and all the proposals of the London, Paris, and St. Petersburg cabinets. To gain time, to lengthen out negotiations, seems to have been the task imposed upon Austria-Hungary's accomplice in order to promote rapid action by the dual monarchy and to face the Triple Entente with irrevocable deeds, namely the occupation of Belgrade and the surrender of the Serbians. But things did not go as Berlin and Vienna had hoped, and the determined front shown by Russia, who in answer to the partial mobilization of Austria mobilized her army in 4 southern districts, gave food for reflection to the tacticians of the Wilhelmstrasse. Their language and their frame of mind grew gentler to a singular degree on the 5th day, July 28th. It may be recalled in passing that in 1913, during the Balkan hostilities, Austria and Russia had likewise proceeded to partial mobilizations, yet these steps had not made them come to blows or even brought them to the verge of hostilities. On the evening of the 26th, the Emperor's return was announced in Berlin. Why did he come back so suddenly? I think I am justified in saying that, at this news, the general feeling among the actors and spectators of the drama was one of grave anxiety. Our hearts were heavy within us. We had a foreboding that the decisive moment was drawing near. It was the same at the Wilhelmstrasse. To the British chargé d'affaires, Herr von Zimmermann frankly confessed his regret at this move, on which William II had decided without consulting anyone. Nevertheless, our fears at first seemed to be unwarranted. The 28th was marked by a notable loosening of Germany's stiff-necked attitude. The British ambassador, who had returned to Berlin on the previous day, was summoned in the evening by the Chancellor. Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg, while rejecting the conference proposed by Sir Edward Grey, promised to use his good offices to induce Russia and Austria to discuss the position in an amicable fashion. A war between the great powers must be averted, were his closing words. It is highly probable that the Chancellor at that time sincerely wanted to keep the peace, and his first efforts, when he saw the danger coming nearer and nearer, succeeded in curbing the Emperor's impatience for 48 hours. The telegram sent by William II to the Tsar on the evening of the 28th is friendly, almost reassuring. Quote, bearing in mind the cordial friendship that has united us too closely for a long time past, I am using all my influence to make Austria arrive at a genuine and satisfactory understanding with Russia, end quote. How are we to explain, then, the abrupt change of tack that occurred the following day at Berlin, or rather at Potsdam, and the peculiar language addressed by the Chancellor to Sir Edward Goschen on the evening of the 29th? In that nocturnal scene, there was no longer any question of Austria's demands on Serbia, or even of the possibility of an Austro-Russian war. The center of gravity was suddenly shifted, and at a single stride, the danger passed from the southeast of Europe to the northwest. What is it that Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg wants to know at once, as he comes straight from the council held at Potsdam under the presidency of the Emperor? Whether Great Britain would consent to remain neutral in a European war, provided that Germany agreed to respect the territorial integrity of France. And what of the French colonies? Asked the ambassador with great presence of mind. The Chancellor can make no promise on this point, but he unhesitatingly declares that Germany will respect the integrity and neutrality of Holland. As for Belgium, France's action will determine what operations Germany may be forced to enter upon in that country. But when the war is over, Belgium will lose no territory unless she ranges herself on the side of Germany's foes. Such was the shameful bargain proposed to England at a time when none of the negotiators had dared to speak in plain terms of a European war, or even to offer a glimpse of that terrifying vision. This interview was the immediate result of the decisive step taken by German diplomacy on the same day at St. Petersburg. The step in question has been made known to us through the diplomatic documents which have been printed by the orders of the belligerent governments, and all of which concur in their account of this painful episode. Twice on that day did Monsieur Sazonov receive a visit from the German ambassador, who came to make a demand wrapped up in threats. Count de Portales insisted on Russia contenting herself with the promise, guaranteed by Germany, that Austria-Hungary would not impair the integrity of Serbia. Monsieur Sazonov refused to countenance the war on this condition. Serbia, he felt, would become a vassal of Austria, and a revolution would break out in Russia. Count de Portales then backed his request with a warning that, unless Russia desisted from her military preparations, Germany would mobilize. A German mobilization, he said, would mean war. The results of the second interview, which took place at 2 o'clock in the morning, were as negative as those of the first, notwithstanding a last effort, a final suggestion by Monsieur Sazonov to stave off the crisis. His giving in to Germany's brutal dictation would have been an avowal that Russia was impotent. To the Emperor William, who had resumed the conduct of affairs since the morning of the 27th, the Emperor William, itching to cut the knot, driven on by his staff and his generals, to him and no other must we trace the responsibility for this insolent move which made war inevitable. Quote, "The heads of the army insisted," end quote, was all that Herr von Jagow would vouchsafe a little later to Monsieur Cambon by way of explanation. The Chancellor, and with him the Foreign Secretary and Undersecretary, associated themselves with these hazardous tactics from sheer inability to secure the adoption of less hasty and violent methods. If they believed that this summary breaking off of negotiations would meet with success, they were as grievously mistaken as Count de Portales, whose reports utterly misled them as to the sacrifices that Russia was prepared to make for Serbia. At all events, this upright man, when he realized the appalling effects of his blunder, gave free play to his emotion. Such sensitiveness is rare indeed in a German and redounds entirely to his credit. But the Emperor and his council of generals, what was their state of soul at this critical moment? Perhaps this riddle will never be wholly solved. From the military point of view, which in their eyes claimed first attention, they must have rejoiced at Monsieur Sazonov's answer, for never again would they find such a golden opportunity for vanquishing Russia and making an end of her rivalry. In 1917, the reorganization of her army would have been complete, her artillery would have been at full strength, and a new network of strategic railways would have enabled her to let loose upon the two Germanic empires a vast flood of fighting men drawn from the inexhaustible reservoir of her population. The struggle with the Colossus of the North, despite the vaunted technical superiority of the German army, would in all likelihood have ended in the triumph of overwhelming might. In the France of 1917, again, the 3 years' term of service would have begun to produce its full results, and her first-line troops would have been both more numerous and better trained than at present. On the other hand, William II could cherish no false hopes as to the consequences of this second pressure that he was bringing to bear on St. Petersburg. Had it succeeded in 1914 as in 1909, the encounter between Germany and the great Slav Empire would only have been put off to a later day, instead of being finally shelved. How could the Tsar or the Russian people have forgiven the Kaiser for humbling them once more? If they had pocketed the affront in silence, it would only have been in order to bide their time for revenge, and they would have chosen the moment when Russia, in possession of all her resources, could have entered upon the struggle with every chance of winning. Here an objection may be raised. The German emperor, some may hold, fancying that the weight of his sword in the scale would induce the Tsar to shrink from action, had foreseen the anger of the Slav nation at its sovereign's timorous scruples, and looked forward to revolutionary outbreaks which would cripple the government for years to come and make it unable to think of war, if indeed they did not sweep the Romanovs from the throne. I would answer that this Machiavellian scheme could never have entered the head of such a ruler as William II, with his deep sense of monarchical solidarity and his instinctive horror of anarchist outrages and of revolution. No, the emperor, together with the military authorities whose advice he took, wished to profit by a juncture which he had awaited with longing, and which fickle fortune might never again offer to his ambition. Everything proves it, down to his feverish haste as soon as Monsieur Sazonov's reply was conveyed to him, to learn the intentions of England and to suggest on that very day a bargain that might purchase her neutrality. This is why Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg received orders to summon the British ambassador on the night of the 29th. The emperor could not wait until the following morning, so eager was he to act. Is this impatience the mark of one who is the victim of a concerted surprise? If he had not wanted war, Would he not have tried to resume negotiations with Russia on a basis more in keeping with their dignity as a great power, however heavy a blow it was to his own pride that he had failed to intimidate her? Section 7. The abortive efforts to overawe St. Petersburg and the offers made to the British ambassador, as if Great Britain's inaction could be sold to the highest bidder, brought results that were not hard to foresee. In London, Sir Edward Grey's indignation found immediate vent in the following passage of his telegram of July 30th to Sir Edward Goschen. Quote, "It would be a disgrace for us to make this bargain with Germany at the expense of France, a disgrace from which the good name of this country would never recover. The Chancellor also, in effect, asks us to bargain away whatever obligation or interest we have as regards the neutrality of Belgium. We could not entertain that bargain either." End quote. Through the brazen overtures of Herr von Bethmann-Hollweg, however, the British cabinet henceforth came to occupy itself, before all things, with the fate allotted to our country by the imperial government in the war that it was preparing. In order to tear off the mask from German statesmanship, the surest method was to ask it a straightforward question. On July 31st, Sir Edward Grey, following the example of the Gladstone Ministry of 1870, inquired both of Germany and France whether they would respect the neutrality of Belgium. At the same time, he gave Belgium to understand that Britain counted on her doing her utmost to maintain her neutrality. The answer of the Republican government was frank and unhesitating. It was resolved to respect British neutrality, and would only act otherwise if the violation of that neutrality by some other power forced it to do so in self-defense. The Belgian government, for its part, hastened to assure the British minister at Brussels of its determination to resist with might and main should its territory be invaded. At Berlin, however, the Foreign Secretary eluded Sir Edward Goshen's questions. He said that he must consult the Emperor and the Chancellor. In his opinion, any answer would entail the risk, in the event of war, of partly divulging the plan of campaign. It seemed doubtful to him, therefore, whether he would be able to give a reply. This way of speaking was perfectly clear in its ambiguity. It did not puzzle Sir Edward Grey for a moment. On the following day, he declared to the German ambassador that the reply of the German government was a matter of very great regret. Belgian neutrality, he pointed out, was highly important in British eyes, and if Belgium was attacked, it would be difficult to restrain public feeling in his country. On the same day, August 1st, in accordance with instructions from my government, I read to the Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, at the same time giving him a copy, a dispatch drafted beforehand and addressed to the Belgian ministers attached to the powers that had guaranteed our neutrality. This dispatch affirmed that Belgium, having observed with scrupulous fidelity the duties imposed on her as a neutral state by the treaties of April 19, 1839, would manifest an unshaken purpose in fulfilling them, and that she had every hope, since the friendly intentions of the powers towards her had been so often professed, of seeing her territory secure from all assault, if hostilities should arise near her frontiers. The Belgian government added that it had nevertheless taken all the necessary steps for maintaining its neutrality, but that, in so doing, it had not been actuated by a desire to take part in an armed struggle among the powers, or by a feeling of distrust towards any one of them. Herr Zimmermann listened without a word of comment to my reading of this dispatch, which expressed the loyal confidence of my government in Germany's goodwill. He merely took note of my communication. His silence did not surprise me, for I had just learnt of Herr von Jago's evasive reply to the British government concerning Belgium, but it bore out all my misgivings. His constrained smile, by the way, told me quite as much as his refusal to speak. From the 30th, Russia and Germany, as an inevitable sequel to the conversations of the 29th, went forward actively with their military preparations. What was the exact nature of these preludes to the German mobilization? It was impossible to gain any precise notion at Berlin. The capital was rife with various rumors that augured ill for the future. We heard tell of regiments moving from the northern provinces towards the Rhine. We learnt that reservists had been instructed to keep themselves in readiness for marching orders. At the same time, postal communication with Belgium and France had been cut off. At the Wilhelmstrasse, the position was described to me as follows, quote, Austria will reply to Russia's partial mobilization with a general mobilization of her army. It is to be feared that Russia will then mobilize her entire forces, which will compel Germany to do the same. End quote. As it turned out, a general mobilization was indeed proclaimed in Austria on the night of the 30th. Nevertheless, the peace pourparlers went on between Vienna and St. Petersburg on the 30th and 31st, although on the latter date, Russia, as Berlin expected, in answer both to the Austrian and the German preparations, had mobilized her entire forces. Even on the 31st, these discussions seemed to have some chance of attaining their object. Austria was now more accurately gauging the peril into which her own blind self-confidence and the counsels of her ally were leading her, and was pausing on the brink of the abyss. The Vienna cabinet even consented to talk over the gist of its note to Serbia, and Monsieur Sazonov at once sent an encouraging reply. It was desirable, he stated, that representatives of all the great powers should confer in London under the direction of the British government. Was a faint glimmer of peace, after all, dawning above the horizon? Would an understanding be reached at the 11th hour among the only states really concerned with the Serbian question? We had reckoned without our host. The German emperor willed otherwise. Suddenly, at the instance of the General Staff, and after a meeting of the Federal Council, as prescribed by the Constitution, he issued the decree of Kriegsgefahrzustand, imminence of war. This is the first phase of a general mobilization, a sort of martial law, substituting the military for the civil authorities as regards the public services, means of communication, post, telegraphs, and telephones. This momentous decision was revealed to us on the 31st by a special edition of the Berliner Lokalanzeiger, distributed at every street corner. The announcement ran as follows, quote, Russia wants war. From official sources, we have just received at 2 p.m. the following report, pregnant with consequences. Quote, the German ambassador at St. Petersburg sends us word today that a general mobilization of the Russian army and navy had previously been ordered. That is why His Majesty the Emperor William has decreed an imminence of war. His Majesty will take up his residence in Berlin today. Imminence of war is the immediate prelude to a general mobilization in answer to the menace that already hangs over Germany today, owing to the step taken by the Tsar. End quote. As a drowning man catches at a straw, those who in Berlin saw themselves with horror faced by an impending catastrophe clutched at a final hope. The German general mobilization had not yet been ordered. Who knew whether, at the last moment, some happy inspiration from the British cabinet, that most stalwart champion of peace, might cause the weapons to drop from the hands that were about to wield them. Once more, however, the emperor, by his swift moves, shattered this fond illusion. On the 31st, at 7 o'clock in the evening, he dispatched to the Russian government a summons to demobilize both on its Austrian and on its German frontiers. An interval of 12 hours was given for a reply. It was obvious that Russia, who had refused 2 days before to cease from her military preparations, would not accept the German ultimatum, worded as it was in so dictatorial a form, and rendered still more insulting by the briefness of the interval granted. As, however, no answer had come from St. Petersburg by the afternoon of August 1st, Herren von Jagow and Zimmermann, so the latter informed me, rushed to the Chancellor and the Emperor in order to request that the decree for a general mobilization might at least be held over until the following day. They supported their plea by urging that the telegraphic communication with St. Petersburg had presumably been cut, and that this would explain the silence of the Tsar. Perhaps they still hoped against hope for a conciliatory proposal from Russia. This was the last flicker of their dying pacifism, or the last awakening of their conscience. Their efforts could make no headway against the stubborn opposition of the war minister and the army chiefs, who represented to the emperor the dangers of a 24 hours delay. The order for a mobilization of the army and navy was signed at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and was at once given out to the public by a special edition of the Lokalanzeiger. The mobilization was to begin on August 2nd. On the 1st, at 10 minutes past 7 in the evening, Germany's declaration of war was forwarded to Russia. As all the world knows, the Berlin cabinet had to resort to wild pretexts, such as the committing of acts of hostility, so the military authorities alleged, by French aviators on imperial soil in order to find motives 2 days later for its declaration of war on France. Although Germany tried to lay the blame for the catastrophe at Russia's door, it was in reality her western neighbor that she wished to attack and annihilate first. On this point, there can be no possible doubt today. Poor France, said the Berlin newspapers with feigned compassion. They acknowledged that the conduct of the French government throughout the crisis had been irreproachable and that it had worked without respite for the maintenance of peace. While her leaders fulfilled this noble duty to mankind, France was offering the world an impressive sight, the sight of a nation looking calmly and without fear at a growing peril that she had done nothing to conjure up, and regarding her word as her bond, determined in cold blood to follow the destiny of her ally on the field of battle. At the same time, she offered to Germany, who had foolishly counted on her being torn by internal troubles and political feuds, the vision of her children closely linked together in an unconquerable resolve, the resolve to beat back an iniquitous assault upon their country. Nor was this the only surprise that she held in store. With the stone wall of her resistance, she was soon to change the whole character of the struggle and to wreck the calculations of German strategy. No one had labored with more energy and skill to quench the flames lit by Austria and her ally than the representative of the Republic at Berlin. Quote, "Don't you think Monsieur Cambon's attitude has been admirable?" End quote, remarked the British ambassador to me in the train that was whirling us far away from the German capital on August 6th. Quote, "Throughout these terrible days, nothing has been able to affect his coolness, his presence of mind, and his insight." End quote. I cannot express my own admiration better than by repeating this verdict of so capable a diplomat as Sir Edward Goschen, who himself took a most active part in the vain attempt of the Triple Entente to save Europe from calamity. Section 8. The Berlin population had followed the various phases of the crisis with tremendous interest, but with no outward show of patriotic fervor. Those fine summer days passed as tranquilly as usual. Only in the evenings did some hundreds of youths march along the highways of the central districts, soberly singing national anthems and dispersing after a few cries of Hoch outside the Austro-Hungarian and Italian embassies and the Chancellor's mansion. On August 2nd, I watched the animation of the Sunday crowd that thronged the broad avenue of the Kurfürstendamm. It read attentively the special editions of the newspapers, and then each went off to enjoy his or her favorite pastime, games of tennis for the young men and maidens, long bouts of drinking in the beer gardens for the more sedate citizens with their families. When the imperial motor car flashed like a streak of lightning down Unter den Linden, it was hailed with loud but by no means frantic cheers. It needed the outcries of the press against Russia as the instigator of the war, the misleading speeches of the emperor and the chancellor, and the wily publications of the government to kindle a patriotism rather slow to take fire. Towards the close of my stay, feeling displayed itself chiefly by jeers at the unfortunate Russians who were returning post-haste to their native country, and blackguardly behavior towards the staff of the Tsar's ambassador as he was leaving Berlin. That the mass of the German people, unaware of Russia's peaceful intentions, should have been easily deluded is no matter for astonishment. The upper classes, however, those of more enlightened intellect, cannot have been duped by the official falsehoods. They knew as well as we do that it was greatly to the advantage of the Tsar's government not to provoke a conflict. In fact, this question is hardly worth discussing. Once more, we must repeat that, in the plans of William II and his generals, the Serbian affair was a snare spread for the Northern Empire before the growth of its military power should have made it an invincible foe. There is no gainsaying that uncertainty as to Britain's intervention was one of the factors that encouraged Germany. We often asked ourselves anxiously at Berlin whether Germany's hand would not have been stayed altogether if the British government had formally declared that it would not hold aloof from the war. We even hoped for a brief moment that Sir Edward Grey would destroy the illusions on which the German people loved to batten. The British Foreign Secretary did indeed observe to Prince Lichnowsky on July 29th that the Austro-Serbian issue might become so great as to involve all European interests, and that he did not wish the ambassador to be misled by the friendly tone of their conversations into thinking that Britain would stand aside. If at the beginning she had openly taken her stand by the side of her allies, she might, to be sure, have checked the fatal march of events. This, at any rate, is the most widespread view, for a maritime war certainly did not enter into the calculations of the Emperor and Admiral von Tirpitz, while it was the nightmare of the German commercial world. In my opinion, however, an outspoken threat from England on the 29th, a sudden roar of the British Lion, would not have made William II draw back. The memory of Agadir still rankled in the proud Germanic soul. The emperor would have risked losing all prestige in the eyes of a certain element among his subjects if, at the bidding of the Anglo-Saxon, he had refused to go further and had thus played into the hands of those who charged him with conducting a policy of mere bluff and intimidation. Quote, "Germany barks but does not bite," end quote, was a current saying abroad, and this naturally tended to exasperate her. An ominous warning from the lips of Sir Edward Grey would only have served to precipitate the onslaught of the Kaiser's armies, in order that the intervention of the British fleet might have no influence on the result of the campaign, the rapid and decisive campaign planned at Berlin. We know, moreover, from the telegrams and speeches of the British foreign minister, how carefully he had to reckon with public feeling among his countrymen in general and among the majority in Parliament. A war in the Balkans did not concern the British nation, and the strife between Teuton and Slav left it cold. It did not begin to be properly roused until it grasped the reality of the danger to France's very existence, and it did not respond warmly to the eloquent appeals of Mr. Asquith and Sir Edward Grey until the day when it knew that the Germans were at the gates of Liege, where they threatened both Paris and Antwerp. Antwerp, quote, "that pistol pointed at the heart of England," end quote. With the failure of diplomatic efforts to prevent war as a result of the deliberate intention of Germany to bring about the conflict, the great German war machine was put in motion. It was anticipated by the General Staff that the passage across Belgium would be effected without difficulty and with the acquiescence of king and people. How wrong was this judgment is one of the curious facts of history. The Germans discovered this error when their armies presented themselves before the strong fortress of Liege, the first fortified place in their path. Its capture was necessary for the successful passage of the German troops. It was captured, but at a cost in time and in their arrangement of plans, which were a great element in the great thrust back at the Marne. End of section 2. Section 3 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Defense of Liege, Charles Braun. On Sunday, August 2nd, while the news was going round that a train had entered Luxembourg with German forces, the German minister at Brussels delivered an ultimatum to Belgium demanding the free passage through our territory of the German armies. The following day, Monday, the Belgian government replied that the nation was determined to defend its neutrality. The same night, the German advanced posts entered our territory. Tuesday morning, they were before VIII, at Varsage, at Dolhen, and at Stavelot. The bridges of VIII and Argenteuil and the tunnels of Trois Points and Naz Prouet were blown up. From this day, the atrocities committed by the pioneers of German Kultur began at VIII with fire and the massacre of inhabitants. On Thursday, they were to continue at Varsage and Bernau. On Wednesday, August 5th, the investment of Liege began, the bombardment being specially directed to the northwest sector, which comprises the forts of Avesnes, Barchon, and Fleron. In the afternoon, the attack extended as far as the fort of Chaudefontaine. The region attacked by the foe was thus that between the Meuse and the Vesder, the beautiful country of Herve, where cornfields are followed by vineyards, where meadowland encroaches on the sides of narrow but picturesque valleys, where small but thick woods conceal the number of the assailants. It was found necessary to destroy some prosperous little farms, several country houses, and pretty villas. This was but a prelude to the devastation brought by the soldiers of the Kaiser. The enemy was in force. Later it was known that around Liege were the 10th Prussian Army Corps from Aix-la-Chapelle on the way to VIII, the 7th Corps, which had passed through the Herve country, the 8th, which had entered through Stavelot, and also a brigade of the 11th Corps, making up a total of about 130,000 men. To resist these forces, General Liman had forts more than 24 years old and 30,000 men. The 3rd Division of the Army increased by the 15th Mixed Brigade, i.e. the 9th, 11th, 12th, and 14th of the line, a part of the 2nd Lancers, a battalion of the 1st Carabineers, and the Divisional Artillery. Thursday, August 6th, was rich in moving incidents. While the enemy were in force before Barchon, in a night attack, an attempt was made on General Liman. The story has been variously told. Here is the true version. The enemy's spies, so numerous in Liege, had been able to give the most exact information regarding the installation of the General Staff in the Rue Saint-Foy. They were quite aware that for a week the defender of Liege had only been taking 2 or 3 hours rest in his office, so as to be more easily in telephonic communication with the forts and garrison. These offices in the Rue Saint-Foy were very badly situated at the extreme end of the northern quarter and were defended only by a few gendarmes. General Liman had been warned, however, and the king himself had at last persuaded him to take some precautions against a possible attempt. He had finally given way to this advice, and a rudimentary structure, but a sure one, fitted with electric light and telephone, was being set up under the railway tunnel near the Palais station. This was, then, the last night the general would pass at Rue Saint-Foy. Towards 4:30 in the morning, a body of 100 men descended from the heights of Tars. Whence did they come? How had they been able to penetrate into the town? Some have said that they dressed in Liege itself. In reality, they represented themselves to the advanced posts of the fort of Pontis as being Englishmen come to the aid of Liege and asked to be conducted to the general staff. They were soldiers of a Hanoverian regiment and bore upon their sleeves a blue band with the word Gibraltar. This contributed in no small degree to cause them to be taken for British sharpshooters. They were preceded by a spy who had put on the Belgian uniform of the 11th of the line and who seemed to know the town very well. At Thiers-Liege, they stopped a moment to drink at a wine shop and then went on. They were more than 100 in number and were preceded by 2 officers. A detachment of Gardes Civiques, posted at the gas factory of the Rue des Béards, did not consider it their duty to interfere. A few individuals accompanied the troop, crying, "Vive les Anglais!" A few passers-by, better aware of the situation, protested. The troop continued its imperturbable march. The officers smiled. Thus they arrived at Rue Saint-Foy, where, as we have said, the officers of the general staff of General Liman were installed. A German officer asked of the sentinel on the door an interview with General Liman. The officers of the latter, who now appeared, understood the ruse at once and drew their revolvers. Shots were exchanged. One of the officers, Major Charles Marchand, a non-commissioned officer of gendarmes, and several gendarmes were killed. The Germans attempted to enter the offices, of which the door had been closed. They fired through the windows and even attempted to attack the house by scaling the neighboring walls. General Lehman, who was working, ran out on hearing the first shots. He was unarmed. He demanded a revolver. General Leb, his aide-de-camp, refused to allow him to expose himself uselessly and begged him to keep himself for the defense of Liege. He even used some violence to his chief and pushed him towards the low door which separated the house from the courtyard of a neighboring cannon foundry. With the help of another officer, the captain placed his general in safety. While this was happening, the alarm had been given, and the Germans, seeing that their attempt to possess themselves of the person of General Lehman had failed, retired. The guard, which comprised some 50 men, fired repeatedly on the retreating party. Some 50 Germans, including a standard-bearer and a drummer, were killed. Others were made prisoners. The general retired to the citadel of St. Walburg and later to the fort of Longines. From there he followed the efforts of the enemy attacking anew the northeast and southeast sectors. The environs of Fort Boncelles are as difficult to defend as those of the Barchon-Evenay-Fleron front. There is first the discovered part, which surrounds what remains of the unfortunate village of Boncelles, which the Belgians themselves were forced to destroy to free their field of fire. But for the rest, there are only woods, that of Plainvaux, which reaches to the Ourthe, Neuville, and Vecquet woods, that of Benyac, which continues St. Lambert Wood as far as Trews and the Meuse. Every place here swarmed with Germans, 40,000 at least, an army corps which had spent a day and a night in fortifying themselves and had been able to direct their artillery towards Plainvaux, to the north of Neuville, and upon the heights of Ramet. 30,000 men at least would have been needed to defend this gap, and less than 15,000 were available. A similar attack was delivered at the same time between the Meuse and the Vesdre. On both sides, miracles of heroism were performed, but the enemy poured on irresistibly. They were able to pass, on the one side, Val St. Lambert, on the other, between Barchon and the Meuse, between Evenay and Fleron. Fighting took place well into the night, the enemy being repulsed at Boncelles twice. The following morning I saw pieces of German corpses. The Belgian artillery had made a real carnage, and no smaller number of victims fell in the bayonet charges. The 9th and the Carbineers, who had fought the day before at Barchon, were present here. In the other sector, the soldiers of the 12th of the line particularly behaved like heroes. The battle began towards 2 o'clock in the morning at Rétine, where, after prodigies of valor and a great slaughter of the enemy, the Belgian troops were forced to retire. The struggle continued at Sens and at Queue-des-Bois. Here, Lieutenant F. Braun and 40 of his men fell while covering the retreat. In spite of such devotion and of a bravery that will not be denied, the enemy passed through. Why? Some troops surrendered with their officers, who were afterwards set free upon parole at Liege. But this was only a very small exception, and it was under the pressure of an enemy 4 times as numerous that the 3rd Division succumbed after 3 days of repeated fighting, during which the soldiers were compelled to make forced marches from one sector to another, and stopped the rest of the time in the trenches fighting. The enemy's losses were 5,000 killed and 30,000 wounded. General Lehman considered that he had obtained from his troops the maximum effort of which they were capable in order to retreat. It was executed in good order, and the enemy had suffered so severely that they did not dream of pursuit. They contented themselves with pushing forward as far as the plateau of St. Tilman, close to Boncelles, and that of Robermont, behind Fleron. Some cannons of 15, which had bombarded the town the first time on Thursday, August 6th at 4 o'clock in the morning. No German troops, except some 200 men who entered as prisoners, penetrated into the town on this day. Although this retreat left behind a few men with several guns, it may be said to have been effected in good order. I was able to see that for myself in passing through with the troops from the fifth limit of the St. Tron route near Fort Lonsine up to the center of the town. The auto in which I was seated was able to pass easily. The terrified population from Brissot began to arrive. There were people half-dressed, but who carried some object which to them seemed the most precious, sometimes a simple portrait of a loved one. Others drove cattle before them. The men carried children, while women followed painfully loaded with household goods. Mixed up with them were the Garde Civique. It had just been assembled and informed that it was disbanded, and a certain number of them had told the inhabitants that the Prussians were coming and that there was nothing better to do than for everyone to bolt himself in. The cannon had thundered all night. The citizens of Liège had found in their letter boxes a warning from the burgomaster concerning the behavior of the inhabitants in case of the town being occupied by the enemy. This urgent notice, distributed the night before between 9 and 11 p.m., foreshadowed an imminent occupation. The hasty flight of the people of Brissot stopped when they had crossed the Meuse, but as the bombardment recommenced towards noon, fright again seized on the population. The bombardment lasted till 2. Some 30 shells fell on different parts of the town. At 12:30, a dull noise was heard as far as the furthest fort. It was the old bridge of arches which gave way towards the left bank. The engineers had just blown it up. It seemed wiser to destroy the bridge at Val-Benoit, which left the Germans' railway communication, but no one thought of this, or rather, orders to that effect were not given by the higher authorities. This was afterwards to cause the degradation to the ranks of the chief officer of engineers, who was responsible for this unpardonable lapse. The second bombardment lasted till 2 o'clock. Several projectiles now fell upon the citadel, where everything was in readiness to set fire to the provisions and munitions which remained there, along with some unserviceable cannon, generally used in the training of the Garde Civique. By 10 a.m., the citadel had been evacuated, only very few persons remaining, among them a major who hastily hoisted the white flag. Burgomaster Claire awaited developments at the town hall. At 3:30, he received envoys who demanded the surrender of the town and forts. Put into communication with General Liman, who was all the time at Lonsine with his staff, he informed them that if the forts persisted in their resistance, the town would be bombarded a third time. General Liman replied that the threat was an idle one, that it would be a cruel massacre, but that the higher interests of Belgium compelled him to impose this sacrifice on the town of Liège. At 9 p.m., fresh shells fell on different parts of the city and caused more damage, if not more victims. This bombardment lasted till 2 a.m. It recommenced at intervals of half an hour and caused 2 fires, one in Rue des Hanques and the other in Rue de la Commune. After midday, the streets were deserted and all dwelling houses closed. In the afternoon, a convoy of Germans taken prisoners were seen to pass along the boulevards and were then shut up in the Royal Athenaeum. Then there was an interminable defile of autos and carts conveying both German and Belgian wounded, especially the former, those who came from Boncelles more particularly. Bodies of stragglers re-entered Liège slowly, ignorant of what had happened, as they were either untouched by the order to retire or had been forgotten in the advanced posts or in the trenches. They were very tired and hardly had the courage to accelerate their pace, except when the few passers-by explained the position in a couple of words. The aspect of the town was very gloomy, and the only places where any animation was to be seen were around Guillemine Station, where trains full of fugitives were leaving for Brussels, the west quarter, towards which the last of the retiring companies were marching, and the north, where many were still ignorant of this movement. On Friday, August 7th, at 3 a.m., the bombardment of Liège began again, chiefly directed against the citadel, where only a few soldiers now remained. These evacuated the place after setting fire to some provisions they were unable to carry off. The population passed through hours of anguish, which were destined not to be the last. Everybody took refuge in the cellars. Some people lived there for several days in fear that a shell might fall upon their house. On this Friday, the Germans penetrated into the town at 5 o'clock in the morning by the different bridges which had remained intact. They came in through Jupille and Bois de Bro chiefly. They seemed tired and, above all, hungry. Leaving detachments in the Place de Bavir and near the bridges, they successively occupied the provincial palace and the citadel. Count Lambsdorff, chief of the staff of the 10th Corps, commander of the Army of the Meuse, arrested Burgomaster Claire at the town hall and conducted him to the citadel, where he at first made him a rather reassuring communication as to the fate of the town. He then spoke anew and said that he understood all the forts would surrender, in default of which the bombardment would recommence. Monsieur Claire vainly protested against a measure so contrary to the laws both of war and of humanity. He was simply authorized to pass through the German lines with a safe conduct, to discuss the matter with General Lehmann, or even with the king himself. This task of the Burgomaster of Liege was a heavy one, and terrible was the expectant attitude of the German authorities. Later, some people have discussed the attitude he should have taken up and conceived the nature of what should have been his reply. They would have desired words of defiance on his lips and an immediate answer. He lacked courage for this, and who will dare today to blame him for the immense anxiety he felt on hearing of the horrible fate with which his beloved town and his unhappy fellow citizens were threatened? He gathered together at the town hall several communal and provincial deputies, some deputies and senators. The general opinion at the beginning of the discussion was that it was necessary to obtain the surrender of the forts. Someone pointed out that there was not much likelihood of getting this decision from General Lehmann, who had already pronounced himself upon that question, and thought it would be necessary to continue the work heroically begun of arresting the progress of the invader, and that the forts, all intact, would powerfully contribute to that end. It was finally decided to approach General Lehmann again with a message which was entrusted to the Burgomaster, the Bishop of Liege, and Monsieur Gaston Gregoire, permanent deputy. These gentlemen repaired to the citadel in search of the promised safe conduct. They were met there, according to the demand of Count Lambsdorff, by some prominent Liege citizens, to whom he had expressed his desire to explain the situation. At the moment the three delegates were about to depart on their mission, with a good faith upon which it would be foolish to insist, the German commander declared that all the persons present were detained as hostages. He gave as a specious pretext for this violation of right that some German soldiers had been killed by civilians in some neighboring villages, and that the hostages would enable the Germans to guard against the repetition of such acts, the more so as they were prepared to make a striking example at the beginning of the campaign. All the Liege citizens who had entered the citadel on this day were kept there till the next day, Saturday. Moreover, the following persons were retained as responsible hostages for 3 days. 1. Monseigneur Routin, Bishop of Liege. 2. Monsieur Claire, Burgomaster of Liege. 3. Monsieur Gregoire, Permanent Deputy. 4. Monsieur Armand Fléchette, Senator. 5. Senator Van Zylen. 6. Senator Edward Peltzer. 7. Senator Collot. 8. Deputy de Pontier. 9. Deputy Van Hogarden. 10. Monsieur Fallows, Elderman. The hostages were shut up in damp casemates. Palliasses were given them for the night, and, as food, the first day each one had half a loaf and some water. The burgomaster and the bishop were, however, allowed to go about their duties after they had given their parole to remain at the disposal of the German military authorities. The same day at 9 a.m., the last train left Liege for Brussels with numbers of fugitives. The number of persons who abandoned Liege and its suburbs may be calculated at some 5,000. From this moment and for several days, Liege was absolutely cut off from the rest of the world, all communications having been cut. On Saturday, August 8th, while the Germans were methodically organizing the occupation of Liege, Burgomaster Clare was authorized to wait upon the king in order to discuss the surrender of the forts. Furnished with a safe conduct and accompanied by a German officer, he reached Varennes early in the afternoon and placed himself in communication with the general staff. The king was consulted, and the reply brought back to Liege was the one the mayor had foreseen. The same day saw the appearance of the following order of the day addressed to the soldiers of the Army of Liege. Quote, "Our comrades of the 3rd Army Division and of the 15th Mixed Brigade are about to re-enter our lines after having defended, like heroes, the fortified position of Liege. Attacked by forces 4 times as numerous, they have repulsed all assaults. None of the forts have been taken. The town of Liege is always in our power. Standards and a number of prisoners are the trophies of these combats. In the name of the nation, I salute you, officers and soldiers of the 3rd Army Division and the 15th Mixed Brigade. You have done your duty, done honor to our arms, shown the enemy what it costs to attack unjustly a peaceable people, but one who wields in its just cause an invincible weapon. The fatherland has the right to be proud of you. Soldiers of the Belgian army, do not forget that you are in the van of immense armies in this gigantic struggle, and that you await but the arrival of our brothers in arms in order to march to victory. The whole world has its eyes fixed upon you. Show it by the vigor of your blows that you mean to live free and independent. France, that noble country which has throughout history been associated with just and generous causes, is hurrying to our aid, and her enemies will enter our territory. In your name, I address them a fraternal salute. Albert." On this day, the Germans, who were not yet sure as to the intentions of the Belgian field army, and who feared a possible offensive on the part of the French advanced guards, put Liege in a state of defense. Moreover, they distrusted the civilian population and fortified themselves in the town itself. They placed machine guns at the head of the bridges, and upon one of them, Bovary, which they feared might be blown up or might be bombarded by the forts, they placed a curtained recess in which they shut up several citizens. They caused the soldiers to occupy Quai des Bichures, Quai l'Industrie, and the houses in proximity to the bridge after clearing out the occupants. They placed bags of earth in the windows, behind which were installed machine guns. In the arteries leading to La Hesbaye and La Campine, and in the streets of the latter, they erected barricades and installed themselves in the riverside houses. These labors continued during several days on the heights of St. Nicholas and Holon, while the soldiers of the 10th Corps installed themselves on the plateau of Quant, the general staff having taken possession there of a convent, although this had been transformed into a hospital. In the town, the German troops, delayed for a short time by the necessity of carrying off their dead, shifting their wounded, and of taking a much-needed rest, entered in large numbers. They occupied the different stations, that of Ans on the Herbenian Plateau being the last one where they established themselves. On Sunday, September 6th, there were at Liege more than 100,000 Germans. On this day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the hostages were given their unconditional liberty. On the same date, in the neighborhood of London, the king, accompanied by the general staff, reviewed the valiant and now reconstituted 3rd Division, reconstituted in spite of the heavy losses in officers suffered by certain regiments. General Lehmann received from Monsieur Cholart, president of the Belgian Chamber, the following telegram, quote, "With a heart overflowing with enthusiasm and patriotic pride, I acclaim the glorious defender of Liege," end quote. With reference to the defense of Liege, letters, dispatches, and addresses of felicitation were received at Brussels from the presidents of the French Chamber and the French Senate, from the Paris Municipal Council and other French municipalities. Words of friendship and encouragement were pronounced later in the British Parliament, while the King of the Belgians received the congratulations of King George, the Tsar, and the President of the French Republic. Finally, Monsieur Poincaré sent him the most envied of distinctions, the military medal. The resistance of Liege had everywhere aroused grateful enthusiasm, for the days and even the hours gained from the invader were now of inestimable value. But while the 12 forts were not yet to harass, as they could, the progress of the enemy, Liege, whose hatred of the Prussian is ingrained, was to pay dearly for the resistance it had made, and its heart was to suffer cruelly over the vexations of which it was to be the object, while awaiting pillage and burning. Here we enter upon a new period, which cannot, however, be separated from the siege of Liege, for at this time the forts still held out. The forts still held out, but the resistance of their garrisons had to be heroic. The defenses crumbled quite rapidly. We should not be surprised at this, but should rather remember that these forts were more than 20 years old. Their construction began in 1889, and their armament, though modified later in certain details, was not capable of resisting the heavy artillery of the Germans. Liege was defended by 12 forts, large and small. The most important works were Barchon, Fleron, Boncelles, Flémal, Longines, and Poitiers. These forts possessed 5 large cupolas and 3 or 4 small ones. They were armed with 2 guns of 15 centimeters, 4 of 12, 2 howitzers of 21, and 3 or 4 guns of 5.7, 10 more of 5.7 flanking the ditches. The little forts counted upon 4 large and 3 or 4 small cupolas. They were armed with 2 pieces of 15, 2 of 12, a howitzer of 21, 3 or 4 guns without cupola of 5.7, and of 7 or 8 commanding the ditches. The forts are arranged around Liege in the following order. On the left bank of the Meuse, Flémal, Holon, Longines, Lantin, and Poitiers. On the right bank, between the Meuse and the Vesdre, Barchon, Épinay, and Fleron. Between the Vesdre and the Ourthe, Chaudefontaine and Embourg. Between the Ourthe and the Meuse, Boncelles. The forts are 4 kilometers apart, except Flémal, Boncelles, and Embourg-Poitiers, which are 6 kilometers apart, while Chaudefontaine and Embourg are only 2 kilometers from one another. The forts are 8 kilometers from the limits of the town. The forts of Holon, Longines, Lantin, and Liège are in grassy country. Boncelles is nearly completely surrounded by woods. Embourg and Chaudefontaine dominate the deep and winding valleys of the Ourthe and the Vesdre. Poitiers, Flémal, and Barchon, commanding the Meuse, are in broken ground. This last-named fort, with Épinay and Fleron, holds the most important strategic position in the Herve country, facing the German frontier, in a land cut up by meadows planted with trees and by little woods traversed by many vales, not very deep but winding. It is known that in the Brialmont project, the intervening spaces were to be defended and fortified with siege artillery. To tell the truth, the eminent military engineer, in the pamphlets where he set out the project, only allowed for a small mobile garrison, but he confessed later that the difficulties which he knew he would meet with in the Belgian Parliament over the credits for the fortifications made him underestimate the number of men required. Besides which, the conditions of war have been greatly modified during the 25 years which have passed, owing to the increased power of siege guns, so that it may be laid down that 80,000, if not 100,000 men were needed to properly defend the entrenched camp of Liege. As for the forts, they were each occupied by a battery of artillery, 250 men, and 3 companies, 120 men, a total of 370 men. About 4,500 artillerymen for the 12 forts. General Lehman was shut up in Longines, one of the chief forts, which commanded the road towards Varennes and Brussels. He had sent away all his general staff with the division, in spite of the supplications of his officers, who begged to be allowed to share his fate. He continued to direct the longest resistance possible. The enemy was anxious to cut all the communications between the forts, but soldiers volunteered for carrying messages to the different commanders. Several succeeded, but many were killed, for the investment became steadily tightened. Indeed, certain gaps, where the ground was most broken, could not be swept by the guns from the forts, and under cover of the night, Troops ensconced themselves there comfortably. Moreover, the Germans, having received reinforcements in heavy artillery, undertook the siege systematically, first of Barchon, which it was unable to take by storm any more than Boncelles, but which is subjected to a formidable deluge of shells. Barchon could only reply haphazard to heavy guns, the position of which it could not tell. It was indeed deprived of its observation posts, and was in the position of a blind man desperately parrying the blows of an adversary who could see where to strike. The struggle was not for long, and the fort, reduced to impotence, left a wide breach through which the invaders scrambled. Through there he could also introduce his heavy siege guns, howitzers of 28 and even pieces of 42 centimeters. The enemy then followed a tactic which was to succeed rapidly. He attacked the different fortifications in a reverse way. Thus, Longines, Lantin, Liers, and Pontis were bombarded by batteries placed in the citadel itself, and to which the Belgians could not reply without shelling the town and doing frightful damage. A battery was also placed in a bend of ground up Rue Naniot, under the tomb where some of those who fell in 1830 are buried, but it was discovered and had to be withdrawn. Forts Boncelles and Embourg were attacked by guns placed on the hill at Tilf, a pretty village which would have been completely destroyed had the firing been responded to. Finally, along the line of the plateau of Herve, no longer dominated by Barchon and Fleron, now destroyed, the enemy was able to bring into the very center of the town 4 of those howitzers of 42 centimeters, which were later to bombard Namur, Maubeuge, and Antwerp. The following are the dates on which the different forts succumbed. Barchon and Épinay fell on August 9th. Right from the 5th, they had not ceased to be the object of continual attacks. They had valiantly resisted repeated assaults and field artillery. The heavy pieces poured in a hurricane of fire. Pontis, which had so usefully barred the passage of the enemy below VIII, did not give way till the 12th. On the 13th, Embourg surrendered after a 26 hours bombardment. The same day saw the fall of Chaudefontaine and Namesh, where 2 accidents happened worthy of being related. A shell burst on a cupola gun as it was finishing its movement after being loaded. The whole gun was shattered and 10 men were wounded. A little while after, a shell entered the fort through the embrasure and set fire to the powder magazine. 110 artillerymen were terribly burned, 50 dying upon the spot. The 14th saw the fall of Boncelles, Liers, and Fleron. Boncelles from the 5th had offered an admirable resistance. Commandant Laferte had been wounded on the 8th when 200 Germans, presenting themselves to surrender, treacherously fired upon him. Suffering greatly, he nonetheless went on directing the defense until his officers met together in a kind of council of war and had him taken away in an ambulance. The unfortunate man was seized by a fever and became delirious. Boncelles was bombarded unceasingly for a whole day and the following morning. It was nearly destroyed and may be considered as the fort which was the center of the worst carnage of German soldiers. The enormous heaps of dead buried around it bear witness to the fact. Liers was put out of action by guns installed at St. Walburg. To get the better of the obstinate resistance of Fleron, Commandant Mosin, the Germans united 20 guns by an electric battery and fired them all off at the same time upon the fort, which trembled in its massive foundations. No one can have an idea of how demoralizing this rain of projectiles was. On the 15th, Longines and Lantin fell, the defenders firing until they were overcome by asphyxia. On the 16th, it was the turn of Flamel, and on the 18th of Holon. We know that it was at Longines, which dominated the roads of La Hesbaye, where General Lehman was shut up. Commandant Naessens and Lieutenant Monard had the honor of defending the fort under the general's eyes. Electrified by the presence of the governor of the fortress, the soldiers of Longines wrote with their blood the most heroic page of the heroic Defense of Liege. Commandant Naessens modestly narrated the story when he had been wounded and transported to the military hospital of St. Laurent. General Lehmann has also resumed the different phases of the attack while a prisoner at Magdeburg. We will listen to his clear and crisp recital. He distinguishes 4 periods during the bombardment. The first commenced on August 14th at 4:15 p.m. The shell fire, directed with great exactitude, lasted 2 hours without interruption. After a break of half an hour, some 21-centimeter guns opened fire. All night, at intervals of 10 minutes, they rained shells upon the fort, causing it considerable damage. The escarpment was damaged, the protecting walls of the left flank battery destroyed, and the shutters of the windows pierced. Another unfavorable circumstance was that all the places of the escarpment where shelter could be obtained were full of smoke from the shells which had burst either in the protecting wall or in the ditches. The deleterious gases rendered it impossible to stand in the covered places and forced the general to assemble the garrison in the interior and in the gallery. Even in these refuges, the stupefying effects of the gases allowed themselves to be felt and weakened the fighting value of the garrison. The third period of bombardment began on the 15th at 5:30 a.m. and continued until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The projectiles caused fearful havoc. The vault of the commanding post, where General Lehmann was present with his 2 adjutants, was subjected to furious shocks, and the fort trembled to its foundations. Towards 2 o'clock, a lull occurred in the firing, and the general took advantage of it to inspect the fort. He found part of it completely in ruins. The fourth period is described as follows, quote, "It was 2 o'clock when the bombardment recommenced with a violence of which no idea can be given. It seemed to us as if the German batteries were firing salvos. When the large shells fell, we heard the hissing of the air, which gradually increased into a roar like a furious hurricane, and which finished by a sudden noise of thunder. At a certain moment of this formidable bombardment, I wished to reach the commanding post in order to see what was happening, but at the end of a few paces in the gallery, I was knocked down by a shock of violent air and fell face forward. I got up and wished to continue my way, but I was held back by a current of poisonous air which invaded the whole space. It was a mixture of the gas from the exploded powder and of the smoke of a fire which had started in the rooms of the troops where furniture and bedding were kept. We were thus driven back to the place whence we had come, but the air had become unbreathable. We were near to being asphyxiated when my adjutant, Major Collard, had the idea of taking off the top of the shutter, which gave us a little air. I was, however, obsessed by the idea of placing part of the garrison in safety, and I told my comrade I desired to reach the counter escarpment. I managed to pass the gap and reach the ditch, which I crossed. What was my amazement when I perceived that the fort was blown up, and that the front was strewn with ruins, forming a quay reaching from the escarpment to the counter escarpment. Some soldiers were running to and fro upon it. I took them for Belgian gendarmes and called to them, but I was being suffocated. Giddiness seized upon me, and I fell to the ground. When I came to, I found myself in the midst of my comrades, who tried to come to my aid. Among them was a German major, who gave me a glass of water to drink. As I learnt afterwards, it was then about 6:30 p.m. I was placed in an ambulance carriage and transported to Liege. I was taken, but I had not yet surrendered." End quote. Following the capture of Liege, the German armies made rapid progress through Belgium. After several sharp engagements with Belgian troops, which resisted with heroic tenacity, the Germans on August 19th took Louvain, and then began the deliberate system of atrocities which horrified the civilized world. The most valuable parts of the city, including many beautiful and important edifices, were burned. Citizens were killed and tortured, and the utmost brutality was practiced under the excuse that German troops had been fired upon by citizens of the town. On August 17, Brussels had been abandoned by the Belgian government, which withdrew to Antwerp. The former city was surrendered without resistance. In the meantime, the French had hurried their armies to assist the Belgian forces and, joined by the available troops of the English Expeditionary Force, They encountered the Germans at Charleroi. On August 23rd, the great fortress of Namur was surrendered under the fire of the heavy German artillery, and on the following day, the Allied armies were defeated at Charleroi and began the great retreat toward Paris, which was to continue to the banks of the Marne. The French armies were under the command of General Joffre, while Sir John French commanded the British Expeditionary Force. In the following narrative, General French describes the heroic performances of his gallant troops during the terrible ordeal. End of section 3. Section 4 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Great Retreat, Sir John French. The transport of the troops from England, both by sea and by rail, was effected in the best order and without a check. Each unit arrived at its destination in this country well within the scheduled time. The concentration was practically complete on the evening of Friday, September 21st, and I was able to make dispositions to move the force during Saturday, the 22nd, to positions I considered most favorable from which to commence operations which the French Commander-in-Chief, General Joffre, requested me to undertake in pursuance of his plans in prosecution of the campaign. The line taken up extended along the line of the canal from Condé on the west through Mons and Binche on the east. This line was taken up as follows. From Condé to Mons, inclusive, was assigned to the 2nd Corps, and to the right of the 2nd Corps from Mons, the 1st Corps was posted. The 5th Cavalry Brigade was placed at Binche. In the absence of my 3rd Army Corps, I desired to keep the Cavalry Division as much as possible as a reserve to act on my outer flank or move in support of any threatened part of the line. The forward reconnaissance was entrusted to Brigadier General Sir Philip Chetwode with the 5th Cavalry Brigade, but I directed General Allenby to send forward a few squadrons to assist in this work. During the 22nd and 23rd, these advanced squadrons did some excellent work, some of them penetrating as far as Soignies, and several encounters took place in which our troops showed to great advantage. 2. At 6 a.m. on August 23rd, I assembled the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Corps and Cavalry Division at a point close to the position and explained the general situation of the Allies and what I understood to be General Joffre's plan. I discussed with them at some length the immediate situation in front of us. From information I received from French headquarters, I understood that little more than one, or at most two, of the enemy's army corps, with perhaps one cavalry division, were in front of my position, and I was aware of no attempted outflanking movement by the enemy. I was confirmed in this opinion by the fact that my patrols encountered no undue opposition in their reconnoitering operations. The observations of my airplanes seemed also to bear out this estimate. About 3 p.m. on Sunday, the 23rd, reports began coming in to the effect that the enemy was commencing an attack on the Mons line, apparently in some strength, but that the right of the position from Mons and Bray was being particularly threatened. The commander of the 1st Corps had pushed his flank back to some high ground south of Bray, and the 5th Cavalry Brigade evacuated Binche, moving slightly south. The enemy thereupon occupied Binche. The right of the 3rd Division, under General Hamilton, was at Mons, which formed a somewhat dangerous salient, and I directed the commander of the 2nd Corps to be careful not to keep the troops on this salient too long, but, if threatened seriously, to draw back the center behind Mons. This was done before dark. In the meantime, about 5 p.m., I received a most unexpected message from General Joffre by telegraph, telling me that at least 3 German corps, viz. A reserve corps, the 4th Corps, and the 9th Corps, were moving on my position in front, and that the 2nd Corps was engaged in a turning movement from the direction of Tournai. He also informed me that the 2 reserve French divisions and the 5th French Army on my right were retiring, the Germans having on the previous day gained possession of the passages of the Sambre between Charleroi and Namur. 3. In view of the possibility of my being driven from the Mons position, I had previously ordered a position in rear to be reconnoitered. This position rested on the fortress of Maubeuge on the right and extended west to Genlain, southeast of Valenciennes on the left. The position was reported difficult to hold because standing crops and buildings made the sighting of trenches very difficult and limited the field of fire in many important localities. It nevertheless afforded a few good artillery positions. When the news of the retirement of the French and the heavy German threatening on my front reached me, I endeavored to confirm it by airplane reconnaissance, and as a result of this, I determined to effect a retirement to the Maubeuge position at daybreak on the 24th. A certain amount of fighting continued along the whole line throughout the night, and at daybreak on the 24th, the 2nd Division from the neighborhood of Harmonies made a powerful demonstration as if to retake Binche. This was supported by the artillery of both the 1st and 2nd Divisions, while the 1st Division took up a supporting position in the neighborhood of Pézant. Under cover of this demonstration, the 2nd Corps retired on the line Dour-Quarouble-Frameries. The 3rd Division on the right of the Corps suffered considerable loss in this operation from the enemy, who had retaken Mons. The 2nd Corps halted on this line, where they partially entrenched themselves, enabling Sir Douglas Haig with the 1st Corps gradually to withdraw to the new position, and he effected this without much further loss, reaching the line Bavay-Maubeuge about 7 p.m. Toward midday, the enemy appeared to be directing his principal effort against our left. I had previously ordered General Allenby with the cavalry to act vigorously in advance of my left front and endeavor to take the pressure off. About 7:30 a.m., General Allenby received a message from Sir Charles Ferguson, commanding the 5th Division, saying that he was very hard-pressed and in urgent need of support. On receipt of this message, General Allenby drew in the cavalry and endeavored to bring direct support to the 5th Division. During the course of this operation, General Delisle of the 2nd Cavalry Brigade thought he saw a good opportunity to paralyze the further advance of the enemy's infantry by making a mounted attack on his flank. He formed up and advanced for this purpose, but was held up by wire about 500 yards from his objective, and the 9th Lancers and the 18th Hussars suffered severely in the retirement of the brigade. The 19th Infantry Brigade, which had been guarding the line of communications, was brought up by rail to Valenciennes on the 22nd and 23rd. On the morning of the 24th, they were moved out to a position south of Quarouble to support the left flank of the 2nd Corps. With the assistance of the cavalry, Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien was enabled to effect his retreat to a new position. Although having 2 corps of the enemy on his front and one threatening his flank, he suffered great losses in doing so. At nightfall, the position was occupied by the 2nd Corps to the west of Bavay, the 1st Corps to the right. The right was protected by the fortress of Maubeuge, the left by the 19th Brigade in position between Genlain and Brie, and the cavalry on the outer flank. 4. The French were still retiring, and I had no support except such as was afforded by the fortress of Maubeuge, and the determined attempts of the enemy to get round my left flank assured me that it was his intention to hem me against that place and surround me. I felt that not a moment must be lost in retiring to another position. I had every reason to believe that the enemy's forces were somewhat exhausted, and I knew that they had suffered heavy losses. I hoped, therefore, that his pursuit would not be too vigorous to prevent me effecting my object. The operation, however, was full of danger and difficulty, not only owing to the very superior force in my front, but also to the exhaustion of the troops. The retirement was recommenced in the early morning of the 25th to a position in the neighborhood of Le Cateau, and rear guards were ordered to be clear of the Maubeuge-Bavay-Eth road by 5:30 a.m. 2 cavalry brigades, with the divisional cavalry of the 2nd Corps, covered the movement of the 2nd Corps. The remainder of the cavalry division, with the 19th Brigade, the whole under the command of General Allenby, covered the west flank. The 4th Division commenced its detrainment at Le Cateau on Sunday the 23rd, and by the morning of the 25th, 11 battalions and a brigade of artillery with divisional staff were available for service. I ordered General Snow to move out to take up a position with his right south of Solesmes, his left resting on the Cambrai-Le Cateau road south of La Chaprie. In this position, the division rendered great help to the effective retirement of the 2nd and 1st Corps to the new position. Although the troops had been ordered to occupy the Cambrai-Le Cateau-Landrecies position, and the ground had, during the 25th, been partially prepared and entrenched, I had grave doubts, owing to the information I had received as to the accumulating strength of the enemy against me, as to the wisdom of standing there to fight. Having regard to the continued retirement of the French on my right, my exposed left flank, the tendency of the enemy's Western Corps, too, to envelop me, and more than all, the exhausted condition of the troops, I determined to make a great effort to continue the retreat till I could put some substantial obstacle, such as the Somme or the Oise, between my troops and the enemy, and afford the former some opportunity of rest and reorganization. Orders were, therefore, sent to the corps commanders to continue their retreat as soon as they possibly could toward the general line Vermont, Saint-Quentin, Ribemont. The cavalry, under General Allenby, were ordered to cover the retirement. Throughout the 25th and far into the evening, the 1st Corps continued its march on Landrecies, following the road along the eastern border of the Forêt de Mormal, and arrived at Landrecies about 10 o'clock. I had intended that the corps should come further west so as to fill up the gap between La Cateau and Landrecies, but the men were exhausted and could not get further in without rest. The enemy, however, would not allow them this rest, and about 9:30 p.m. a report was received that the 4th Guards Brigade in Landrecies was heavily attacked by troops of the 9th German Army Corps, who were coming through the forest on the north of the town. This brigade fought most gallantly and caused the enemy to suffer tremendous loss in issuing from the forest into the narrow streets of the town. This loss has been estimated from reliable sources at from 700 to 1,000. At the same time, information reached me from Sir Douglas Haig that his 1st Division was also heavily engaged south and east of Maroilles. I sent urgent messages to the commander of the 2 French reserve divisions on my right to come up to the assistance of the 1st Corps, which they eventually did. Partly owing to this assistance, but mainly to the skillful manner in which Sir Douglas Haig extricated his corps from an exceptionally difficult position in the darkness of the night, they were able at dawn to resume their march south toward Vassigny-en-Guise. By about 6 p.m., the 2nd Corps had got into position with their right on Le Cateau, their left in the neighborhood of Caudry, and the line of defense was continued thence by the 4th Division toward Serenvillers, the left being thrown back. During the fighting on the 24th and 25th, the cavalry became a good deal scattered, but by the early morning of the 26th, General Allenby had succeeded in concentrating 2 brigades to the south of Cambrai. The 4th Division was placed under the orders of the general officer commanding the 2nd Army Corps. On the 24th, the French Cavalry Corps, consisting of 3 divisions under General Sordet, had been in billets north of Avesnes. On my way back from Bavay, which was my poste de commandement during the fighting of the 23rd and 24th, I visited General Sordet and earnestly requested his cooperation and support. He promised to obtain sanction from his army commander to act on my left flank, but said that his horses were too tired to move before the next day. Although he rendered me valuable assistance later on in the course of the retirement, he was unable, for the reasons given, to afford me any support on the most critical day of all, viz. the 26th. At daybreak, it became apparent that the enemy was throwing the bulk of his strength against the left of the position occupied by the 2nd Corps and the 4th Division. At this time, the guns of 4 German Army Corps were in position against them, and Sir Horace Smith-Dorrien reported to me that he judged it impossible to continue his retirement at daybreak as ordered, in face of such an attack. I sent him orders to use his utmost endeavors to break off the action and retire at the earliest possible moment, as it was impossible for me to send him any support, the First Corps being at the moment incapable of movement. The French Cavalry Corps, under General Sordet, was coming up on our left rear early in the morning, and I sent an urgent message to him to do his utmost to come up and support the retirement of my left flank. But owing to the fatigue of his horses, he found himself unable to intervene in any way. There had been no time to entrench the position properly, but the troops showed a magnificent front to the terrible fire which confronted them. The artillery, although outmatched by at least 4-1, made a splendid fight and inflicted heavy losses on their opponents. At length it became apparent that, if complete annihilation was to be avoided, a retirement must be attempted, and the order was given to commence it about 3:30 p.m. The movement was covered with the most devoted intrepidity and determination by the artillery, which had itself suffered heavily, and the fine work done by the cavalry in the further retreat from the position assisted materially in the final completion of this most difficult and dangerous operation. Fortunately, the enemy had himself suffered too heavily to engage in an energetic pursuit. I cannot close the brief account of this glorious stand of the British troops without putting on record my deep appreciation of the valuable services rendered by General Sir Horace Smith Dorrien. I say without hesitation that the saving of the left wing of the army under my command on the morning of the 26th August could never have been accomplished unless a commander of rare and unusual coolness, intrepidity, and determination had been present to personally conduct the operation. The retreat was continued far into the night of the 26th and through the 27th and 28th, on which date the troops halted on the line Noyon, Chauny, La Fère, having then thrown off the weight of the enemy's pursuit. On the 27th and 28th August, I was much indebted to General Sordet and the French Cavalry Division, which he commands, for materially assisting my retirement and successfully driving back some of the enemy on Cambrai. General Damade also, with the 61st and 62nd French Reserve Divisions, moved down from the neighborhood of Arras on the enemy's right flank and took much pressure off the rear of the British forces located there. This closes the period covering the heavy fighting, which commenced at Mons on Sunday afternoon, 23rd August, and which really constituted a 4 days battle. At this point, therefore, I propose to close the present dispatch. I deeply deplore the very serious losses which the British forces have suffered in this great battle, but they were inevitable in view of the fact that the British Army, only 2 days after a concentration by rail, was called upon to withstand a vigorous attack of 5 German army corps. It is impossible for me to speak too highly of the skill evinced by the 2 general officers commanding army corps, the self-sacrificing and devoted exertions of their staffs, the direction of the troops by divisional, brigade, and regimental leaders, the command of the smaller units by their officers, and the magnificent fighting spirit displayed by non-commissioned officers and men. I wish particularly to bring to your lordship's notice the admirable work done by the Royal Flying Corps under Sir David Henderson. Their skill, energy, and perseverance have been beyond all praise. They have furnished me with the most complete and accurate information, which has been of incalculable value in the conduct of the operations. Fired at constantly both by friend and foe, and not hesitating to fly in every kind of weather, they have remained undaunted throughout. Further, by actually fighting in the air, they have succeeded in destroying 5 of the enemy's machines. I wish to acknowledge with deep gratitude the incalculable assistance I received from the general and personal staffs at headquarters during this trying period. Lieutenant General Sir Archibald Murray, Chief of the General Staff, Major General Wilson, Sub-Chief of the General Staff, and all under them have worked day and night unceasingly with the utmost skill, self-sacrifice, and devotion, and the same acknowledgment is due by me to Brigadier General Honorable W. Lambton, my military secretary, and the personal staff. In such operations as I have described, the work of the Quartermaster General is of an extremely onerous nature. Major General Sir William Robertson has met what appeared to be almost insuperable difficulties with his characteristic energy, skill, and determination, and it is largely owing to his exertions that the hardships and sufferings of the troops, inseparable from such operations, were not much greater. Major General Sir Neville Macready, the Adjutant General, has also been confronted with most onerous and difficult tasks in connection with disciplinary arrangements and the preparation of casualty lists. He has been indefatigable in his exertions to meet the difficult situations which arose. End of section 4. Section 5 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Battle of the Marne, Sir John French. 17th September 1914. My Lord, in continuation of my dispatch of September 7th, I have the honor to report the further progress of the operations of the forces under my command from August 28th. On that evening, the retirement of the force was followed closely by two of the enemy's cavalry columns moving southeast from St. Quentin. The retreat in this part of the field was being covered by the 3rd and 5th Cavalry Brigades. South of the Somme, General Gough, with the 3rd Cavalry Brigade, threw back the Uhlans of the Guard with considerable loss. General Chetwode, with the 5th Cavalry Brigade, encountered the eastern column near Cerisy, moving south. The brigade attacked and routed the column, the leading German regiment suffering very severe casualties and being almost broken up. The 7th French Army Corps was now in course of being railed up from the south to the east of Amiens. On the 29th, it nearly completed its detrainment, and the French 6th Army got into position on my left, its right resting on Roye. The 5th French Army was behind the line of the Oise, between La Fère and Guise. The pursuit of the enemy was very vigorous. Some 5 or 6 German corps were on the Somme, facing the 5th Army on the Oise. At least 2 corps were advancing toward my front and were crossing the Somme east and west of Ham. 3 or 4 more German corps were opposing the 6th French Army on my left. This was the situation at 1 o'clock on the 29th, when I received a visit from General Joffre at my headquarters. I strongly represented my position to the French commander-in-chief, who was most kind, cordial, and sympathetic, as he has always been. He told me that he had directed the 5th French Army on the Oise to move forward and attack the Germans on the Somme, with a view to checking pursuit. He also told me of the formation of the 6th French Army on my left flank, composed of the 7th Army Corps, 4 reserve divisions, and Sourdet's Corps of Cavalry. I finally arranged with General Joffre to effect a further short retirement toward the line Compiègne-Soissons, promising him, however, to do my utmost to keep always within a day's march of him. In pursuance of this arrangement, the British forces retired to a position a few miles north of the line Compiègne-Soissons on the 29th. The right flank of the German army was now reaching a point which appeared seriously to endanger my line of communications with Havre. I had already evacuated Amiens, into which place a German reserve division was reported to have moved. Orders were given to change the base to Saint-Nazaire and establish an advance base at Le Mans. This operation was well carried out by the Inspector General of Communications. In spite of a severe defeat inflicted upon the Guard 10th and Guard Reserve Corps of the German Army by the 1st and 3rd French Corps on the right of the 5th Army, it was not part of General Joffre's plan to pursue this advantage, and a general retirement to the line of the Marne was ordered, to which the French forces in the more eastern theater were directed to conform. A new army, the 9th, had been formed from 3 corps in the south by General Joffre and moved into the space between the right of the 5th and left of the 4th armies. while closely adhering to his strategic conception to draw the enemy on at all points until a favorable situation was created from which to assume the offensive, General Joffre found it necessary to modify from day to day the methods by which he sought to attain this object, owing to the development of the enemy's plans and changes in the general situation. In conformity with the movements of the French forces, my retirement continued practically from day to day. Although we were not severely pressed by the enemy, rearguard actions took place continually. On the 1st September, when retiring from the thickly wooded country to the south of Compiègne, the 1st Cavalry Brigade was overtaken by some German cavalry. They momentarily lost a horse artillery battery, and several officers and men were killed and wounded. With the help, however, of some detachments from the 3rd Corps operating on their left, they not only recovered their own guns, but succeeded in capturing 12 of the enemy's. Similarly, to the eastward, the 1st Corps, retiring south, also got into some very difficult forest country, and a somewhat severe rearguard action ensued at Villers-Cotterets, in which the 4th Guards Brigade suffered considerably. On September 3rd, the British forces were in position south of the Marne between Lagny and Signy-Signetz. Up to this time, I had been requested by General Joffre to defend the passages of the river as long as possible and to blow up the bridges in my front. After I had made the necessary dispositions and the destruction of the bridges had been effected, I was asked by the French commander-in-chief to continue my retirement to a point some 12 miles in rear of the position I then occupied, with a view to taking up a second position behind the Seine. This retirement was duly carried out. In the meantime, the enemy had thrown bridges and crossed the Marne in considerable force, and was threatening the Allies all along the line of the British forces and the 5th and 9th French armies. Consequently, several small outpost actions took place. On Saturday, September 5th, I met the French commander-in-chief at his request, and he informed me of his intention to take the offensive forthwith, as he considered conditions very favorable to success. General Joffre announced to me his intention of wheeling up the left flank of the 6th Army, pivoting on the Marne and directing it to move on the Ourcq, cross and attack the flank of the 1st German Army, which was then moving in a southeasterly direction east of that river. He requested me to effect a change of front to my right, my left resting on the Marne and my right on the 5th Army, to fill the gap between that army and the 6th. I was then to advance against the enemy in my front and join in the general offensive movement. These combined movements practically commenced on Sunday, September 6th at sunrise, and on that day it may be said that a great battle opened on a front extending from Ermenonville, which was just in front of the left flank of the 6th French Army, through Lizy on the Marne, Maupertuis, which was about the British center, Courticon, which was on the left of the 5th French Army, to Esternay and Charleville, the left of the 9th Army under General Foch, and so along the front of the 9th, 4th, and 3rd French armies to a point north of the fortress of Verdun. This battle, insofar as the 6th French Army, the British Army, the 5th French Army, and the 9th French Army were concerned, may be said to have concluded on the evening of September 10th, by which time the Germans had been driven back to the line Soissons-Reims, with the loss of thousands of prisoners, many guns, and enormous masses of transport. About September 3rd, the enemy appears to have changed his plans and to have determined to stop his advance south direct upon Paris, for on September 4th, air reconnaissances showed that his main columns were moving in a southeasterly direction, generally east of a line drawn through Nantil and Lizy on the Ourcq. On September 5th, several of these columns were observed to have crossed the Marne, while German troops, which were observed moving southeast up the left flank of the Ourcq on the 4th, were now reported to be halted and facing that river. Heads of the enemy's columns were seen crossing at Changy, La Ferte, Nogent, Chateau-Thierry, and Mézy. Considerable German columns of all arms were seen to be converging on Montmirail, while before sunset, large bivouacs of the enemy were located in the neighborhood of Coulommiers, south of Rebais, La Ferté-Gaucher, and Dagny. I should conceive it to have been about noon on September 6th, after the British forces had changed their front to the right and occupied the line Jouy-le-Châtel, Fermoty, Villeneuve-le-Comte, and the advance of the 6th French Army north of the Marne toward the Ourcq became apparent, that the enemy realized the powerful threat that was being made against the flank of his columns moving southeast, and began the great retreat, which opened the battle above referred to. On the evening of September 6th, therefore, the fronts and positions of the Allied army were roughly as follows. 6th French Army, right on the Marne at Meaux, left towards Betz. British forces on the line Dagny, Coulommiers, Maison. 5th French Army at Cordegon, right on Esternay. Conneau's Cavalry Corps, between the right of the British and the left of the French 5th Army. The position of the German army was as follows. 4th Reserve and 2nd Corps, east of the Ourcq and facing that river. 9th Cavalry Division, west of Crécy. 2nd Cavalry Division, north of Coulommiers. 4th Corps, Rebais. 3rd and 7th Corps, southwest of Montmirail. All these troops constituted the 1st German Army, which was directed against the French 6th Army on the Ourcq, and the British forces on the left of the 5th French Army south of the Marne. The 2nd German Army, 9th, 10th, XR, and Guard, was moving against the center and right of the 5th French Army and the 9th French Army. On September 7th, both the 5th and 6th French armies were heavily engaged on our flank. The 2nd and 4th Reserve German Corps on the Ourcq vigorously opposed the advance of the French toward that river, but did not prevent the 6th Army from gaining some headway, the Germans themselves suffering serious losses. The French 5th Army threw the enemy back to the line of the Petit Morin River after inflicting severe losses upon them, especially about Montcaux, which was carried at the point of the bayonet. The enemy retreated before our advance, covered by his 2nd and 9th and Guard cavalry divisions, which suffered severely. Our cavalry acted with great vigor, especially General Delisle's brigade with the 9th Lancers and 18th Hussars. On September 8th, the enemy continued his retreat northward, and our army was successfully engaged during the day with strong rear guards of all arms on the Petit Morin River, thereby materially assisting the progress of the French armies on our right and left, against whom the enemy was making his greatest efforts. On both sides, the enemy was thrown back with very heavy loss. The 1st Army Corps encountered stubborn resistance at La Trottoir, north of Rebais. The enemy occupied a strong position with infantry and guns on the northern bank of the Petit Morin River. They were dislodged with considerable loss. Several machine guns and many prisoners were captured, and upward of 200 German dead were left on the ground. The forcing of the Petit Morin at this point was much assisted by the cavalry in the 1st Division, which crossed higher up the stream. Later in the day, a counterattack by the enemy was well repulsed by the 1st Army Corps, a great many prisoners and some guns again falling into our hands. On this day, September 8th, the 2nd Army Corps encountered considerable opposition, but drove back the enemy at all points with great loss, making considerable captures. The 3rd Army Corps also drove back considerable bodies of the enemy's infantry and made some captures. On September 9th, the 1st and 2nd Army Corps forced the passage of the Marne and advanced some miles to the north of it. The 3rd Corps encountered considerable opposition, as the bridge at La Ferté was destroyed, and the enemy held the town on the opposite bank in some strength, and thence persistently obstructed the construction of a bridge, so the passage was not effected until after nightfall. During the day's pursuit, the enemy suffered heavy loss in killed and wounded. Some hundreds of prisoners fell into our hands, and a battery of 8 machine guns was captured by the 2nd Division. On this day, the 6th French Army was heavily engaged west of the River Ourcq. The enemy had largely increased his force, opposing them, and very heavy fighting ensued, in which the French were successful throughout. The left of the 5th French Army reached the neighborhood of Chateau Thierry after the most severe fighting, having driven the enemy completely north of the river with great loss. The fighting of this army in the neighborhood of Montmirail was very severe. The advance was resumed at daybreak on the 10th up to the line of the Ourcq, opposed by strong rear guards of all arms. The 1st and 2nd Corps, assisted by the cavalry divisions on the right, the 3rd and 5th Cavalry Brigades on the left, drove the enemy northward. 13 guns, 7 machine guns, about 2,000 prisoners, and quantities of transport fell into our hands. The enemy left many dead on the field. On this day, the French 5th and 6th Armies had little opposition. As the 1st and 2nd German armies were now in full retreat, this evening marks the end of the battle, which practically commenced on the morning of the 6th inst., and it is at this point in the operations that I am concluding the present dispatch. In concluding this dispatch, I must call your lordship's special attention to the fact that from Sunday, August 23rd, up to the present date, September 17, from Mons back almost to the Seine, and from the Seine to the Aisne, the army under my command has been ceaselessly engaged without one single day's halt or rest of any kind. In the narratives preceding, we have seen how the English forces conducted themselves during the Great Retreat and at the Marne. It must be remembered, however, that they comprised but a small proportion of the armies opposing the Germans. The French bore the brunt of the attack, and a French army turned the tide of battle. Beginning with the first days of September, all other military events were overshadowed by the Great Retreat. On September 1st, the Germans, in spite of French and British resistance, had reached Senlis. On September 4th, Amiens was captured, and 2 days later the German army entered Reims. In the following narrative is shown, through the official records, how the French armies bore themselves during the Great Retreat, the first battle of the Marne, and in the fighting which marked the hurried return of the German armies to the banks of the Aisne, which they had, with true foresight, fortified with such a possible situation in mind. End of section 5. Section 6 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. How the French Fought, the French Official Account. The first month of the campaign began with successes and finished with defeats for the French troops. Under what circumstances did these come about? Our plan of concentration had foreseen the possibility of 2 principal actions, one on the right between the Vosges and the Moselle, the other on the left to the north of Verdun-Toul line, this double possibility involving the eventual variation of our transport. On August 2nd, owing to the Germans passing through Belgium, our concentration was substantially modified by General Joffre in order that our principal effort might be directed to the north. From the first week in August, it was apparent that the length of time required for the British Army to begin to move would delay our action in connection with it. This delay is one of the reasons which explain our failures at the end of August. Awaiting the moment when the operations in the north could begin, and to prepare for it by retaining in Alsace the greatest possible number of German forces, the General-in-Chief ordered our troops to occupy Mulhausen, to cut the bridges of the Rhine at Huning and below, and then to flank the attack of our troops operating in Lorraine. This operation was badly carried out by a leader who was at once relieved of his command. Our troops, after having carried Mulhouse, lost it and were thrown back on Belfort. The work had, therefore, to be recommenced afresh, and this was done from August 14 under a new command. Mulhouse was taken on the 19th, after a brilliant fight at Dornach. 24 guns were captured from the enemy. On the 20th, we held the approaches to Colmar, both by the plain and by the Vosges. The enemy had undergone enormous losses and abandoned great stores of shells and forage, but from this moment what was happening in Lorraine and on our left prevented us from carrying our successes further, for our troops in Alsace were needed elsewhere. On August 28, the Alsace army was broken up, only a small part remaining to hold the region of Thann in the Vosges. The purpose of the operations in Alsace was, namely, to retain a large part of the enemy's forces far from the northern theater of operations. It was for our offensive in Lorraine to pursue still more directly by holding before it the German Army Corps operating to the south of Metz. This offensive began brilliantly on August 14. On the 19th, we had reached the region of Saarburg and that of the Étangs lakes, and we held Dues, Morhange, Delme, and Château-Salins. On the 20th, our success was stopped. The cause is to be found in the strong organization of the region and the power of the enemy's artillery operating over ground which had been minutely surveyed, and finally in the default of certain units. On the 22nd, in spite of the splendid behavior of several of our army corps, notably that of Nancy, our troops were brought back onto the Grand Couronne, while on the 23rd and 24th the Germans concentrated reinforcements, 3 army corps at least, in the region of Luneville, and forced us to retire to the south. This retreat, however, was only momentary. On the 25th, after 2 vigorous counterattacks, one from south to north and the other from west to east, the enemy had to fall back. From that time, a sort of balance was established on this terrain between the Germans and ourselves. Maintained for 15 days, it was afterward, as will be seen, modified to our advantage. There remained the principal business, the Battle of the North, postponed owing to the necessity of waiting for the British Army. On August 20th, the concentration of our lines was finished, and the General-in-Chief gave orders for our center and our left to take the offensive. Our center comprised 2 armies. Our left consisted of a 3rd army, reinforced to the extent of 2 army corps, a corps of cavalry, the reserve divisions, the British Army, and the Belgian Army, which had already been engaged for the previous 3 weeks at Liege, Namur, and Louvain. The German plan on that date was as follows. From 7 to 8 army corps and 4 cavalry divisions were endeavoring to pass between Givet and Brussels, and even to prolong their movements more to the west. Our object was, therefore, in the first place, to hold and dispose of the enemy's center, and afterward to throw ourselves with all available forces on the left flank of the German grouping of troops in the north. On August 21st, our offensive in the center began with 10 army corps. On August 22nd, it failed, and this reverse appeared serious. The reasons for it are complex. There were in this affair individual and collective failures, imprudences committed under the fire of the enemy, divisions ill engaged, rash deployments, precipitate retreats, a premature waste of men, and finally, the inadequacy of certain of our troops and their leaders, both as regards the use of infantry and artillery. In consequence of these lapses, the enemy, turning to account the difficult terrain, was able to secure the maximum of profit from the advantages which the superiority of his subaltern complements gave him. In spite of this defeat, our maneuver had still a chance of success, if our left and the British Army obtained a decisive result. This was unfortunately not the case. On August 22nd, at the cost of great losses, the enemy succeeded in crossing the Sambre, and our left army fell back on the 24th upon Beaumont-Givet, being perturbed by the belief that the enemy was threatening its right. On the same day, the 24th, the British Army fell back after a German attack upon the Maubeuge-Valenciennes line. On the 25th and 26th, its retreat became more hurried. After Landrecies and Le Cateau, it fell back southward by forced marches. It could not from this time keep its hold until after crossing the Marne. The rapid retreat of the English, coinciding with a defeat sustained in Belgian Luxembourg, allowed the enemy to cross the Meuse and to accelerate, by fortifying it, the action of his right. The situation at this moment may be thus summed up. Either our frontier had to be defended on the spot under conditions which the British retreat rendered extremely perilous, or we had to execute a strategic retirement which, while delivering up to the enemy a part of the national soil, would permit us, on the other hand, to resume the offensive at our own time with a favorable disposition of troops still intact, which we had at our command. The General-in-Chief determined on the second alternative. Henceforward, the French command devoted its efforts to preparing the offensive. To this end, 3 conditions had to be fulfilled. 1. The retreat had to be carried out in order under a succession of counterattacks, which would keep the enemy busy. 2. The extreme point of this retreat must be fixed in such a way that the different armies should reach it simultaneously, ready at the moment of occupying it to resume the offensive altogether. 3. Every circumstance permitting of a resumption of the offensive before this point should be reached must be utilized by the whole of our forces and the British forces. The counterattacks executed during the retreat were brilliant and often fruitful. On August 20th, we successfully attacked St. Quentin to disengage the British Army. 2 other corps and a reserve division engaged the Prussian Guard and the 10th German Army Corps, which was debouching from Guise. By the end of the day, after various fluctuations, the enemy was thrown back on the Oise and the British front was freed. On August 27th, we had also succeeded in throwing back upon the Meuse the enemy, who was endeavoring to gain a foothold on the left bank. Our successes continued on the 28th in the woods of Marfy and of Jaulnay. Thanks to them, we were able, in accordance with the orders of the General-in-Chief, to fall back on the Buzancy-les-Chênes-Bouvelmont line. Further to the right, another army took part in the same movement and carried out successful attacks on August 25th on the Othane and in the region of Spincourt. On the 26th, these different units recrossed the Meuse without being disturbed and were able to join in the action of our center. Our armies were, therefore, again intact and available for the offensive. On August 26th, a new army composed of 2 army corps, 5 reserve divisions, and a Moorish brigade was constituted. This army was to assemble in the region of Amiens between August 27 and September 1st and take the offensive against the German right, uniting its action with that of the British Army operating on the line of Ham-Bray-sur-Somme. The hope of resuming the offensive was from this moment rendered vain by the rapidity of the march of the German right wing. This rapidity had 2 consequences, which we had to parry before thinking of advancing. On the one hand, our new army had not time to complete its detraining, and on the other hand, the British Army, forced back further by the enemy, uncovered on August 31st our left flank. Our line, thus modified, contained waves which had to be redressed before we could pass to the offensive. To understand this, it is sufficient to consider the situation created by the quick advance of the enemy on the evening of September 2nd. A corps of cavalry had crossed the Oise and advanced as far as Chateau Thierry. The First Army, General von Kluck, comprising 4 active army corps and a reserve corps, had passed Compiègne. The Second Army, General von Bülow, with 3 active army corps and 2 reserve corps, was reaching the Laon region. The Third Army, General von Hausen, with 2 active army corps and a reserve corps, had crossed the Aisne between the Chateau Porcien and Attigny. More to the east, the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Armies, namely 12 army corps, 4 reserve corps, and numerous ersatz formations, were in contact with our troops, the 4th and 5th Armies between Vouziers and Verdun, and the others in the positions which have been indicated above, from Verdun to the Vosges. It will therefore be seen that our left, if we accepted battle, might be in great peril through the British forces in the new French army, operating more to the westward, having given way. A defeat in these conditions would have cut off our armies from Paris and from the British forces, and at the same time from the new army which had been constituted to the left of the English. We should thus be running the risk of losing by a single stroke the advantage of the assistance which Russia later on was to furnish. General Joffre chose resolutely for the solution which disposed of these risks, that is to say, for postponing the offensive and the continuance of the retreat. In this way, he remained on ground which he had chosen. He waited only until he could engage in better conditions. In consequence, on September 1st, he fixed as an extreme limit for the movement of retreat which was still going on, the line of Bray-sur-Seine, Nogent-sur-Seine, Arcis-sur-Aube, Vitry-le-François, and the region to the north of Bar-le-Duc. This line might be reached if the troops were compelled to go back so far. They would attack before reaching it as soon as there was a possibility of bringing about an offensive disposition, permitting the cooperation of the whole of our forces. On September 5, it appeared that this desired situation existed. The First German Army, carrying audacity to temerity, had continued its endeavor to envelop our left, had crossed the Grand Morin, and reached the region of Chauffry to the north of Rebais and of Esternay. It aimed then at cutting our armies off from Paris in order to begin the investment of the capital. The Second Army had its head on the line Champaubert, Étauges, Bergerac, and Vertus. The Third and Fourth Armies reached to Chalons-sur-Marne and Bussy-les-Repos. The Fifth Army was advancing on one side and the other from the Argonne as far as Triaucourt, Les Islets, and Juivecourt. The Sixth and Seventh Armies were attacking more to the east. But, and here is a capital difference between the situation of September 5th and that of September 2nd, the envelopment of our left was no longer possible. In the first place, our left army had been able to occupy the line of Cézanne, Villers St. George, and Courchamps. Furthermore, the British forces gathered between the Seine and the Marne, flanked on their left by the newly created army, were closely connected with the rest of our forces. This was precisely the disposition which the General-in-Chief had wished to see achieved. On the 4th, he decided to take advantage of it and ordered all the armies to hold themselves ready. He had taken from his right 2 new army corps, 2 divisions of infantry, and 2 divisions of cavalry, which were distributed between his left and his center. On the evening of the 5th, he addressed to all the commanders of armies a message ordering them to attack. Quote, "The hour has come," he wrote, "to advance at all costs and to die where you stand rather than give way." End quote. If one examines on the map the respective positions of the German and French armies on September 6th, as previously described, it will be seen that by his inflection toward Meaux and Coulommiers, General von Kluck was exposing his right to the offensive action of our left. This is the starting point of the victory of the Marne. On the evening of September 5th, our left army had reached the front Penchard-Saint-Soufflé-Vert. On the 6th and 7th, it continued its attacks vigorously with the Ourcq as objective. On the evening of the 7th, it was some kilometers from the Ourcq, on the front Chambry, Marcilly, Lisieux, Assy, and Motines. On the 8th, the Germans, who had in great haste reinforced their right by bringing their 2nd and 4th Army Corps back to the north, obtained some successes by attacks of extreme violence. They occupied Betz, Thury and Valois, and Nantou-le-Houdon. But in spite of this pressure, our troops held their ground well. In a brilliant action, they took 3 standards and, being reinforced, prepared a new attack for the 10th. At the moment that this attack was about to begin, the enemy was already in retreat toward the north. The attack became a pursuit, and on the 12th we established ourselves on the Aisne. Why did the German forces which were confronting us and on the evening before attacking so furiously retreat on the morning of the 10th? Because in bringing back on the 6th several army corps from the south to the north to face our left, the enemy had exposed his left to the attacks of the British Army, which had immediately faced around toward the north, and to those of our armies which were prolonging the English lines to the right. This is what the French command had sought to bring about. This is what happened on September 8th and allowed the development and rehabilitation which it was to effect. On the 6th, the British Army had set out from the line Roquezit-Lagny and had that evening reached the southward bank of the Grand Morin. On the 7th and 8th, it continued its march, and on the 9th had debouched to the north of the Marne below Chateau Thierry, taking in flank the German forces which on that day were opposing on the Ourcq or left army. Then it was that these forces began to retreat, while the British Army, going in pursuit and capturing 7 guns and many prisoners, reached the Aisne between Soissons and Longueval. The role of the French army, which was operating to the right of the British army, was threefold. It had to support the British attacking on its left. It had on its right to support our center, which from September 7th had been subjected to a German attack of great violence. Finally, its mission was to throw back the 3 active army corps and the reserve corps which faced it. On the 7th, it made a leap forward, and on the following days reached and crossed the Marne, seizing, after desperate fighting, guns, howitzers, mitrailleuses, and 1,300,000 cartridges. On the 12th, it established itself on the north edge of the Montagne de Reims in contact with our center, which for its part had just forced the enemy to retreat in haste. Our center consisted of a new army created on August 29th and of one of those which at the beginning of the campaign had been engaged in Belgian Luxembourg. The first had retreated on August 29th to September 5th from the Aisne to the north of the Marne and occupied the general front Cézanne-Mély. The second, more to the east, had drawn back to the south of the line Humbeauville, Château, Beauchamp, Bignicourt, Blaismas, Maurupt, Le Montoy. The enemy, in view of his right being arrested and the defeat of his enveloping movement, made a desperate effort from the 7th to the 10th to pierce our center to the west into the east of Fère-Champenoise. On the 8th, he succeeded in forcing back the right of our new army, which retired as far as Gourage-en-Cône. On the 9th, at 6 o'clock in the morning, there was a further retreat to the south of that village, while on the left, the other army corps also had to go back to the line Alimont-Conantre. Despite this retreat, the general commanding the army ordered a general offensive for the same day. With the Morocco division, whose behavior was heroic, he met a furious assault of the Germans on his left toward the marshes of Saint-Gond. Then, with the division which had just victoriously overcome the attacks of the enemy to the north of Cézanne, and with the whole of his left army corps, he made a flanking attack in the evening of the 9th upon the German forces, and notably the Guard, which had thrown back his right army corps. The enemy, taken by surprise by this bold maneuver, did not resist and beat a hasty retreat. On the 11th, we crossed the Marne between Tours-sur-Marne and Sarry, driving the Germans in front of us in disorder. On the 12th, we were in contact with the enemy to the north of the Camp de Chalon. Our other army of the center, acting on the right of the one just referred to, had been entrusted with a mission during the 7th, 8th, and 9th of disengaging its neighbor, and it was only on the 10th that, being reinforced by an army corps from the east, it was able to make its action effectively felt. On the 11th, the Germans retired, but perceiving their danger, they fought desperately, with enormous expenditure of projectiles behind strong entrenchments. On the 12th, the result had nonetheless been attained, and our 2 center armies were solidly established on the ground gained. To the right of these 2 armies were 3 others. They had orders to cover themselves to the north and to debouch toward the west on the flank of the enemy, which was operating to the west of the Argonne, but a wide interval in which the Germans were in force separated them from our center. The attack took place, nevertheless, with very brilliant success for our artillery, which destroyed 11 batteries of the 16th German Army Corps. On the 10th inst, the 8th and 15th German Army Corps counterattacked, but were repulsed. On the 11th, our progress continued with new successes, and on the 12th, we were able to face round toward the north in expectation of the near and inevitable retreat of the enemy, which in fact took place from the 13th. The withdrawal of the mass of the German force involved also that of the left. From the 12th onward, the forces of the enemy operating between Nancy and the Vosges retreated in a hurry before our 2 armies of the east, which immediately occupied the positions that the enemy had evacuated. The offensive of our right had thus prepared and consolidated in the most useful way the result secured by our left and our center. Such was this 7 days' battle, in which more than 2 millions of men were engaged. Each army gained ground step by step, opening the road to its neighbor, supported at once by it, taking in flank the adversary which the day before it had attacked in front, the efforts of one articulating closely with those of the other, a perfect unity of intention and method animating the supreme command. To give this victory all its meaning, it is necessary to add that it was gained by troops which for 2 weeks had been retreating, and which, when the order for the offensive was given, were found to be as ardent as on the first day. It is also to be said that these troops had to meet the whole German army, and that from the time they marched forward, they never again fell back. Under their pressure, the German retreat at certain times had the appearance of a rout. In spite of the fatigue of our men, in spite of the power of the German heavy artillery, we took colors, guns, mitrailleuses, shells, more than 1 million cartridges, and thousands of prisoners. A German corps lost almost the whole of its artillery, which, from information brought by our airmen, was destroyed by our guns. After the failure of the German drive against Paris, whose capture was the first objective in the plan of campaign of the German General Staff, preparations were made to carry out the plans for the second objective, the capture of the Channel seaports and the control of the coasts. The Allied commanders were quite aware of this purpose and made plans to circumvent it. Then followed the famous race for the Channel, which is described by official French observers in the pages that follow. End of section 6. Section 7 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Race for the Channel, French official account. As early as September 11, the Commander-in-Chief had directed our left army to have as important forces as possible on the right bank of the Oise. On September 17, he made that instruction more precise by ordering, quote, a mass to be constituted on the left wing of our disposition, capable of coping with the outflanking movement of the enemy, end quote. Everything led us to expect that flanking movement, for the Germans are lacking in invention. Indeed, their effort at that time tended to a renewal of their maneuver of August. In the parallel race, the opponents were bound in the end to be stopped only by the sea. That is what happened about October 20th. The Germans had an advantage over us, which is obvious from a glance at the map, the concentric form of their front, which shortened the length of their transports. In spite of this initial inferiority, we arrived in time. From the middle of September to the last week in October, fighting went on continually to the north of the Oise, but all the time we were fighting, we were slipping northward. On the German side, this movement brought into line more than 18 new army corps, 12 active army corps, 6 reserve corps, 4 cavalry corps. On our side, it ended in the constitution of 3 fresh armies on our left and in the transport into the same district of the British Army and the Belgian Army from Antwerp. For the conception and realization of this fresh and extended disposition, the French command, in the first place, had to reduce to a minimum the needs for effectives of our armies to the east of the Oise, and afterwards to utilize to the utmost our means of transport. It succeeded in this, and when, at the end of October, the Battle of Flanders opened, when the Germans, having completed the concentration of their forces, attempted with fierce energy to turn or to pierce our left, they flung themselves upon a resistance which inflicted upon them a complete defeat. The movement began on our side only with the resources of the army which had held the left of our front during the Battle of the Marne, reinforced on September 15th by 1 army corps. This reinforcement, not being sufficient to hold the enemy's offensive, district of Vaudelincourt, Mouchy, Ogy, a fresh army was transported more to the left with a task, quote, of acting against the German right wing in order to disengage its neighbor, while preserving a flanking direction in its march in relation to the fresh units that the enemy might be able to put into line," end quote. To cover the detrainments of this fresh army in the district Clermont-Beauvais-Bois, a cavalry corps and 4 territorial divisions were ordered to establish themselves on both banks of the Somme. In the wooded hills, however, which extend between the Oise and Lusitania, the enemy displayed increasing activity. Nevertheless, the order still further to broaden the movement toward the left was maintained, while the territorial divisions were to move toward Bethune and Aubigny. The march to the sea went on. From the 21st to the 26th, all our forces were engaged in the district Lassigny-Roye-Peronne, with alternations of reverse and success. It was the first act of the great struggle, which was to spread as it went on. On the 26th, the whole of the 6th German Army was deployed against us. We retained all our positions, but we could do no more. Consequently, there was still the risk that the enemy, by means of a fresh afflux of forces, might succeed in turning us. Once more, reinforcements, 2 army corps, were directed no longer on Beauvais, but toward Amiens. The front was then again to extend. A fresh army was constituted more to the north. From September 30th onward, we could not but observe that the enemy, already strongly posted on the plateau of Thiepval, was continually slipping his forces from south to north, and everywhere confronting us with remarkable energy. Accordingly, on October 1st, 2 cavalry corps were directed to make a leap forward and, operating on both flanks of the Scarpe, to put themselves in touch with the garrison of Dunkirk, which, on its side, had pushed forward as far as Douai. But on October 2nd and 3rd, the bulk of our fresh army was very strongly attacked in the district of Arras and Lens. Confronting it were 2 corps of cavalry, the Guards, 4 active army corps, and 2 reserve corps. A fresh army corps was immediately transported and detrained in the Lille district. But once more the attacks became more pressing, and on October 4th it was a question whether, in view of the enemy's activity both west of the Oise and south of the Somme, and also further to the north, a retreat would not have to be made. General Joffre resolutely put this hypothesis aside and ordered the offensive to be resumed with the reinforcements that had arrived. It was, however, clear that, despite the efforts of all, our front, extended to the sea as it was by a mere ribbon of troops, did not possess the solidity to enable it to resist with complete safety a German attack, the violence of which could well be foreseen. In the Arras district, the position was fairly good, but between the Oise and Arras we were holding our own only with difficulty. Finally, to the north, on the Lille, Esther, Merville, Hasbrook, Castle front, our cavalry and our territorials had their work cut out against 8 divisions of German cavalry, with very strong infantry supports. It was at this moment that the transport of the British Army to the northern theater of operations began. Field Marshal French had, as early as the end of September, expressed the wish to see his army resume its initial place on the left of the Allied armies. He explained this wish on the ground of the greater facility of which his communications would have the advantage in this new position, and also of the impending arrival of 2 divisions of infantry from home and of 2 infantry divisions and a cavalry division from India, which would be able to deploy more easily on that terrain. In spite of the difficulties which such a removal involved, owing to the intensive use of the railways by our own units, General Joffre decided at the beginning of October to meet the Field Marshal's wishes and to have the British Army removed from the Aisne. It was clearly specified that on the Northern Territory the British Army should cooperate to the same end as ourselves, the stopping of the German right. In other terms, the British Army was to prolong the front of the general disposition without a break, attacking as soon as possible, and at the same time seeking touch with the Belgian army. But the detraining took longer than had been expected, and it was not possible to attack the Germans during the time when they had only cavalry in the Lille district and further to the north. There remained the Belgian army. On leaving Antwerp on October 9th, the Belgian army, which was covered by 8,000 British bluejackets and 6,000 French bluejackets, at first intended to retire as far as to the north of Calais, but afterwards determined to make a stand in Belgian territory. Unfortunately, the condition of the Belgian troops, exhausted by a struggle of more than 3 months, did not allow any immediate hopes to be based upon them. This situation weighed on our plans and delayed their execution. On the 16th, we made progress to the east of Ypres. On the 18th, our cavalry even reached Roulers and Courtmark. But it was now evident that, in view of the continual reinforcing of the German right, our left was not capable of maintaining the advantages obtained during the previous few days. To attain our end and make our front inviolable, a fresh effort was necessary. That effort was immediately made by the dispatch to the north of the Liege of considerable French forces, which formed the French Army of Belgium. The French Army of Belgium consisted, to begin with, of 2 territorial divisions, 4 divisions of cavalry, and a naval brigade. Directly after its constitution, it was strengthened by elements from other points on the front, whose arrival extended from October 27th to November 11th. These reinforcements were equivalent altogether in value to 5 army corps, a division of cavalry, a territorial division, and 16 regiments of cavalry, plus 60 pieces of heavy artillery. Thus was completed the strategic maneuver defined by the instructions of the General-in-Chief on September 11 and developed during the 5 following weeks with the ampleness we have just seen. The movements of troops carried out during this period were methodically combined with the pursuit of operations, both defensive and offensive, from the Oise to the North Sea. On October 22nd, our left, bounded 6 weeks earlier by the Noyon district, rested in Nieuport thanks to the successive deployment of 5 fresh armies, 3 French armies, the British Army, and the Belgian Army. Thus, the coordination decided upon by the General-in-Chief attained its end. The barrier was established. It remained to maintain it against the enemy's offensive. That was the object and the result of the Battle of Flanders, October 22nd to November 15. The German attack in Flanders was conducted strategically and tactically with remarkable energy. The complete and indisputable defeat in which it resulted is therefore significant. The forces of which the enemy disposed for this operation between the sea and the Liege comprised 1. The entire Fourth Army commanded by the Duke of Württemberg, consisting of 1 naval division, 1 division of Ersatz Reserve, men who had received no training before the war, which was liberated by the fall of Antwerp, the 22nd, 23rd, 26th, and 27th Reserve Corps, and the 48th Division belonging to the 24th Reserve Corps. 2. A portion of another army under General von Fabeck, consisting of the 15th Corps, 2 Bavarian corps, and 3 unspecified divisions. 3. Part of the 6th Army under the command of the Crown Prince of Bavaria. This army, more than a third of which took part in the Battle of Flanders, comprised the 19th Army Corps, portions of the 13th Corps and the 18th Reserve Corps, the 7th and 14th Corps, the 1st Bavarian Reserve Corps, the Guards, and the 4th Army Corps. 4. 4 highly mobile cavalry corps prepared and supported the action of the troops enumerated above. Everything possible had been done to fortify the morale of the troops. At the beginning of October, the Crown Prince of Bavaria, in a proclamation, had exhorted his soldiers, quote, to make the decisive effort against the French left wing, end quote, and, quote, to settle thus the fate of the great battle which has lasted for weeks, end quote. On October 28th, Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria declared in an army order that his troops, quote, had just been fighting under very difficult conditions, end quote, and he added, quote, it is our business now not to let the struggle with our most detested enemy drag on longer. The decisive blow is still to be struck, end quote. On October 30th, General von Deimling, commanding the 15th Army Corps, belonging to General von Fabeck's command, issued an order declaring that, quote, The thrust against Ypres will be of decisive importance." End quote. It should be noted also that the Emperor proceeded in person to Thielt and Courtrai to exalt by his presence the ardor of his troops. Finally, at the close of October, the entire German press incessantly proclaimed the importance of the Battle of Calais. It is superfluous to add that events in Poland explained in a large measure the passionate resolve of the German General Staff to obtain a decision in the Western theater of operations at all costs. This decision would be obtained if our left were pierced or driven in. To reach Calais, that is, to break our left, to carry Ypres, that is, to cut it in half, through both points to menace the communications and supplies of the British Expeditionary Corps, perhaps even to threaten Britain and her island. Such was the German plan in the Battle of Flanders. It was a plan that could not be executed. The enemy, who had at his disposal a considerable quantity of heavy artillery, directed his efforts at first upon the coast and the country to the north of Dixmude. His objective was manifestly the capture of Dunkirk, then of Calais and Boulogne, and this objective he pursued until November 1st. On October 23rd, the Belgians along the railway line from Nieuport to Dixmude were strengthened by a French division. Dixmude was occupied by our Marines, Fusiliers Marins. During the subsequent day, our forces along the railway developed a significant resistance against an enemy superior in number and backed by heavy artillery. On the 29th, the inundations effected between the canal and the railway line spread along our front. On the 30th, we recaptured Ramskapelle, the only point on the railway which Belgians had lost. On the 1st and 2nd of November, the enemy bombarded Furnes, but began to show signs of weariness. On the 2nd, he evacuated the ground between the Yser and the railway, abandoning cannon, dead, and wounded. On the 3rd, our troops were able to re-enter the Dixmude district. The success achieved by the enemy at Dixmude at this juncture was without fruit. They succeeded in taking the town. They could not debouch from it. The coastal attack had thus proved a total failure. Since then, it has never been renewed. The Battle of Calais, so noisily announced by the German press, amounted to a decided reverse for the Germans. The enemy had now begun an attack more important than its predecessor in view of the numbers engaged in it. This attack was intended as a renewal to the south of the effort which had just been shattered in the north. Instead of turning our flank on the coast, it was now sought to drive in the right of our northern army under the shock of powerful masses. This was the Battle of Ypres. In order to understand this long, desperate, and furious battle, we must hark back a few days in point of time. At the moment when our cavalry reached Roulers and Courtmark, October 28th, our territorial divisions from Dunkirk under General Biden had occupied and organized a defensive position at Ypres. It was a point d'appui, enabling us to prepare and maintain our connections with the Belgian army. From October 23rd, 2 British and French Army Corps were in occupation of this position, which was to be the base of their forward march in the direction of Roulers-Menin. The delays already explained and the strength of the forces brought up by the enemy soon brought to a standstill our progress along the line Pol-Capelle, Passchendaele, Zandvoort, and Gelvold. But in spite of the stoppage here, Ypres was solidly covered, and the connections of all the Allied forces were established. Against the line thus formed, the German attack was hurled from October 25th to November 13th to the north, the east, and the south of Ypres. From October 26th on, the attacks were renewed daily with extraordinary violence, obliging us to employ our reinforcements at the most threatened points as soon as they came up. Thus, on October 31st, we were obliged to send supports to the British cavalry, then to the 2 British corps between which the cavalry formed the connecting link, and finally to intercalate between these 2 corps, a force equivalent to 2 army corps. Between October 30th and November 6th, Ypres was several times in danger. The British lost Zandvoort, Gelveld, Messines, and Wittscheid. The front of the Allies, thus contracted, was all the more difficult to defend. but defended it was without a recoil. The arrival of 3 French divisions in our line enabled us to resume from the 4th to the 8th a vigorous offensive. On the 10th and 11th, this offensive, brought up against fresh and sharper German attacks, was checked. Before it could be renewed, the arrival of fresh reinforcements had to be awaited, which were dispatched to the north on November 12th. By the 14th, our troops had again begun to progress, barring the road to Ypres against the German attacks, and inflicting on the enemy, who advanced in mass formation, losses which were especially terrible in consequence of the fact that the French artillery had crowded nearly 300 guns onto these few kilometers of front. Thus, the main mass of the Germans sustained the same defeat as the detachments operating further to the north along the coast. The support which, according to the idea of the German General Staff, the attack on Ypres was to render to the coastal attack, was as futile as that attack itself had been. During the second half of November, the enemy, exhausted and having lost in the Battle of Ypres alone more than 150,000 men, did not attempt to renew his effort, but confined himself to an intermittent cannonade. We, on the contrary, achieved appreciable progress to the north and south of Ypres, and ensured definitely by a powerful defensive organization of the position the inviolability of our front. We have seen that, with the fall of Liege, the German armies swept through Belgium on their way to Paris. Brussels was abandoned as the capital, and the government moved hastily to Antwerp, where a portion of the Belgian army also gathered to defend the city. The remainder of the Belgian forces, under the leadership of their gallant king, opposed as stoutly as their numbers would permit the advance of the Germans. Battles were fought at Alost and Termonde, in which the Germans were, for the time, repulsed, but their ever-increasing reinforcements enabled them to advance despite the efforts of the Belgians to check them. Ghent was captured on September 5th, and the Belgians, in an effort to stay the German advance on Antwerp, opened the dikes and let in the waters of the North Sea. Termonde fell on September 13th, and 7 days later the German armies began the siege of Antwerp. The military authorities in command of the city had taken whatever measures were possible for defense. A body of British Marines was hurried to the beleaguered city, and preparations were made for a long siege. The Germans brought up guns of heavy caliber, with which they bombarded the city at long range. After a brave defense of 2 weeks, during which the inhabitants endured many hardships, it was plain that further resistance was useless, and the city was surrendered on October 10th. The Belgian troops in the city and many of the non-combatants escaped. The Belgian troops retreated to Ostend, which they reached on October 11 and 12, after having been greatly harassed by the pursuing Germans. On the 13th, Ostend was evacuated and was occupied by the Germans, and Bruges on the following day. The German forces now controlled the whole of Belgium, with the exception of the northwest corner, north of Ypres, to the coast of the Channel. This little slip of territory they held throughout the entire war, and at what a cost! But the heroic defense of this territory by the Belgians saved the French coast cities and prevented the Germans from breaking through the line, which extended now from the North Sea to Belgium. End of section 7. Section 8 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Last Ditch in Belgium, Arno Dosch. A little piece of the Low Countries, so small I walked across it in 2 hours, was all that remained of Belgium in the last days of October. A tidewater stream, the Yser, ebbed and flowed through the sunken fields, and there King Albert, with his remnant of an army, stopped the German military machine in its advance on Calais. If he and his 40,000 men had been crushed back 10 miles farther, they would have been fighting on French soil. The Yser was the last ditch in Belgium. The Belgians were able to hold that mere strip of land against more men and better artillery because they had determined to die there. Some of those who had not yet paid the price of death told me. They were not tragic about it. There was no display of heroics. They said it seriously, but they smiled a little, too, over their wine glasses, and the next morning they were back in the firing line. I counted on my American passport and my permit de séjour in Paris seeing me through the zone of the fighting, and they did. At the station at Dunkirk, when I admitted I had no laissez-passer, an obliging gendarme led me to his commander, and he placed his visé on my passport without question. He asked me whether I was a correspondent, and I confessed to it, but it seemed only to facilitate the affair. Earlier experiences had made me feel that the French gendarmes were my natural enemies, but I have had a kindlier regard for them since. The train I was on had 10 cars full of French and Belgian soldiers. The Belgians had all been recently re-equipped. On other troop trains which passed us going forward, there were many more Belgian soldiers, some of whom I had seen only a few hours earlier in the streets of Calais without rifles. As their trains passed now, I could see them studying the mechanism and fondling their new firearms. Coming in through the suburbs of Dunkirk, we passed hundreds of children perched on the fences singing the Marseillaise. Nor were their voices flat and colorless like most school children's. They felt every word they sang, and they put their little hearts into it. Looking back along the side of the cars at the faces of soldiers leaning out, I could see they were touched by the faith of the children. As I rattled along on the cobbles of Dunkirk half an hour later, I heard an explosion with a note unfamiliar to me. It sounded close, too, but it did not seem to bother the people of the street. A few children ran behind their mothers' skirts, and a young girl hurried from the middle of the street to the protection of an archway, but that was all. Standing up in the fiacre, I could see a thin smoke about 300 feet away in a garden in the direction from which the explosion came, and high in the evening sky I could barely make out an airplane. "A German bomb?" I asked the driver in some excitement. "Oh, yes," he replied, cracking his whip. "We usually get 3 or 4 every afternoon about this time, but they have not hurt anyone." Dunkirk that night answered the description of what a threatened town which was not afraid should look like. It had none of the depressing atmosphere of Calais. All the refugees and the wounded were passed on to a safer place. It was full of French, English, and Belgian soldiers, with a scattering of sailors and breezy officers from both the French and English navies. They kept the waiters in the cafes on the run, and there was only an occasional bandage showing from under a cap or around a hand to indicate these men were engaged in any more serious business than a maneuver. In the street, however, in front of the statue of Jean Bart, an armored Belgian motor car was standing. It was built with a turret where the tonneau usually is, and it was covered with thick sheet steel right down to the ground. Just in front of the driver was a slit with a lip extending over it, giving it somewhat the effect of the casque belonging to an ancient suit of armor. That was the only opening except the one for the barrel of the rapid-fire gun in the turret. The armor was dented in a dozen places where bullets had glanced off, but it had only been penetrated at one spot, about 6 inches from the muzzle of the gun. From the soldier at the steering gear, I learned that that bullet had passed over the shoulder of the man in the turret. 24 hours later, at Nieuport, when the German shells seemed to be falling in every street and on every house, I saw this car again, going forward at not less than 40 miles an hour. The turret was being swung to bring the gun muzzle forward, as if the gunner were expecting to go into action almost immediately. As the last of the Belgian trenches were just the other side of the town, I have no doubt that he did. Getting out of Dunkirk was rather more of a problem than going in. To obtain permission to ride toward the Belgian line in any kind of conveyance was an elaborate performance, and quite properly so, as I soon learned. There were preparations for defense going on there which should not have been publicly known. The country was full of spies. 4 suspects had been picked up on the boat coming from Folkestone. If I had realized what I was to see in the next few miles, I would not have attempted what I did. But as I was anxious to get on and the firing line was only 20 miles away, I decided to walk. A French hat and a French suit of clothes, I think, were alone responsible for my success in passing through the city gate. 2 military automobiles were stopped and forced to show their credentials, but I strolled through unmolested. Once outside, the reservists guarding the various barricades let me pass as soon as I showed them my passport vised in Dunkirk. I was stopped many times, too, trying each time not to give an appearance of too great interest in the works of defense being built all around me. Even though this cannot be published for some time, I do not feel free to tell what these defenses were. I have no doubt there are complete descriptions of those works in the hands of the German army. Their spy system is so thorough, but I would not care to have any military secrets escape through anything I write. I think I can go so far as to say, though, that I received a liberal education in how to barricade sand dunes and low-lying fields. 10 miles out of Dunkirk, I was surprised to see a civilian on a bicycle, as civilians were no longer permitted to go near the theater of war on bicycles, a precaution taken against spies. As he approached, I recognized Mr. J. Obels, the Belgian correspondent of the Chicago Daily News, whom I had last seen under arrest near Brussels when the German army first passed through Belgium. He told me he had been kept in prison 17 days by the German military governor of Brussels, but once released, was given every possible kind of pass. I was relieved to see him alive and free. As Obels left me to continue his journey to Dunkirk and on to London to deliver his own copy, he advised me to go directly to Furnace, the most considerable town in what was left of Belgium, and have my passport vised again. So I continued down the long, flat highway, bordered on both sides by sunken fields, toward the cannonading I could now hear ahead. The road had been fairly full of automobiles, motor trucks, motorcycles, and bicycles over its whole length, but it became crowded now with the addition of a long string of Parisian motor buses taking several infantry regiments forward. A whole artillery division of yellow French Schneiders also took up its share of the wide road, and at the barricades there were traffic blockades lasting at times for 10 minutes. All the way from Dunkirk, I had been struck by the character of the land. As I approached Furnace, the dikes were being opened and half the fields were already inundated. It seemed a poor country for military operations. There were at most 3 highways, all defended. They could only be taken at a price no army could afford, and any departure from them meant being mired in the heavy fields, now being hastily harvested of a bumper crop of sugar beets. At one place, a whole French regiment in uniform was gathering the beets preparatory to inundation. With the dikes open, these fields would be covered with 4 feet of water half the time. The only possible course for an army was over the sand dunes, which lay a mile to the north, looking like the imitation mountains you see in the scenic railways at every amusement resort in the United States. A reservist with whom I walked a mile or so told me Dunkirk had never been successfully attacked except over those sand dunes, and the English and French had fought some of the bloodiest battles of history there against the Spanish when they held Dunkirk. I doubt, though, that they were as bloody as the battle I was to see within a few hours. The old Flemish town of Furnace had much less military precision about it than Dunkirk. It was on the very edge of the battle, and an occasional shell was dropping in the town. One exploded as I crossed the bridge and entered a narrow street, but it was on the far side of town, too far away for the soldiers halted in the street to notice. These were tired and dirty men, but not too tired to be courteous. They were also passing jokes among themselves and laughing. By that, even if I had not known their uniforms, I could have told they were Belgians. Every street and every courtyard in Furnace was full of Belgian soldiers. They were resting for the day, waiting to go forward at nightfall to relieve the men on the firing line only 5 miles away. Even above the noises of the street, I could hear the answer of their small field artillery to the heavy assault of the German guns. Nothing I heard the soldiers say, however, would have given the idea that the Belgians considered themselves outclassed by their enemy. They seemed superbly unconscious of the absurdity of their position. This was the 10th day they had held the Germans at the Yser, and they had done it with rifles and machine guns, taking punishment every minute from the big field pieces the Germans had brought against them. So far they had lost 12,000 men at that ditch, but the thought of giving it up had evidently not even occurred to them. They could not give it up, one of them explained to me later. It was all they had left. There was a little irritation in his tone, too, as he said it, such as one might feel toward a child who is slow at grasping a simple fact. The town square was full of military automobiles and a few provision wagons. I did not see any field pieces or machine guns. Every last one was right up on the firing line. My feet were tired from walking over the Belgian blocks, and I held tenaciously to the sidewalk passing around the square, though it was mostly taken up with cafe tables and bay trees and boxes. At one point the tables were empty, and a single sentry was sauntering up and down. I stopped to ask him the way to the gendarmerie, and in the middle of giving me the directions, he came to attention as a door opened behind me and saluted. Two men came out of the door, one rather tall, with an easy manner, and smartly dressed as a general in the Belgian army. The other was older, also a general, wearing, if anything, the more gold braid of the two. They entered a waiting automobile and drove off as casually as two men at home might leave their office for their club. Something about the first of the two men impressed me as familiar. I had only seen his back, but that had arrested my attention. I thought possibly I had seen him at the beginning of the war in Brussels, so I asked the sentry his name. "That is our king, Albert," he said quite simply. During the next couple of days, I saw the King of Belgium a number of times. He spent his nights at a small villa on the seashore at La Panne, 100 yards possibly beyond the hotel where I spent mine. He passed through the streets as unnoticed as any one of the other Belgians who had retreated from Antwerp and Ghent ahead of the army, but preferred the chilly nights in an unheated seaside hotel in Belgium to comfort somewhere beyond. It seemed to be a point of courtesy on the part of the Belgians not to bother their king with ceremony at this trying time. I doubt if he cares much for ceremony anyhow. Searching around for a single adjective to describe him, I should call him off-handed. His manner, even then, while alert, was casual. It is easy to see why the Belgians love him. If kings had always been as simple and direct as Albert, I am inclined to think democracy would have languished. At La Panne, which I reached at noon on a little steam railway running from Furnace, I had luncheon with several Belgian soldiers in the Belgian and civilian clothes, who told me I would see all the fighting I was looking for at Nieuport, just beyond. The civilian, a tall youth with a blond beard, volunteered to show me the way to the beach, the shortest route, and ended by going all the way. He told me he was recovering from an attack of Congo, which I take to be an intermittent fever. He had just been mustered out of the civic guard and was waiting for a uniform to join the army. He had the afternoon free, and his Belgian sense of hospitality impelled him to see that the stranger was properly looked after. For several miles along the wide, flat beach, which stretches unobstructed as far as Ostend, except for the piers at Newport-les-Bains and West End, there were Belgian soldiers bathing in the shallow water. Some of them, cavalrymen, were riding naked into the deeper water, and this, mind you, was late October. They were even playing jokes on one another, and did not seem to be paying any attention to the 15 English and French cruisers and gunboats which were standing off the shore almost opposite them, keeping up a steady stream of fire obliquely along the beach at the sand dunes just beyond the pier at Newport-les-Bains. In these dunes, 5 miles away, big German guns were hidden. Farther on, and even right up to the pier at Newport, we passed along the beach behind the shrimp fishermen, who seemed even less interested in the novel fight on land and sea. The bare-legged men and women were as industriously taking advantage of the low tide as if nothing at all were happening. The French and English warships were directly opposite them, and by this time they were drawing the German fire. German shells, probably from siege guns, were plumping down into the water all around them, only a couple of miles offshore. But though the shrimpers looked up occasionally when the explosion of a shell fairly shook the face of the ocean, their attention would be directed again to their work before the column of water raised by the shell had had time to fall again. The shelling kept up about an hour, but none of the warships was struck. They kept moving at full speed in an uneven line, making it impossible to get their range. Just before we reached the pier, heavy cannonading began inland. We climbed the sand dunes, and there we came suddenly upon a perfect panoramic view of the battle, all the way from the dunes across the inundated fields to Dixmude in the distance. The whole line of battle for 10 miles was in the midst of a German attack, covered by a terrific artillery fire. Over the white, red-tiled cottages of the fishermen, almost lost among the lesser sand dunes, we could make out the Belgian line by the fire of their rifle and machine guns. At 2 points we could see the Yser Canal, and at one of these the Germans were trying to throw across a pontoon bridge. We could see it only through the smoke of breaking shells, but it was the most exciting event I have ever witnessed. At 3 miles or more, though the figures of the men were so small, it was hard to keep the fact in mind that those who dropped were not merely stooping, but had been shot. Eager to get closer, we ran over the sand dunes, but never got another view of it. My Belgian friend knew his way, and we trotted along a raised path among the fields toward Newport. It was under fire, but it seemed worth the risk to get close enough so we could see the pontoons being rushed into the water. As we neared Newport, however, the firing became much more active, and we stopped for second thought. After catching our breath, we decided to pass through the edge of Newport and to go on to the village of Ramskapelle to the south of it. Few shells seemed to be breaking there. Along the crossroad we took, alternately running and walking. The Belgian trenches were perhaps a half-mile beyond us, and we could make out the tap-tap of the rifle fire, which had been only a continuous cracking a mile in the rear. Into this the machine guns cut with a whir. Spent bullets dropped here and there in the inundated field to the west of us, but the German shell fire must have been right in the trenches. Somewhere before we reached Ramskapelle, we crossed a road with military automobiles going both ways, but my desire to get behind the sheltering buildings of Ramskapelle was too strong at the moment to take it in. About 100 yards from the village there was a house on the edge of a canal, and we stopped behind it, safe from bullet fire, to catch our breath again. It was as far as we were destined to get. All at once shells began dropping on the village, and I have not seen shells drop so fast in so small an area. In the first minute there must have been 20. 3 fires broke out almost at once. Between the explosions we could hear the falling tiles. The short October day grew unexpectedly dusk, and the fires in the village reflected in the water on the fields. After the bombarding had been going on without the least let-up for fully 15 minutes, a bent old woman, a man perhaps older but less bent, and a younger woman appeared on the road to Furnace just beyond us, hurrying along without once looking back. They were the only people we saw, and the destruction of the town looked like the most ruthless piece of vandalism. It had a military purpose, however. The Germans were concentrating an attack on it with the hope of reaching Furnace. They occupied it that night, but were later driven out again. I have learned since some of the villagers remained through that bombardment and were killed in their houses. While we stood sheltered by the house on the canal, speculating as to which one of the houses still standing in Ramskapelle would be hit next, the light from those on fire reflected on the dark, brackish water of the canal, which was running in with the tide. Presently we noticed something in the water, and, stooping down in the twilight, we made out the body of a man face downward. The color of the coat and the little short skirt to it showed it was the body of a German soldier. It passed on and was followed by 3 more before we left. They had been in the water several days. The fire from the trenches died down at dusk, and we made our way back along the empty crossroad. Halfway back to the dunes, we passed a Red Cross motor ambulance headed toward Ramskapelle. On the seat beside the driver was a young English woman. She was wearing the gray-browned coat and gray-brown puttees of the English soldier. We called out to her. We thought the town was empty, but the only answer we got from the speeding ambulance was an assuring wave of the young woman's hand, which was evidently meant to inform us she knew where she was going. On the main road from Newport to Furnace, which we followed a short distance, there were dozens of ambulances going to the rear and a long column of infantry going forward. Headed toward the rear, there were also many wounded men on foot. They had been dressed at Newport, but there were not enough ambulances to take them all away. One who was walking slowly and painfully told me he had a bullet in his back. During the afternoon, the Schneiders I had seen had evidently been placed among the sand dunes, and they were now bombarding the German lines over our heads. Crossing over the sand dunes to the beach, we passed under 2 batteries, though we did not see them. We could tell they were French, though, by the rapidity of the fire. The French seemed to be able to fire their guns several times as fast as the Germans or the English. A cluster of houses belonging to shrimp fishermen was right under these batteries, where they were sure to get some of the return fire, but we noticed there were lights at every one of the cottages. Inside were the same fishermen who were so apathetic about the fight offshore. The view from the sand dunes was what the war artists and English illustrated weeklies tried so hard to show. The French batteries were using shrapnel on the German trenches, the shrapnel leaving puffs of white smoke in long, uneven lines, and the Germans were keeping up their steady pounding of contact shells with a short red flash after each explosion. The firing of the guns on both sides gave the effect of continuous summer lightning. Into the panorama, the fleet offshore kept up a new attack on the German batteries in the sand dunes just beyond Newport-les-Bains. As it was dark now, we could see where they were only by the streaks of fire from their guns. These flashes came and went like the strokes of a dagger, as if they were stabbing the dark. We went back along the beach to avoid being questioned, turning around constantly to watch the fleet. At Coxyde, a whole company of French soldiers was standing along the edge of the water, jumping back in surprise when the little waves advanced on them. They told us they were from the center of France and had never seen salt water before. The shore there is lined with new villas made of light-colored bricks. One of these had been dynamited because it belonged to a German and was suspected of having a concrete floor for siege guns. I had heard of cases of this kind before, but I had never had an opportunity to examine one. My private thought was that the villa had probably been built by a German with a passion for solidity, but examining it under a half-full moon, I could see the foundations were brick walls 2 feet thick, covered with mosaic, backed by reinforced concrete about a foot thick. It seemed like something more than Teutonic thoroughness. A little later in La Panne, I was shown a concrete tennis court belonging to a German which had been punched full of holes. It was in no place thick enough, however, to give cause for suspicion that its real purpose was in any way sinister. By the time we regained La Panne, I was hardly able to walk as I had been going hard all day, a good deal of the way through soft sand. But even if I had been much more tired, I would have sensed the atmosphere of that town. To me, the little seaside village, built for summer gaiety, had more of the romance of war in it than any place I have seen. The half-dozen summer hotels and all the villas were filled with the mothers, wives, and children of the Belgian soldiers whose firing line I had just left. Their homes had been in Brussels, Antwerp, Ghent. Now they were in the last little town in Belgium. To some, their soldiers had already returned, and they were dining as merrily as if tomorrow did not hold out a reasonable likelihood of being killed. At the doors of the hotels and on the street were many others waiting, and as the street had filled up with another French artillery division bivouacked for a few hours, they could not see their menfolk until they were close at hand. Now and then, as we passed, we could hear little gasps of happiness. For some, of course, there were disappointment and bad news, but they must have carried their sorrow to their chambers, as La Panne was all gaiety. A comment on the Belgian soldiers made at the beginning of the war occurred to me. Quote, "They shoot the enemy all day. At night, they come home and kiss mother. In the morning, they kiss mother again and go back to shoot some more." End quote. They certainly showed themselves capable of shaking off the horrors of war before their womenfolk. To see them there in La Panne that night, you might have thought it was all a sham battle, if it had not been for a conviction of reality that would not shake off. It was nearly 10 o'clock now, but Belgian soldiers relieved from the firing line and off duty for the night were still coming into La Panne. In the Hotel des Arcades, which incidentally has no arcades, the bar and the dining room were full of soldiers. Officers and their men were eating and drinking together in the pleasant democratic way they have in the Belgian army. Room was made for us at the long central table in the dining room, and all at the table were solicitous to see that we were at once given plenty to eat and drink. Several of the 15 men at the table had hands or heads bandaged, but that did not seem to detract from their gaiety. A joke was being told as we sat down, and everyone was taking a lively interest in it. The narrator was a bearded man of 50, and he was telling to the delight of the others how his son had once got the better of him in Brussels before the war. There were other stories of matters equally foreign to war. The private on one side of me told me he was the manager for Belgium of an American typewriter. The lieutenant on the other side was in ordinary times an insurance agent. All the men there were in business and talked and acted like a company of young American businessmen. My first hint that these men had been through any trying experience was the apology offered by a newcomer for being late. He entered rather gravely and said something about having to take the word to his sister of his brother-in-law's death. The whole company turned grave then, and conversation from being general was carried on for a few minutes between those near together. I asked the typewriter agent, to fill an awkward pause, whether they had seen much action, and he told me their story. This was a crack mitrailleuse company of Brussels. It had been in the fight from Liege back to Malines and from Antwerp back to Dixmude and Newport. 3 days before it was told to hold a road into Newport. It was a road the Germans must take if they were to advance, but the Belgians would not give way. They were too clever with their rapid-fire guns to be rushed, and the German bayonet charges only blocked the road with their dead. Again and again the gray line came on, but each time it crumpled before their fire. They were attacked every hour of the day or night, but they were always ready. Finally, the Germans got their range and dropped shell after shell right among them. They blew us all to pieces, the story went on in a low tone at my elbow. Those shells don't leave many wounded, but they littered the place with arms and legs. They got a good many of us, but they did not seem to be able to get our guns. I asked what their loss had been, and he looked around the table counting before he answered. "Let's see now," he said. "We lost some at Dixmude first. I think there were just 70 last Monday. This was Thursday. We had a pretty bad time," he ended, looking down. "How many are there now?" I asked, and he answered with a sweep of his hand around the table. 5 or 6 more, he said. There were 18 of them at table now. That meant 23 or 24 out of 70. The dogs suffered too, he added. We've only got 8 out of 20, and I just heard the dogs around here have already been pressed into service. When I went to bed, 4 of the members of that shattered mitrailleuse company climbed 3 flights of stairs to see that I had a comfortable room. And these men had just come out of a trench where they had lost more than 2/3 their number in 3 days, stopping one of the main lines of the German advance. In the twilight of early morning, when the cannonading had at last died down, I heard the movement of troops in the street and saw my friends of the night before falling into line and getting their equipment straight. By the time I reached the sidewalk, they were moving off, some of the men helping the dogs with the mitrailleuse. "Big fight last night," said the typewriter agent, smiling. "Company that relieved us got it hard. We must hurry back." They were all very alert and soldier-like in the chill of the morning, but they were a pitifully small company as they passed up the road and were lost in the sand dunes. In August and September, while on the Western Front were being fought the great initial struggles of the Great War, Turkey, long under German political influence, was making ready to cast her lot with the Teutonic powers. Germany had already made diplomatic and military moves which indicated that she was certain of a Turkish alliance. The strongest figures of the Ottoman Empire, Enver Pasha and Talat Bey, were strongly pro-German, although the latter endeavored for a time to conceal his real sentiments and intentions under a cloak of pretended neutrality. The causes which induced Turkey to side with the Central Powers rather than with the Allies is explained in the narrative which follows. End of section 8. Section 9 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Why Turkey Entered the War, Roland G. Usher. Many people entirely misunderstand the significance of the declaration of war by Turkey against Russia, France, and England. Why these despairing gasps of the dying, they ask. What possible chance has this weak, moribund state to survive a clash of arms with the Triple Entente? Has not the Turk, in fact, dug his own grave and committed suicide? In all probability, the Turk is in considerable danger, but the danger does not arise from his joining Germany. In fact, the war and the present international situation provide the Turk with the best opportunity in a century to achieve the aims cherished by Turkish statesmen who have the best interests of Turkey itself at heart. For several years, Turkey has been in extreme peril. It was condemned to death by the Triple Entente some time ago, and the prediction of the British Prime Minister in a recent public speech that this war would end the existence of Turkey as an independent power was only the publication of the sentence of death long since decided upon. The sick man was kept alive by his friends, the doctors, largely because they deemed his malady incurable. The moment he showed signs of convalescence, they agreed to poison him. But for the protection of Germany, the political existence of Turkey would be already a thing of the past. The Turk, therefore, will stand or fall according to the decision in this war for or against Germany. He will be excessively foolish not to do everything he can to ensure a German victory. The entrance of Turkey into the war has long been foreseen, and its vast significance has long been clear to students. Some trained observers go much further. Sir Harry Johnston, a traveler, statesman, and diplomat of repute, has declared, quote, Constantinople is really the core of the war, end quote. In diplomatic circles in Vienna this summer, there was a general agreement that the loss of Salonika, which the Turk was forced to hand over to Greece at the end of the Balkan Wars, was a vital blow to the Triple Alliance, and its recovery would be of sufficient importance to justify the risk of a European war to accomplish it. The situation in the Near East and in the Balkans is an integral part of the European war. In fact, the war is not a European war at all. It is a world war in the most literal sense of the words. At the beginning of the 20th century, keen observers saw clearly that the old order of things, which had preserved the Turk so long in the face of many enemies, had passed away beyond a peradventure and had left the Turk in great peril. Ever since the decay of the strength of the Ottoman Empire, the Turk had been hardly pressed in Europe by Russia and by Austria, both of whom coveted sections of his dominions, and both of whom would have been glad to obtain Constantinople, the gateway between Europe and Asia. Of the two, Russia was more insistent because her interests made the control of the exit from the Black Sea imperative for her. The Turk, however, until very recently, was himself strong enough to throw considerable obstacles in the face of the invader. He was probably, in 1900, more efficient than in 1850, but his enemies had grown by leaps and bounds. He was confronted by a new Austria and a new Russia. What was worse, the Balkan nations, who had long been subject peoples, ill-organized, poverty-stricken, had grown with the help of the Turk's enemies into sturdy, self-reliant, independent communities with good-sized armies and something approaching national wealth. The long years of subjection had left behind a consuming hatred of the Turk in their breasts. As Christians, they hated the Turk as the infidel, and they promised themselves someday the control of Constantinople in the interest of Christianity. The neighbors of the Turk had grown formidable and would be able to make short work of him unless help arrived. There was none to be had from his past friends, so much was only too clear. The shift in the international situation caused by the astounding industrial growth of Germany, the rapid development of the German, Austrian, and Italian fleets, the increased efficiency of the armies of the Triple Alliance had all made the control of the Mediterranean far more difficult for England and France. They could no longer spare ships and troops in sufficient numbers to rescue the Turk from Russia without exposing themselves more than was wise in Northern Europe. Besides, the designs of the Triple Alliance made it seem only too probable that the possession of Constantinople by Russia and the creation of a fleet in the Black Sea might be the only means of preserving for the French and English control of the Western Mediterranean. The old order had changed. The Turk's friends were now his enemies, bent on his destruction. Yet there had never been a time when the sick man was more desperately determined to get well, when life had seemed to him so entirely desirable. The passing of the old order caused no grief among the Turks, outside of those few henchmen who had long drawn a fat revenue from foreign nations. The Turks had become fired with ambition, with democratic conceptions, highly inconsistent with the state of things which the old order had so long sanctioned. The New Democrats declared indignantly that Turkey had been for years conducted for the benefit of foreign nations. It should be conducted in the future solely in the interests of Turkey. They were roused to enthusiasm by the past history of the Ottoman Empire and burned to reconquer its old provinces, to establish a closer relationship between the provinces which remained. An imperialistic movement, a nationalistic revival, if you will, was preached in Turkey by ardent enthusiasts whose words fell on willing ears. To the democratic and nationalist revival was joined religious discontent. The Sultan was the religious head of the Mohammedan world. Everywhere the true believers were in chains. Everywhere the infidel reigned supreme. From Constantinople to Mecca, from the confines of Morocco to the plains of India, the Mohammedan world was ground under the heel of the conqueror, and the conqueror was the archenemy of truth. There must be, they preached, a great crusade, a united rising to cast out the Christian dogs and restore the scepter of empire to the hand of a devout believer in Allah. Turkey, Assyria, Asia Minor, Persia, Arabia, India, Egypt, the whole of Africa should be freed from the yoke of the oppressor. And now appeared an ally, unfortunately a Christian, in fact a peculiarly devout Christian, but one able to save the Turk from his foes, glad to foster his ambitions. The plans of Germany for her future involved the creation of a great confederation of states stretching from the North Sea to the Persian Gulf, and including Holland, Belgium, Denmark, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, the Balkans, Turkey, and Persia. These states controlled the great overland roads from Central Europe to the Persian Gulf and would make possible overland trade with the East. A railroad already existed as far as Constantinople, and a railroad from Constantinople to Baghdad and the Gulf would not only throw open Asia Minor and the great plains of Mesopotamia to European capital, but would furnish a perfectly practicable commercial road to the east through which in time would flow a trade which would make the great confederation rich. Of this confederation, Turkey would be an integral and essential part. Adrianople, the key to the Balkans, Salonika, key to the Aegean, Constantinople, controlling the outlet to the Black Sea and the crossing to Asia Minor, the land approaches of the Tigris and Euphrates valleys. All these the Turk had, all these an alliance with him would give Germany. The stronger the Turkish state, the better organized. The larger its army and fleet, the greater its resources, the more useful it would be to Germany and the more thoroughly it would ensure the success of pan-Germanism. It had been for the interests of England and France to keep Turkey weak. The Turk must hold Constantinople, but must not be strong enough to use it. As a tenant, as a nominal owner, it was extremely useful. Someone had to own it. England and France could not hold it themselves. They were determined Russia should not have it, and the Turk was a useful locum tenens. They therefore frowned upon Turkish ambitions for democratic government and would, undoubtedly, have sacrificed the Turk rather than see an independent Mohammedan state take real control of Asia Minor and northern Africa. Germany, on the contrary, wished an active agent to pursue an aggressive policy in her favor. If the sick man could get out of bed only with assistance, Germany was anxious to help him, and the Turk vastly preferred an alliance with a power which was eager to make him well to one with powers almost afraid to keep him alive. The Turks wished a capable government, a good army, a state deserving of independence, and were overjoyed to find Germany ready and desirous to foster this ambition. Indeed, as a member of the Pan-Germanic Confederation, the Turk must be strong enough to hold Constantinople and the Baghdad Railway in the event of a general European war, without depending upon Germany for more than assistance, supplies, and advice. Germany and Austria, menaced on both sides at home, would not be able to take the risks of sending troops to the Near East, and the Turk would have to be strong enough to keep at bay such forces as it seemed likely Russia would be able to spare from the battlefields of Northern Europe. Germany was equally ready to have the Turk gratify his imperialist and religious ambitions. Pan-Islam would destroy the political control of England and France in northern Africa and in Egypt. It might even overturn the British Empire in India. This would be the greatest possible service anyone could render Germany, and it might be one which Germany could accomplish in no other way. If the Triple Entente was the greatest foe of Pan-Islamism, Pan-Germanism should be its greatest friend. Where ambition and interest coincide, cooperation is simple. In complete accord, therefore, the Germans and the Turks undertook the reorganization of Turkey above 5 years or more ago. They saw with clear vision the real truth about Turkey. With engaging candor, they laid the blame for the deficiencies of Turkish government upon England and France and declared them the work of intention. Turkey, they saw, was not a nation in the European sense of the word. It was not even a single race. It was not a geographical unit by any means, but a series of districts on the whole geographically disconnected. Far from being an economic unit with a single interest vital to all its inhabitants, it produced nothing essential to the outside world which its inhabitants could depend upon exchanging for European manufactured goods. Its economic interests were potential rather than real. Its trade, the result of its strategic position rather than of the interests and the capacity of its population. Normally and naturally, the Turk should be a middleman, a distributor rather than a producer. He was placed in control of the continental roads between Asia and Central Europe and was able to control the overland trade as soon as it emerged from the Caucasus or the Persian Gulf, and maintain that control until the continental highway passed into the defiles of the Balkans beyond Adrianople. Constantinople itself, controlling the narrow passage which formed the exit of the Black Sea, was in a position to foster or hinder the entire trade of southern Russia with the rest of the world. In fact, it was impossible to deny, and the Germans thoroughly well understood it, that the trade of the East with Europe and the trade of Russia with the rest of the world might pass through Turkey, but was not likely to stay there. In this important strategic position, economically valuable to others but not to its inhabitants, had been collected a peculiar and extraordinary conglomeration of races, creeds, and interests, few of which had much in common, and all of which cherished for each other antipathies and jealousies almost as old as history. The racial problem of Turkey would be less difficult if the races were only located side by side in solid masses. With few exceptions, the races interpenetrate one another to a remarkable extent, and the Turk himself is numerically in the majority in comparatively few districts of Asia Minor, where the bulk of the Turkish population lives, and in scarcely any part of European Turkey. The Turks are literally overlords, a ruling class. The Turk has governed this vast territory and this conglomeration of races and religions by a peculiarly weak political fabric, which seemed in the 19th century to combine in one structure all the disadvantages of centralization and all those of decentralization. Subject peoples have been ruled by a combination of military, civil, and religious authority, which has been dependent in the long run for its support on the army. However, had the subject peoples hated each other less cordially, had they been more capable of organization and willing to compromise, they might have ended the Turkish rule decades ago, army or no army. Some observers, indeed, have thought the Turkish government an artificial sham kept alive by France and England for their own purposes. Whatever reasons were to be given, the Germans and the Turks saw that Turkey as a nation and Turkey as a state had been, both of them, practically non-existent. Both had been names, not realities. Turkey had appeared on the European maps. A series of so-called statesmen had taken European bribes in Constantinople. Numerous incompetent and venal officials had robbed the populace with the help of the soldiers in the provinces, and this government plus the army was Turkey. Turkey had indeed been sick, but that particular kind of illness, the Turks thought, could be cured, and the Germans agreed with them. We must not forget as observers the exceeding importance of German willingness to assist the ambitions of the educated Turks for self-government and for independence from European influence. The English and French control of Turkey was fortuitous and artificial, and depended solely upon the control of a little group of men in Constantinople. German influence in Turkey has deep and fundamental roots in a large and significant part of the Turkish population and appeals to their best and highest impulses. We have here in the last analysis the reasons why Turkey has joined Germany in the war. The enlightened Turks see in pan-Germanism a democratic Turkey with constitutional self-government, a Turkey developing its own resources, a Turkey gradually freeing itself from the fetters of European alliances and becoming gradually but certainly strong enough to take its place in the pan-Germanic chain as a state of worth, integrity, and importance. They see in the victory of pan-Germanism the effective promise of the realization of such ideals. They see in the defeat of pan-Germanism political and national death, the annexation of Turkey by its enemies, and the subjection of the Turks to the rule of the infidel. For these reasons, they joined Germany in the first place. For these deep, fundamental reasons, they hold staunchly to their friend. We shall be guilty of quibbling and of short-sightedness if we look for an explanation of Turkish policy in the seizure of warships and the breach of treaties. The reorganization of Turkey was duly observed by the Triple Entente and its purpose thoroughly well understood. Their opposition to it was prompt, and Italy attempted by the Tripolitan War to rob the Turk of one of his distant provinces. Having seized Tripoli with the consent of the Triple Entente, Italy then changed sides, returned to the Triple Alliance, and took Tripoli with her. The result was a prompt reversal of the strategic situation in the eastern Mediterranean and placed England and France in such danger that they saw the moment had probably come when it would be positively to their advantage to gratify Russia's ambition and allow her to seize Constantinople. The Tripolitan War suspended the sword of Damocles over the Turk's head. The Balkan War threatened for a time to annihilate him. The prompt aid of Austria and Germany as stout representatives in the international conclave, the mobilization of the Austrian army, the knowledge that Germany was ready to mobilize, saved the Turk. The ambitions of Bulgaria brought her over to the side of the Triple Alliance, which was more than ready to assist her in dominating the Balkans. The Second War cost Bulgaria dear, but gave back to the Turk Adrianople. Macedonia, however, was lost entirely, and much of Thrace, with Salonika, the key of the Aegean, was also lost and fell into the hands of the Turk's enemy, Greece. The reorganized state was now undeniably in great peril, and the probability of an outbreak of a European war in the near future, the knowledge that the Turk must himself defend Constantinople and the Baghdad Railway, urged the Germans and the Turks to great efforts in reorganizing the army and providing equipment. The fleet also received attention. 2 battleships were building in England, and another was purchased from one of the South American states. There would this time be no escape. The death sentence had been passed upon the Turk, and if he waited for his enemies to gather and descend upon him, defense would be problematical. It was, of course, realized that in the long run, Germany would save Turkey by battles won in France or in Poland, and also that German defeats in Europe would in the long run spell the downfall of Turkey, whatever the Turk did. It was therefore advisable to postpone action as long as possible. While Russia was exerting herself to the utmost to mobilize an army in Poland, there was small likelihood of an attack on Constantinople, and the Turk might well remain neutral, equip and organize the army, acquire supplies, and choose the moment to take the offensive. England, on the outbreak of the war, seized the 2 battleships building in England and therefore weakened the Turkish strength in the Black Sea. The deficiency was supplied by sending 2 German cruisers to Constantinople and selling them to the Turkish government. Some weeks ago, the Germans judged that the time had come when the Turk must openly join in the war, send his troops to the frontier in order to hold the invader as far as possible from Constantinople. Indeed, action at this time might allow the Turk to accomplish results of the utmost importance. Those who see simply the fact that Russia could easily overwhelm the Turks standing alone, that the Balkan states united might also dispose of him, entirely fail to grasp the possibilities before the Turk at the present moment when Russia is extremely busy in the north, when the Balkan states seem hopelessly divided, and when Italy is maintaining with determination her neutrality. The most important thing the Turk has done for Germany has been the closing of the Black Sea. The sowing of a few mines in the straits promptly put an end to Russian trade from the Black Sea and dealt southern Russia a great blow commercially. Germany thus struck at England because a large part of the English food supply has normally come from the Black Sea district, and the desire to protect the grain ships through the Mediterranean has been one of England's chief reasons for maintaining control of that sea. So large were these supplies normally that England has had considerable difficulty in replacing them and is destined soon to experience greater difficulty in furnishing a supply equivalent in volume and accessibility. The Black Sea district also has large oil supplies which would be of enormous value to England and France, now that the extensive use of the automobile in warfare has made gasoline a supply second in importance only to powder and food. If the Turkish navy, augmented by the German cruisers, can dispose of the Russian ships in the Black Sea, and this seems not improbable, the Turk might annex for Germany the supply of oil. That would be a stroke of the utmost consequence. Closing the Black Sea by the Turk, plus the closing of the Baltic by the German fleet in the North Sea, would also accomplish another extremely important result: the absolute and complete isolation of Russia from contact with all parts of the world except Germany, Austria, and Turkey. The question has often arisen as to the ability of Germany to prolong the war in the face of her inability to export goods to her usual customers. The complete cessation of manufacture in Germany would sooner or later bankrupt the country and bring her to knees. The Germans point out that the isolation of Russia will have precisely the same effect on that country unless Russia can find some place where her raw products can be exchanged for the manufactured goods, which are much more necessary in warfare than the crude products which she always has to sell. The experience of the past has proved again and again that belligerent countries persistently trade with one another when it is profitable. The Germans expect to sell their manufactured goods in Russia in exchange for the raw materials which Russia produces, just as long as their fleet holds the mouth of the Baltic and the Turk controls Constantinople. A brisk trade between Germany, Austria, and Russia is already reported, and if it attains the proportions the Germans expect, their commercial problem will have been largely solved. But its continued solution will depend upon the maintaining of Turkey in Constantinople. If these considerations are as important as the pan-Germanists have usually claimed, it will be obvious that the adhesion of the Turk has exceeding importance for Germany and had long been arranged in advance. The possibilities before the Turkish army, well equipped with modern munitions of war and capably officered by Germans, have been by no means forgotten. The great objective of pan-Germanism is not in Europe, but in Asia and Africa. The defense of the English and French dominions in both will have to be made in Europe. The strength of the German army, the size of the German fleet, would prevent the English and French from dissipating their forces over the vast territory which they claim to control. The experienced troops in India, in Egypt, and in Morocco were shipped to France upon the outbreak of the war exactly as the Germans expected and hoped. Their places were filled by less experienced regiments from France, England, and the English colonies. Egypt and the Suez Canal, India, and the great defenses would not be so strongly held. The Turk occupied a position flanking Persia and a position flanking Egypt. A strong, well-trained Turkish army might conceivably capture either or both. Assistance from within might well be expected in both, and victory in either would exert a moral effect upon the war in Europe, which would be of the utmost importance. A few hours' possession of the Suez Canal, furthermore, would allow the Germans to obstruct it and effectually block the approach of England to Australia and India, except by the long road around Africa. Conceivably, this might interfere seriously with the English food supplies from Australia and New Zealand, particularly with the supplies of meat from the latter. This would be more than usually important in view of the deficiency of meat supplies in the United States and Canada, and the length of time necessary to procure them from the Argentine Republic. It is by these blows at the food supply that the Germans expect to make the greatest impression upon England. Short of actual invasion, the stoppage of supplies is the only method by which the Germans can inflict suffering upon England. No one in Berlin or Constantinople has forgotten the existence of the Balkans. Servian enmity, Greek hatred for the Turk are only too obvious. Bulgaria is believed to be entirely faithful to the German interests. Romania has never been very trustworthy and has at times been an ally of both the coalitions in Europe. The ability of the Turk, of course, to hold Constantinople and above all to take the offensive would depend upon the continued neutrality or alliance of the Balkan states. Combined, they are amply strong enough to overrun Turkey in Europe and probably to invade Asia Minor in force. All the Balkan states except Romania, which is hardly a Balkan state, were very much weakened in men and in resources by the late Balkan Wars, and will probably have considerable difficulty in obtaining any quantity of supplies from foreign countries, though we are told of large purchases by the Greeks in the United States. The fact, however, that the Turk has taken the offensive against Egypt and Persia makes it extremely probable that the Balkan hatreds have offset each other. Bulgaria's existence probably depends upon Austrian protection. Romania is probably afraid to take the field with Bulgaria, Turkey, Russia, and Austria against her, while the Greeks and Servians have still to recover from the recent wars. It is probable, therefore, that Bulgaria and Romania being neutral, Serbia at war with Austria, Turkey can take from Greece, Salonika, and possibly Macedonia. Should the war in Europe progress favorably for Germany, the attitude of the Balkan states toward Germany would be influenced, and a scramble would ensue to join the victor, which would probably result in the extinction of Serbia and Greece and the strengthening of Bulgaria and Turkey. Naturally, the Turk would retake the islands in the Aegean Sea, which are now in Italy's hands. Let us suppose that all goes as they hope, that the Germans win in Europe, that the Turks and Bulgarians take control of the Balkans, that the Russians are excluded from Persia and the English from Egypt. The victorious Turkish army is then in a position to advance along the Persian Gulf Road upon India, and would assail India at her weakest point, outflanking the great defenses at Quetta, which have been developed primarily against Russia. We must not forget to enumerate among the possibilities pan-Islam. Success by the Turks in Egypt or Persia would undoubtedly give an impulse to pan-Islam, which might put all the fanatical enthusiasm of the Mohammedans into a vast uprising which might sweep the French and English out of northern Africa and India. The Sultan of Turkey is the official head of the Mohammedan religion. His orders Muslims are all bound to obey. At present, the Mohammedans in the English and French possessions, who are of course under English and French influence, are claiming that the acts of the Sultan are not really his, but those of German officers, and the reports at the time of writing indicate that at the present moment the order from Constantinople for a holy war will probably not be regarded or obeyed. But a victory by Turkish arms would probably instantly change the situation and might loose the pent-up fanaticism of the most intensely emotional of the Oriental races. Here is another weapon in the German arsenal, whose use will depend upon the cooperation of the Turk. It should now be evident that there is much to be said for the view that the key to the present situation is Constantinople. We are dealing with world politics, with a world war which is being fought on the battlefields of Europe, but we are dealing with a world war whose results are not expected to develop in Europe proper. The key to this situation lies in Constantinople, and the Turk holds it. The outbreak of the Great War found the British Navy in a high state of preparedness, and so preponderant in number of vessels and in weight of guns that the German Grand Fleet as a whole was content to remain behind the walls of Helgoland. Squadrons were sent out, however, to attack isolated British ships, and on August 28, the first naval battle of the war occurred in the Bight of Helgoland. Here, British and German cruisers engaged in a struggle in which the honors were for a time even. The arrival of British dreadnoughts quickly turned the scale, and the German ships fled to the safety of their harbor. The Germans lost 4 large ships, while the British fleet lost none. The German Navy was revenged in November 3rd when a fleet of warships met and sunk 3 British cruisers off the Coronel. On December 9th, however, a British fleet, after a search of many days, came up with and sank 3 German cruisers and severely damaged 2 others in the Battle of Falkland Islands. End of section 9. Section 10 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Falkland Sea Fight, Part 1, A.N. Hilditch. In 1592, John Davis, the Arctic explorer, after whom the strait between Greenland and the North American mainland is named, made an attempt, in company with Thomas Cavendish, to find a new route to Asia by the Straits of Magellan. Differences arose between the 2 leaders. One was an explorer, the other had a tendency towards freebooting. They parted off the coast of Patagonia. Davis, driven out of his course by stormy weather, found himself among a cluster of unknown and uninhabited islands, some 300 miles east of the Straits of Magellan. This group, after many changes and vicissitudes, passed finally into the hands of Great Britain and became known as the Falkland Islands. They consist of 2 large islands and of about 100 islets, rocks, and sandbanks. The fragments of many wrecks testified to the dangers of navigation, though masses of giant seaweed act as buoys for many of the rocks. So numerous are the penguins, thronging in battalions the smaller islands and the inland lagoons, that the governor of the colony is nicknamed King of the Penguins. As New Zealand is said to be the most English of British possessions, the Falklands may perhaps be appropriately termed the most Scottish. Their general appearance resembles that of the Outer Hebrides. Of the population, a large proportion are of Scottish extraction. The climate is not unlike that of Scotland. The winters are misty and rainy, but not excessively cold. So violent are the winds that it is said to be impossible to play tennis or croquet unless walls are erected as shelter, while cabbages grown in the kitchen gardens of the shepherds, the only cultivated ground, are at times uprooted and scattered like straw. The surface, much of which is bogland, is in some parts mountainous and is generally wild and rugged. Small streams and shallow freshwater tarns abound. A natural curiosity, regarded with great wonder, exists in stone rivers, long, glistening lines of quartzite rock debris, which, without the aid of water, slide gradually to lower levels. There are no roads. Innumerable sheep, the familiar Cheviots and Southdowns, graze upon the wild scurvy grass and sorrel. The colony is destitute of trees and possesses but few shrubs. The one tree that the islands can boast, an object of much care and curiosity, stands in the governor's garden. The seat of government and the only town is Port Stanley, with a population of about 950. Its general aspect recalls a small town of the Western Highlands of Scotland. Many of the houses, square, whitewashed, and gray-slated, possess small greenhouse porches, gay with fuchsias and pelargoniums, in pleasing contrast to the prevailing barrenness. A small cathedral, Christ Church, and an imposing barracks, generally occupied by a company of Marines, stand in the midst of the town. The government house might be taken for an Orkney or Shetland manse. The administration of the colony and of its dependencies is vested in a governor, aided by a colonial secretary, and by an executive and a legislative council. The governor acts as chief justice and the colonial secretary as police magistrate. There is a local jail capable of accommodating 6 offenders at a time. Its resources are not stated, however, to be habitually strained. Education is compulsory. The government maintains schools and traveling teachers. The inhabitants are principally engaged in sheep farming and seafaring industries. The colony is prosperous, with a trade that of late years has grown with extraordinary rapidity. The dividends paid by the Falkland Islands Company might excite the envy of many a London director. Stanley's importance has been increased by the erection of wireless installation, and as a coaling and refitting station for vessels rounding the Horn, the harbor, large, safe, and accessible, is of immense value. To this remote outpost of empire came tidings of war in August 1914. Great excitement and enthusiasm prevailed. News was very slow in getting through. The mails, usually a month in transit, became very erratic, but the colony eagerly undertook a share in the burden of the empire. £2,250 was voted towards the war chest. £750 was collected on behalf of the Prince of Wales Fund. Detached, though keen, interest changed, however, as the weeks passed to intimate alarm. The governor, Mr. Allardyce, received a wireless message from the Admiralty that he must expect a raid. German cruisers were suspected to be in the neighborhood. Never before had the colony known such bustle and such excitement. They, the inhabitants of the remote Falklands, were to play a part in the struggle that was tugging at the roots of the world's civilization. The exhilaration of expectancy and of danger broke suddenly into their uneventful, though not easy, lives. But there was cause for keen anxiety. The colonists were, however, reassured for a time by a visit from 3 British warships, the cruisers Good Hope, Monmouth, and Glasgow, with the armed liner Otranto. The Good Hope had, at the declaration of war, been patrolling the Irish coast. She was ordered to sweep the Atlantic trade routes for hostile cruisers. She reached the coast of North America after many false alarms, stopping English merchantmen on the way and informing the astonished skippers of the war and of their course in consequence. When 40 miles east of New York, Rear Admiral Sir Christopher Craddock came aboard with his staff and hoisted his flag. The admiral turned southwards, sweeping constantly for the enemy. Passing through the West Indies, he proceeded to the coast of Brazil. Here he was joined by the Glasgow. The Good Hope had picked up the Monmouth previously. The 3 ships, accompanied by the auxiliary cruiser Otranto, kept a southerly course. The discovery at Pernambuco of 23 German merchantmen smugly ensconced behind the breakwater and neutral harbor proved very galling. The Straits of Magellan and the cold Tierra del Fuego were at length reached. The squadron was on the scent of 3 German cruisers, the Leipzig, Dresden, and Nuremberg. It was suspected that they had gone to coal in this remote corner of the oceans. Their secret and friendly wireless stations were heard talking in code. The British made swoops upon wild and unsurveyed bays and inlets. The land around was covered with ice and snow, and the many huge glaciers formed a sight wonderful to behold. But the search had proved fruitless. After rounding the Horn several times, the squadron had turned towards the Falklands. The inhabitants could not long rely, however, upon these powerful guardians. The squadron, after coaling, departed, again bound for the Straits of Magellan and the Pacific. Its strength was certainly adequate to tackle with success the 3 German ships believed to be in the vicinity. The colony could depend upon Admiral Craddock to protect it to the best of his ability. but it was not improbable that the enemy might evade the patrolling cruisers and descend upon the hapless Falklands without warning. The governor saw the advisability of instant preparation. On October 19, he issued a notice that all women and children were to leave Stanley. Provisions, stores, and clothes were hastily removed into the interior, which was locally termed the camp. The colony possessed a volunteer rifle company, some 120 strong, and 2 9-pounder field guns. Further volunteers were enrolled and armed. Suddenly, on November 3rd, an alarming wireless message was received. The Good Hope and the Monmouth were reported to have been sunk off the coast of Chile. It was unsigned. There was no proof of its authenticity, but the next day another message followed from the captain of the Glasgow. The disaster was confirmed. The Glasgow, in company with HMS Canopus, was running with all speed for the Falklands. They were probably being followed by the victorious Germans. 4 days of acute suspense followed. The situation seemed critical. The governor passed several nights without taking off his clothes in expectancy of wireless messages that needed instant decoding. People slept beside their telephones. Early in the morning of Sunday, November 8th, the 2 warships arrived. The Glasgow was badly damaged. An enormous hole, 3 feet by 9 feet, gaped in her side. A shell had wrecked Captain Luce's cabin, giving off fumes such as rendered unconscious several men who rushed in to put out the fire. The vessel had escaped any serious outbreak, however, and had suffered only 4 slight casualties. Warm tributes were paid by the captain to the cool and disciplined conduct of both officers and men. The Canopus had not been engaged, but a narrative of the preceding events may now be appropriate. Vice Admiral the Graf Maximilian von Spee was in command at the outbreak of hostilities of the German China fleet stationed at Tsing-Tao. A successor indeed had been appointed and was on the way to relieve him. But just before war was declared, von Spee and his squadron steamed off into the open seas. To remain at Tsing-Tao while vastly superior forces were closing in upon him would be to little purpose. Commerce raiding offered a field for rendering valuable service to the fatherland. The Emden was dispatched to the southern seas. The Leipzig and the Nuremberg proceeded across the Pacific and began to prey upon the western coast of South America. Half the maritime trade of Chile was carried in English ships. Many of them might be seized and destroyed at little risk. The admiral, with his 2 remaining vessels, the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau, successfully evaded the hostile fleets for some time. On September 14th, he touched at Apia in German Samoa, familiar to readers of Robert Louis Stevenson. It could be remembered how, 15 years before, this colony, shortly to fall before a New Zealand expeditionary force, had been a bone of contention between Great Britain and Germany. Captain Sturdy, whom von Spee was soon to meet in more arduous operations, had on that occasion commanded the British force in the tribal warfare. 8 days later, on September 22nd, the 2 German cruisers arrived off Papeete in Tahiti, one of the loveliest of Pacific islands. A small, disarmed French gunboat lying there was sunk, and the town was bombarded. The admiral, planning a concentration of German ships, then steamed east across the Pacific. He got into touch with friendly vessels. By skillful maneuvering, he finally brought 5 warships with colliers together near Valparaiso. The German ships were all of recent construction. The Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau were armored cruisers of 11,600 tons. The Leipzig, the Nuremberg, and the Dresden were light cruisers of about 3,500 tons. The armament of the larger vessels included 8 8.2-inch and 6 6-inch guns. The smaller relied upon either 10 or 12 4-inch pieces. Each ship carried torpedo tubes, and the speed of each was about 22 or 23 knots an hour. The Dresden, however, could go to 27 knots. The squadron possessed all important allies. Several German merchant marine companies, notably the Cosmos, plied along the Chilean coast. The tonnage of their vessels, indeed, amounted to no less than half that of the British companies. The advance of German enterprise in Chile in recent years had been very marked. Von Spee's great stumbling block was coal. The laws of war prevented him from sending more than 3 of his warships into a neutral port at the same time, from staying there more than 24 hours, from taking more coal than was necessary to reach the nearest German harbor, from coaling again for 3 months at a port of the same nationality. But if German merchantmen, hampered by no such restrictions, could constantly renew his supplies, the difficulty of fuel could be to some extent met. Provisions and secret information as to British movements could also be obtained through the same source. Such employment of merchantmen, however, being contrary to international law, would have to be clandestine. The great Pacific coast offered numerous harbors and abundant facilities for being utilized as a base under such conditions. It showed many historic precedents for bold and adventurous exploits which could not fail to appeal to an admiral whose family, ennobled by the Emperor Charles VI, took pride in its ancient and aristocratic lineage. The occasion seemed opportune, moreover, for the accomplishment by himself, his officers, and men of deeds which should inspire their posterity as British naval traditions, for lack of other, at present inspired them. They could recall how, on this very coast in 1578-9, Drake, the master raider, had seized a Spanish treasure ship off Valdivia, had descended like a hawk upon Callao, had pounced upon another great galleon, taking nearly £1,000,000 in gold and silver, and how the intrepid mariner, sailing off into the unknown ocean, had circumnavigated the globe, while the furious de Toledo waited with 11 warships in the Straits of Magellan. Why indeed should not the Germans imitate in the 20th century the deeds of Drake in the 16th, if they preyed ruthlessly upon English merchantmen laden with the wealth of the West, if they made a descent upon the Falkland Islands, if then they were to disappear into the wide Pacific, a career of splendid adventure and of unbounded usefulness would earn for them both the respect and the plaudits of the world. Australian and Japanese warships were sweeping the eastern Pacific for them. Many British vessels called from useful employment elsewhere would have to join in the search for them, but so vast was the area that they might elude their enemies for months. British ships were already cruising near the Horn, possibly unaware that a concentration of the Germans had been effected. It was not unlikely that von Spee might be able to cut off and to destroy stray units of the patrolling squadrons. The Graf could see many opportunities of serving effectively the cause of the fatherland. He must utilize them to the full. Sir Christopher Craddock, meanwhile, had rounded the Horn once more and was cruising northwards up the coast of Chile. That coast, indeed, once the haunt of corsairs and filibusters, was rich in historic associations and in natural beauties. An element of grandeur and of mystery seemed to hover around the countless ridges and peaks of the Andes, stretching with a gleam of their eternal snows for 4,000 miles and gazing down across the illimitable waters of the Occident. Upon the plateau, miles above sea level, stood old stone temples and pyramids which rivaled in massiveness and ingenuity those of Egypt and of Babylon. The student of ancient civilizations could trace in the mystic deities of the Incas and Araucanians a strange similarity to the deities of the Chaldeans and Babylonians. Speculation upon this analogy formed a fascinating theme. This coast, too, was sacred to memories that could not but be dear to sailors as gallant and daring as Craddock, since his services in China in 1900 was known to be. Among other familiar British names, Cochrane, Lord Dundonald, had won enduring glory in the struggle for Chilean independence nearly 100 years before. The conditions of naval warfare had, indeed, through the introduction of armor and the perfection of weapons, radically changed since Cochrane, in a series of singularly audacious exploits, had overcome the fleets of Spain. Sea fighting had become purely a matter of science. The object of strategy was to concentrate faster ships and more powerful guns against weaker force. The odds with which Craddock was to contend against the Germans were greater in proportion, if less in bulk, than the odds with which Cochrane had contended with his peasant crews and his hulks against the Spanish wooden walls. Admiral Craddock now knew that there were 2 more cruisers in the neighborhood than it had at first been supposed. The Canopus had accordingly been sent to join his squadron, but she was a battleship and much slower than the cruisers. She could travel no faster than at 18 knots. Craddock proceeded northwards ahead of the Canopus, made a rendezvous off Concepcion Bay for his colliers, and went into Coronel and on to Valparaiso to pick up news and receive letters. The squadron then returned to the rendezvous in Cold. This completed, the admiral directed the Glasgow to proceed again to Coronel to dispatch certain cables. Captain Luce duly carried out his mission and left Coronel at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, November 1st, steaming northwards to rejoin the other ships. A gale was rising. The wind was blowing strongly from the south. Heavy seas continually buffeted the vessel. At 2 o'clock, a wireless signal was received from the Good Hope. Apparently, from wireless calls, there was an enemy ship to northward. The squadron must spread out in line, proceeding in a direction northeast by east, the flagship forming one extremity, the Glasgow the other. It was to move at 15 knots. At 20 minutes past 4 in the afternoon, smoke was observed upon the horizon. The Glasgow put on speed and approached. Officers soon made out the funnels of 4 cruisers. It was the enemy. The Germans, their big armored cruisers leading, and the smaller behind, gave chase. The Glasgow swept round to northward, calling to the flagship with her wireless. Von Spee, anticipating this move, at once set his wireless in operation in order to jam the British signals. Captain Luce soon picked up the Monmouth and the Otranto, and the 3 ships raced northwards towards the flagship, the Glasgow leading. At about 5 o'clock, the Good Hope was seen approaching. The 3 ships wheeled into line behind her, and the whole squadron now proceeded south. Von Spee, coming up from that direction in line ahead, about 12 miles off, changed his course and also proceeded south, keeping near to the coast. The wind was now blowing almost with the force of a hurricane. So heavy was the sea that small boats would have been unable to keep afloat. But the sky was not completely overcast, and the sun was shining. Firing had not opened. The washing of the seas and the roaring of the wind deafened the ear to other sounds. The warship of today, when her great turbines are whirling around at their highest speed, moves without throb and almost without vibration through the waves. The 2 squadrons, drawing level, the Germans near to the coast, raced in the teeth of the gale in 2 parallel lines to the south. Sir Christopher Craddock could not but realize that the situation was hazardous. He had 3 vessels capable of fighting men of war. The Otranto was only an armed liner and must withdraw when the battle developed. The Good Hope displaced some 14,000 tons and was armed with 2 9.2-inch and 16 6-inch guns. The Monmouth, with a tonnage of 9,800, carried 14 6-inch pieces, but the Glasgow, a ship of 4,800 tons, had only 2 of the 6-inch weapons. It was certain that the German 8.2-inch guns, if the shooting was at all good, would be found to outrange and outclass the British. Craddock was certainly at a disadvantage in gunpowder. His protective armor was weaker than that of the enemy, nor did his speed give him any superiority. Though the Glasgow was capable of 26 knots, the flagship and the Monmouth could only go to 23. But there was another consideration which the admiral might weigh. Coming slowly up from the south, but probably still a considerable distance off, was the battleship Canopus. Her presence would give the British a decided preponderance. She was a vessel of some 13,000 tons, and her armament included 4 12-inch and 12 6-inch guns. How far was she away? How soon could she arrive upon the scene? Evening was closing in. Craddock was steering hard in her direction. If the British, engaging the enemy immediately, could keep them in play throughout the night, when firing must necessarily be desultory, perhaps morning would bring the Canopus hastening into the action. It was possible that the Germans did not know of her proximity. They might, accepting the contest and expecting to cripple the British next morning at their leisure, find themselves trapped. But in any case, they should not be allowed to proceed without some such attempt being made to destroy them. It must not be said that, because the enemy was in greater force, a British squadron had taken to flight. Perhaps it would be better, since darkness would afford little opportunity of maneuvering for action, to draw nearer and to engage fairly soon. It was about 6:15. The Germans were about 15,000 yards distant. Craddock ordered the speed of his squadron to 17 knots. He then signaled by wireless to the Canopus, "I am going to attack enemy now." The sun was setting. The western horizon was mantled by a canopy of gold. Von Spee's maneuver in closing in near to the shore had placed him in an advantageous position as regards the light. The British ships, when the sun had set, were sharply outlined against the glowing sky. The Germans were partly hidden in the failing light and by the mountainous coast. The island of Santa Maria, off Coronel, lay in the distance. Von Spee had been gradually closing to within 12,000 yards. The appropriate moment for engaging seemed to be approaching. A few minutes after sunset, about 7 o'clock, the leading German cruiser opened fire with their largest guns. Shells shrieked over and short of the Good Hope, some falling within 500 yards. As battle was now imminent, the Otranto began to haul out of line and to edge away to the southwest. The squadrons were converging rapidly, but the smaller cruisers were as yet out of range. The British replied in quick succession to the German fire. As the distance lessened, each ship engaged that opposite in the line. The Good Hope and the Monmouth had to bear the brunt of the broadsides of the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau. The Glasgow, in the rear, exchanged shots with the light cruisers, the Leipzig and the Dresden. The shooting was deadly. The third of the rapid salvos of the enemy armored cruisers set the Good Hope and the Monmouth afire. Shells began to find their mark, some exploding overhead and bursting in all directions. In about 10 minutes, the Monmouth sheered off the line to westward about 100 yards. She was being hit heavily. Her foremost turret, shielding one of her 6-inch guns, was in flames. She seemed to be reeling and shaking. She fell back into line, however, and then out again to eastward, her 6-inch guns roaring intermittently. Darkness was now gathering fast. The range had narrowed to about 5,000 yards. The 7 ships were all in action. Many shells striking the sea sent up columns of white spray, showing weirdly in the twilight. It was an impressive scene. The dim light, the heavy seas, the rolling of the vessels distracted the aim. Some of the guns upon the main decks, being near the waterline, became with each roll almost awash. The British could fire only at the flashes of the enemy's guns. Often the heavy head seas hid even the flashes from the gun layers. It was impossible to gauge the effect of their shells. The fore turret of the Good Hope burst into flames, and she began to fall away out of line towards the enemy. The Glasgow kept up a continual fire upon the German light cruisers with one of her 6-inch guns and her port batteries. A shell struck her below deck, and men waited for the planks to rise. No explosion nor fire, however, occurred. But the British flagship was now burning brightly forward and was falling more and more out of line to eastward. It was about 7:45. Suddenly there was the roar of an explosion. The part about the Good Hope's after funnel split asunder, and a column of flame, sparks, and debris was blown up to a height of about 200 feet. She never fired her guns again. Total destruction must have followed. Sir Christopher Craddock and 900 brave sailors went down in the stormy deep. The other ships raced past her in the darkness. The Monmouth was in great distress. She left the line after a while and turned back, steaming with difficulty to northwest. She had ceased firing. The vessels had been traveling at a rate which varied from 7 to 17 knots. The Glasgow, now left alone, eased her speed in order to avoid shells intended for the Monmouth. The Germans dropped slowly back. The Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau now concentrated their salvos upon the Glasgow. The range was about 4,500 yards. A shell struck the second funnel. 5 others hit her side at the waterline, but fortunately not in dangerous places. Luce, her captain, since the flagship was no more, was senior officer. He brought his vessel round and moved rapidly back. The Monmouth had now fallen away to a northeasterly course. Luce stood by signaling. Could she steer northwest? She was making water badly forward, Captain Brandt answered, and he wanted to get stern to sea. The enemy were following, Luce signaled again. There was no reply. The Glasgow steamed nearer. The Monmouth was in a sinking condition. Her bows were under water, and the men were assembled at the stern. The sea was running very high. Rain and mist had come on, though a moon was now rising. The enemy had altered course and were approaching in line abreast about 6,000 yards away. A light kept twinkling at regular intervals from one of the ships. They were signaling in Morse and evidently were forming plans of action. Firing was still proceeding intermittently. It was about 8:30. Captain Luce could see nothing for it but to abandon the Monmouth to her fate. To rescue her crew under such conditions was impossible, while to stand by and endeavor to defend her would be folly. The Glasgow was not armored and could not contend with armored vessels. Of the 2 guns she possessed capable of piercing the enemy's armor, one had been put out of action 10 minutes after the start. If she stayed and fought to the end, 370 good lives, in addition to the sufficiently heavy toll of 1,600 in the Good Hope and the Monmouth, would be needlessly sacrificed. The Canopus, moreover, must be warned. She was coming up from the south to sure destruction. She could hardly be expected successfully to combat the whole German squadron. Nevertheless, it must have been with heavy hearts that the men of the Glasgow turned away to seek safety in flight. It is recorded that, as they moved off into the darkness, a cheer broke forth from the Monmouth's decks. Before the sinking vessel became lost to sight, another and a third went up. At about 9:15, the Nuremberg, which had not been engaged in the main action, came across the Monmouth. It is said that, though in a sinking condition, the British ship attempted to ram her enemy, but the Nuremberg began to bombard her, and she capsized. The Glasgow steamed off in a northwesterly direction. A few minutes before 9, the enemy became lost to sight. Half an hour later, many distant flashes of gunfire, the death struggle of the Monmouth, were seen. The play of a searchlight, which lasted a few seconds and then disappeared, was also observed. The vessel bore round gradually to the south. Her wireless was put into operation, and she made efforts to get through to the Canopus. But the Germans had again set their apparatus in motion, and the messages were jammed. Only after some hours was the Glasgow successful. Steaming hard at 24 knots through the heavy seas, her engines and boilers fortunately being intact, she at length joined the battleship. The 2 ships made straight for the Falkland Islands. The news of the disaster stirred great alarm in the colony. Before the day on which the ships arrived was out, the dismay was further increased. The Canopus at first expected to stay 10 days. Her presence provided substantial relief. If the enemy appeared, she and even the damaged Glasgow could give a very good account of themselves. But during the morning, Captain Grant of the Canopus received a wireless message from the Admiralty. He was to proceed immediately to Rio de Janeiro with the Glasgow. The Brazilian government had granted the latter permission to enter the dry dock there to make urgent repairs, but 7 days only were allowed for this purpose. In the evening, the warships cast off and steamed away to northward. End of section 10. Section 11 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. The Falklands Sea Fight, Part 2. Stanley was now in an unenviable situation. A powerful German squadron, flushed with victory, was probably making for the islands. The colony was almost defenseless. All the opposition that the enemy would meet would be from a few hundred volunteers. A wireless message that came through emphasized the imminence of the danger. Warnings and instructions were outlined. If the enemy landed, the volunteers were to fight. But retiring tactics must be adopted. Care should be taken to keep out of range of the enemy's big guns. The governor at once called a council of war. There could be little doubt that a descent would be made upon the colony. The position was full of peril, but resistance must certainly be offered. The few women, children, and old men who still remained at Stanley must be sent away immediately. Fortunately, the time of year was propitious. November is, indeed, in the Falklands considered the only dry month. The ground is then covered with a variety of sweet-scented flowers. Further, all the stores it was possible to remove must be taken into the camp. Quantities of provisions must be hidden away at various points within reach of the town. In order to add to the mobility of the defending force, it would be well to bring in another 100 horses from the camp. Every man should be mounted. These measures were duly carried out. Every preparation was made and every precaution taken. Everybody began to pack up boxes of goods. Clothes, stores, and valuables were all taken away to safety. Books, papers, and money were removed from the government offices and from the headquarters of the Falkland Islands Company. What was not sent away was buried. The official papers and code books were buried every night and dug up and dried every morning. The governor's tablecloths gave rise to much anxiety. It was thought, since they were marked GR, they would be liable to insult by the Germans. They were accordingly buried. This conscientious loyalty, however, proved costly. The governor's silver, wrapped in green baize, was unfortunately placed in the same hole. The tablecloths became mixed up with the baize. The damp got through, and the linen was badly stained. There was a feeling that the attack would come at dawn. People sat up all night and only went to bed when morning was well advanced. All offices were closed and business was suspended. This state of tension lasted several days. At length, from the lookout post above the town, a warship, apparently a cruiser, was seen making straight for the wireless station. When she got within range, she turned broadside on. Her decks were cleared for action. There was a call to arms. Church and dockyard bells pealed out the alarm. Non-combatants streamed out of the town into the camp. The volunteers paraded and lined up with their horses. It would soon become a question whether to resist a landing or to retire. In any event, the men were ready and provided with emergency rations, but no firing sounded. Signals were exchanged between the vessel and the shore. It was a false alarm. The newcomer was HMS Canopus. She had proceeded, in accordance with her orders, towards Rio de Janeiro with a Glasgow. When 2 days' journey off her destination, however, she received another message. She was directed to return and to defend the Falklands in case of attack. These instructions were received with mingled feelings. To fight alone a powerful squadron was by no means an attractive prospect. Duty, however, was duty. The Canopus turned about and retraced her passage. She set her wireless in operation and tried to get through to Stanley, but for some reason she was unable to do so. It was concluded that the Germans had made a raid and had destroyed the wireless station. Probably they had occupied the town. The outlook seemed serious. The Canopus had her instructions, however, and there was no drawing back. The decks were cleared for action. Ammunition was served out. Guns were loaded and trained. With every man at his post, the ship steamed at full speed into the harbor. Great was the relief when it was found that all was well. The inhabitants were not less relieved. The presence of the battleship was felt to add materially to the security of the town. The Germans would probably hesitate before attacking a ship of her size. If they sustained damage involving loss of fighting efficiency, there was no harbor they could turn to for repair, except so far as their seaworthiness was affected. Nevertheless, it was almost certain that some raid upon the islands would be attempted. Guns were landed from the ship, and measures were taken to make the defense as effective as possible. Perhaps if the enemy blockaded Stanley, the British would be able to hold out until other warships, certain to be sent to avenge the defeat, arrived. Relief could hardly be expected for 2 or 3 weeks. The Falklands formed a very distant corner of the empire. It was doubtful, indeed, whether even the ubiquitous German spy had penetrated to these remote and barren shores. It could, however, be recalled that, in 1882, a German expedition had landed on South Georgia, a dependent island of the Falklands, 800 miles to their southeast, to observe the transit of Venus. Upon that same island, indeed, another and a quite unsuspicious expedition had landed early in that very month, November. Sir Ernest Shackleton, the explorer, had left Buenos Aires on the morning of October 26th, on his way across the Antarctic continent. His little vessel of 230 tons, the Endurance, passed through the war zone in safety and reached South Georgia on November 5th. He remained for about a month before leaving for the lonely tracks for which his little party was bound. The island was his last link with civilization. Though sub-Antarctic, it possessed features as up-to-date as electric light, universal even in pigsties and henhouses, and the march of man, it was observed, had introduced the familiar animals of the farmyard and even a monkey into a region whose valleys, destitute of tree or shrub, lay clothed with perpetual snow. Meanwhile, November passed into December without any appearance of the Germans off the Falklands. The tension became very much relieved. Women and children were brought back to Stanley after being away a month or 6 weeks. Messages emanating from the hostile squadron, registered by the wireless station, indicated that the enemy were still in the vicinity, but the condition of the colony became again almost normal. The relief and security were complete when, at length, on Monday, December 7th, a powerful British squadron under Vice Admiral Sir Doveton Sturdy arrived at Port Stanley. There were 7 warships besides the Canopus. The Invincible and the Inflexible had left Plymouth on November 11th and had proceeded to the West Indies. Their mission was to avenge Coronel. They had picked up at Albatross Rock the Carnarvon, Cornwall, Bristol, Kent, Glasgow, now repaired, and Macedonia, an armed liner. All had then steamed southwards towards the Falklands. The vessels started coaling. Officers came ashore to stretch their legs. Certain stores were laid in. It was anticipated that the squadron would depart in search of the enemy on the evening of the following day. That search might, indeed, be a matter of months. Early next morning, December 8th, at about 8 o'clock, a volunteer observer posted on Sapper's Hill, 2 miles from Stanley, sighted 2 vessels upon the horizon. 20 minutes later, the smoke of 2 others came into view in the same direction. They were soon recognized as German cruisers. The excitement was intense. The news was immediately carried to the authorities. It was hastily signaled to the fleet. Most of the ships were at anchor in Port William, the outer entrance to Port Stanley. Some of the naval officers were aroused from their repose. It is recorded that, upon hearing the news, the flag lieutenant dashed down to Admiral Sturdy's cabin, clad in his pajamas. Sir Doveton was shaving. The lieutenant poured forth his information. "Well," said the admiral dryly, "you had better go and get dressed. We'll see about it later." The Graf von Spee had, meanwhile, after the Battle of Coronel, been devoting himself to harrying maritime commerce. The Falklands could wait for the present. Since the beginning of hostilities, the work of his light cruisers had been moderately successful. The Nuremberg had cut the cable between Bamfield, British Columbia, and Fanning Island. The Leipzig had accounted for at least 4 British merchantmen, and the Dresden for at least 2 more. The armed liner Eitel Friedrich had also achieved some success. Several traders had had narrow escapes. The Chilean coast was in a state of blockade to British vessels, the ports being crowded with shipping that hesitated to venture forth into the danger zone. The Germans were masters of the Pacific and South Atlantic trade routes. The Straits of Magellan and the Horn formed a great waterway of commerce, which for sailing vessels was indeed the only eastern outlet from the Pacific. But completely as he had the situation in hand, von Spee was experiencing increasing problems and difficulties with regard to supplies of coal and provisions. Without these, he was impotent. He had been employing German merchantmen to great advantage for refueling, but trouble was brewing with the Chilean authorities. Many signs were leading the latter to suspect that, contrary to international law, German traders were loading at Chilean ports cargoes of coal and provisions, contraband of war, and were transferring them at sea to the German warships. There were other causes of complaint. Juan Fernandez, the Isle of Romance and of Mystery, the home of the original of Robinson Crusoe, was said to have been degraded into use as a base for apportioning the booty, coals, and victuals among the belligerent vessels. The island was a Chilean possession. It was practically certain that von Spee's squadron had stayed there beyond the legal limit of time. A French merchantman had, contrary to rule, also been sunk there by the Dresden within Chilean territorial waters. Inquiries in other quarters were being made, moreover, as to the friendly wireless stations which the Germans had been utilizing secretly in Colombia and Ecuador, while a rumor was current in the United States that neutral vessels had been seized and pillaged on the high seas. Von Spee soon found that he was nearing the end even of his illegitimate resources. He had tried the patience of the Chilean authorities too far. About the middle of November, they suddenly prohibited, as a provisional measure, the vessels of the Cosmos Company from leaving any Chilean port. On November 24th, a government ship was sent to Juan Fernandez to investigate and to see that Chilean neutrality was upheld. Many such signs seemed to warn von Spee that the time was appropriate to a sudden disappearance. He gathered his squadron for a descent at last upon the Falklands. His plans must be, not merely for a raid, but for an occupation. There were probably 2 or 3 small ships there. They should be sunk. The wireless station must be destroyed. The islands, after a landing had been effected and the defense reduced, could be used as a base for the German operations. There were large quantities of coal and stores at Stanley. The harbor possessed facilities for refitting. To dislodge a strong German naval force with adequate guns placed in occupation of the colony would be a difficult task for the enemy. The Falklands had many possibilities. According to von Spee's information, they were feebly defended and would fall an easy prey. At length, early in the morning of December 8th, the admiral brought his fleet off Stanley. His 5 cruisers approached from the south. They were, of course, observed. A warning gun, probably from one of the small ships which he would shortly sink, sounded the alarm inside the harbor. There was no need, however, for haste. At 20 minutes past 9, the Gneisenau and the Nuremberg moved towards the wireless station and brought their guns to bear upon it. But suddenly, from inside the harbor, there came the thunder of a big gun. 5 shells of very heavy caliber screamed in quick succession from over the low-lying land. One of the vessels was struck. Surprise and bewilderment took the Germans. This was most unexpected. The Gneisenau and the Nuremberg hastily retired out of range. Sir Doveton and his fleet, meanwhile, had gone to breakfast. Steam for full speed was got up as rapidly as possible. Coaling operations had recommenced at 6:30 that morning. The colliers were hurriedly cast off, and the decks were cleared for action. Officers and men were delighted at the prospect of an early fight. The Germans had saved them a long, cold search around the Horn by calling for them. There was going to be no mistake this time. The enemy could not escape. Sturdy's squadron was superior both in weight and speed to the German. It consisted of 2 battle cruisers of over 17,000 tons, the Invincible and Inflexible, of 3 cruisers of about 10,000 tons, the Carnarvon, Kent, and Cornwall, and of 2 light cruisers of 4,800 tons, the Glasgow and Bristol. The primary armament of the Invincible and Inflexible was 8 12-inch guns, of the Carnarvon 4 7.5-inch, of the Kent and Cornwall 14 6-inch, of the Glasgow and Bristol 2 6-inch. The speed of the battle cruisers was 28 knots, of the 3 middle-class cruisers 22 to 24 knots, and of the light cruisers 25 to 26 knots. In size, in armament, in speed, the British squadron would decidedly preponderate. Admiral Sturdy, however, though confident of victory, was determined to take no risks and to minimize loss in men and material by making full use of his superior long-range gunfire and of his superior speed. He would wait, screened by the land, until the Germans had drawn nearer. Everything should be got ready carefully. Undue excitement was to be deprecated. Meanwhile, he watched the enemy closely. At about 8:45, Captain Grant of the Canopus reported that the first 2 ships sighted were now about 8 miles away. The other 2 were still at a distance of some 20 miles. The Kent passed down the harbor and took up a position at the entrance. 5 minutes later, the smoke of a 5th German vessel was observed. When, in about half an hour's time, the 2 leading enemy ships made a threatening move in the direction of the wireless station, the admiral ordered a swift counterstroke. Officers upon the hills above the town signaled the range, 11,000 yards, to the Canopus. She opened fire with her 12-inch guns. The Germans hoisted their colors and drew back. Their masts and smoke were now visible from the upper bridge of the Invincible across the low land bounding Port William on the south. Within a few minutes, the 2 cruisers altered course and made for the harbor mouth. Here the Kent lay stationed. It seemed that the Germans were about to engage her. As, however, they approached, the masts and funnels of 2 large ships at anchor within the port became visible to them. The Gneisenau and the Nuremberg could hardly expect to contend alone with this force. They at once changed their direction and moved back at increased speed to join their consorts. The morning was gloriously fine. The sun shone brightly, the sky was clear, the sea was calm, and a breeze blew lightly from the northwest. It was one of the rare bright stretches that visit the islands, for usually rain falls, mostly in misty drizzles, on about 250 days in the year. At 20 minutes to 10, the Glasgow weighed anchor and joined the Kent at the harbor mouth. 5 minutes later, the rest of the squadron weighed and began to steam out. The battleship Canopus, her speed making her unsuitable for a chase, was left in harbor. The Bristol and the Macedonia also remained behind for the present. By a dexterous use of oil fuel, the 2 battle cruisers were kept shrouded as much as possible in dense clouds of smoke. The enemy for some time could not gauge their size, but as vessel after vessel emerged, Admiral von Spee grew uneasy. The English were in altogether unexpected strength. His squadron could not cope with such force. He had played into the enemy's hands, and unless he could outspeed their ships, the game was up. Without hesitation, he steamed off at high speed to eastward. The British followed, steaming at 15 to 18 knots. The enemy, to their southeast, were easily visible. At 20 past 10, an order for a general chase was signaled. The Invincible and the Inflexible quickly drew to the fore. The Germans were roughly in line abreast, 20,000 yards, or some 11 miles ahead. The morning sunlight, the gleaming seas, the gray warships, white foam springing from their bows, tearing at high speed through the waves, formed a magnificent spectacle. Crowds of the inhabitants of Stanley gathered upon the hills above the town to view the chase. The excitement and enthusiasm were intense. The vessels were in sight about 2 hours. At about 11:15, it was reported from a point in the south of East Falkland that 3 other German ships were in sight. They were probably colliers or transports. The Bristol signaled the information to Admiral Sturdy. He at once ordered her, with the armed liner Macedonia, to hasten in their direction and destroy them. The newcomers made off to southwest, and the British followed. Meanwhile, the rest of the squadron, now traveling at 23 knots, were slowly closing upon the enemy. The distance had narrowed to 15,000 to 16,000 yards. The British were within striking range. Nevertheless, Sturdy decided to wait till after dinner before engaging. His guns could outdistance those of the enemy. It would be advisable for him to keep at long range. The Germans, on the other hand, would be forced, when firing commenced, to alter course and draw in order to bring their own guns into play. The men had their midday meal at 12 o'clock as usual. It is said that comfortable time was allowed afterwards for a smoke. The Invincible, Inflexible, and Glasgow at about 12:30 increased their speed to between 25 and 28 knots and went on ahead. Just after 1:15, there was a signal from the admiral. Open fire and engage the enemy. A few minutes later, there were sharp commands. The ranges were signaled, and the bigger guns were laid. Fiery glares and dense clouds of smoke burst suddenly from their muzzles. The air quivered with their thunder. Shells went screaming in the direction of the nearest light cruiser, the Leipzig, which was dropping rapidly astern. The firing was uncomfortably accurate. The three smaller German cruisers very soon left the line and made an attempt, veering off to the south, to scatter and escape. Flame and smoke issued from the Leipzig before she drew clear, where a shell had struck. Sir Doveton Sturdy directed the Glasgow, Kent, and Cornwall to pursue the German light cruisers. With his remaining vessels, the Invincible, the Inflexible, and the slower Carnarvon, he turned upon the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau and began operations in earnest. The interval of sunlight, which had opened the day with such promise, was of short duration. The sky became overcast. Soon after 4 o'clock, the air was thick with rain mist. From 1:15 onwards, for 3 hours, a fierce duel was maintained between the two British battlecruisers and the two German armored cruisers. The enemy made every effort to get away. They replied to the British fire for some time, having dropped back to within 13,500 yards. But shortly after 2 o'clock, they changed their course and began to haul out to southeast. The Invincible and the Inflexible had eased their speed, and the range now widened by about 3,000 yards. A second chase ensued. A full-rigged sailing ship appeared in the distance at about 2:45. Her crew must have beheld an awe-inspiring scene. Shortly before the hour, firing recommenced. The action began to develop. Great coolness and efficiency were shown on board the British vessels. Every man was at his battle station, behind armor. Fire control parties were at their instruments. Water from numerous hoses was flooding the decks as a precaution against fire. The roaring of the discharges, the screaming of the shells, the clangor of metal upon metal, the crashes of the explosions made up a tumult that was painful in its intensity. During intervals in the firing came the rushing of the waves and of the breeze, and the grinding and grunting of the hydraulic engines in the turrets were swung, training constantly upon the enemy, the greater guns. The Germans soon began to show signs of distress. The Scharnhorst particularly suffered. Dense clouds of smoke, making it difficult for the British accurately to gauge the damage, rose from her decks. Shells rending her side disclosed momentarily the dull red glow of flame. She was burning fiercely. The firing on both sides was deadly, though the German had slackened considerably. But the British vessels, through their preponderance in gunfire, suffered little damage. Their 12-inch guns hit their marks constantly, while 8.2-inch guns of the Scharnhorst were accurate but ineffective. She veered to starboard at about 3:30 to bring into play her starboard batteries. Both her masts and 3 of her 4 funnels were shot away. At length, the German flagship began to settle down rapidly in the waters. It was about 4:15. There was a swirl of the seas and a rush of steam and smoke. The Scharnhorst disappeared. She went down with her flag flying to an ocean grave, bearing 760 brave men and a gallant admiral, whose name will deservedly rank high in the annals of German naval history. The Gneisenau passed on the far side of her sunken flagship. With the guns of both battle cruisers now bearing upon her alone, the German was soon in sore straits. But she fought on gallantly for a considerable time. At 5:30, she had ceased firing and appeared to be sinking. She had suffered severe damage. Smoke and steam were rising everywhere. Her bridge had been shot away. Her foremost funnel was resting against the second. Her upper deck was so shattered that it could not be crossed, and every man upon it had been killed. An exploding shell had hurled one of the gun turrets bodily overboard. Fire was raging aft. Her colors had been shot away several times and hoisted as often. One of the flags was hauled down at about 20 to 6, though that at the peak was still flying. She began to fire again with a single gun. The Invincible, the Inflexible, and the Carnarvon, which had now come up, closed in upon the doomed vessel. Firing was recommenced. The Gneisenau was not moving. Both her engines were smashed. Shells striking the water near her sent up colossal columns of water, which, falling upon the ship, put out some of the fires. She soon began to settle down in the waves. All her guns were now out of action, and Sturdy ordered the cease fire. There could be little doubt that her stubborn resistance was nearing its end. The German commander lined up his men on the decks. The ammunition was exhausted. The ship would soon go down. Some 600 men had already been killed. The survivors had better provide themselves with articles for their support in the water. At 6 o'clock, the Gneisenau heeled over suddenly. Clouds of steam sprang forth. Her stem swung up into the air, and she sank. Large numbers of her crew could be seen floating in the icy waves, hanging on to pieces of wreckage and uttering terribly uncanny cries. The sea was choppy. Drizzling rain was falling. The British steamed up immediately. All undamaged boats were got out. Ropes were lowered. Lifebuoys and spars were thrown to the drowning men. But many of them, numbed by the freezing water, let go their hold and sank. About 180, among them the captain of the Gneisenau, were saved. It is said that much agreeable surprise upon the discovery that their anticipations of being shot would not be realized was manifested by the German sailors. Meanwhile, battle had been in progress elsewhere. The Bristol and the Macedonia had overtaken the transports Baden and Santa Isabel, had captured their crews, and had sunk the ships. The armed liner accompanying them, the Eitel Friedrich, had, however, made off and got away by means of her superior speed. The Kent, Glasgow, and Cornwall had pursued the German light cruisers in a southerly direction. The Dresden, the fastest, proved too speedy a vessel to overtake. She was ahead of her consorts upon either quarter and made her escape whilst they were being engaged. The Kent gave chase to the Nuremberg. The Glasgow, in pursuit of the Leipzig, raced ahead of the Cornwall, and by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon had closed sufficiently within 12,000 yards to open fire with their foremost guns. The German ship turned every now and then to fire a salvo. Soon a regular battle began, which was maintained for some hours. Shells fell all around the Glasgow. There were several narrow escapes, but the casualties were few. Shortly after 6, a wireless message was received from Admiral Sturdy, announcing that the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau had been sunk. A cheer surged up, and the men set to work with renewed spirits and energy. The Cornwall had come up some time before, and the Leipzig was now severely damaged, but she fought on for 3 more hours. Darkness came on. The German cruiser began to burn, fore and aft. It was 9 o'clock before she at last turned over and sank. The British vessels had, during the course of the action, steamed miles apart and far out of sight of land. During the evening and night, they began to get in touch with one another and with Stanley by means of their wireless. All the ships except the Kent were accounted for and reported all well. But no reply was forthcoming to the numerous calls, "Kent, Kent, Kent," that were sent out. She had, in chase of the Nuremberg, lost all touch with the rest of the squadron. There was great uneasiness. It was feared that she had been lost. The other ships were directed to search for her and for the Nuremberg and the Dresden. Late in the afternoon of the following day, however, she entered Stanley Harbor safely. Her wireless had been destroyed, but she had sunk the Nuremberg after a very stern struggle. The German captain, Schönberg, is reported indeed to have said at Honolulu, quote, "The Nuremberg will very likely be our coffin, but we are ready to fight to the last," end quote. He had fought and died true to his words. The German ship was ordinarily more than a knot faster than the British, but the engineers and stokers of the Kent rose magnificently to the occasion. Fuel was piled high. Her engines were strained to the utmost. Soon she was speeding through the waves at 25 knots, a knot and a half more than her registered speed. The Nuremberg drew nearer. At 5 o'clock she was within range, and firing was opened. A sharp action began, which lasted some 2.5 hours. The Kent was struck many times and lost several men. She had one narrow escape. A bursting shell ignited some cordite charges, and a flash of flame went down the hoist into the ammunition passage. Some empty shell bags began to burn, but a sergeant picked up a cordite charge and hurled it out of danger. Seizing a fire hose, he flooded the compartment and extinguished the fire. A disastrous explosion, which might have proved fatal to the vessel, was thus averted. Her silken ensign and jack, presented by the ladies of Kent, were torn to ribbons. The gallant captain collected the pieces, some being caught in the rigging, and carefully preserved them. The Nuremberg, however, was soon in sore straits. Many shells struck her, and she was set afire. Day drew into evening, and darkness deepened. The Germans ceased firing, and the Kent, within about 3,000 yards, followed suit upon the enemy's colors being hauled down. The Nuremberg sank just before 7:30. As she disappeared beneath the surface, men upon her quarterdeck were waving the German ensign. The Kent, after picking up some survivors, put about and returned to Stanley. Here the rest of the squadron soon gathered. Congratulatory telegrams began to pour in to Sir Doveton Sturdy, and the curtain closed in the flush of triumph upon the most memorable and most dramatic episode in the history of the Falklands. One further episode remains to complete the story. The Dresden and the armed liner Ito Frederick, the sole survivors of the German squadron, made once more for the Pacific. They were lost sight of for many weeks. Suspicious movements and activities on the part of German merchantmen were, however, again observed. The government wireless station at Valparaiso intercepted messages from the Dresden, summoning friendly vessels to bring her supplies. Persistent rumors began to be circulated that she was hiding in the inlets of southern Chile. During January 1915, the Eitel Friedrich seized and destroyed 6 vessels, chiefly sailing ships, some in Pacific, most in Atlantic waters. In February, she accounted for 4 more. Towards the end of the month, a British bark was sunk by the Dresden. The position was again rapidly becoming troublesome. The movement of British shipping on the Chilean coast had to be suspended, but the Glasgow and the Kent were on the Dresden's track. The Kent entered Coronel on March 13th, cold, and departed the same night. The Eitel Friedrich, meanwhile, had arrived at Newport News, a United States port, with her engines badly in need of repair. Much indignation was aroused among Americans by the announcement that one of her victims had been an American vessel. The German liner had many prisoners on board. Declarations of a resolve, if he had been caught by the British, to have sunk fighting to the last, were repeatedly and emphatically declaimed by the German captain. 5 days later, he learned that the Dresden had tamely surrendered off Juan Fernandez after a 5 minutes action. The Kent, at 9 o'clock in the morning after she had left Coronel, together with the Glasgow and the auxiliary cruiser Orama, came up with the Dresden near the island. A sharp encounter followed. The German cruiser was hit heavily. Fire broke out. In 5 minutes' time, she hauled down her colors and hoisted a white flag. The crew were taken off. The Dresden continued to burn for some time until finally her magazine exploded and she sank. The German officers contended that their vessel was sunk within Chilean territorial waters. It had not hitherto been noticeable that their consciences were concerned to maintain Chilean neutrality and violate. The Battle of the Falkland Islands was the first decisive naval contest of the war. It removed a formidable menace to the trade routes. It relieved British convoys and transports from danger of interruption. It freed many battleships and cruisers engaged in sweeping the oceans for other usefulness. It gave Great Britain effective mastery of the outer seas. Henceforth, German naval ambition, frustrated in its endeavor to disorganize the trade routes, was forced, within the limits of the North Sea and of British waters, to seek less adventurous but more disreputable ends. A series of bombardments of coast towns was planned. A preliminary success was followed by a galling disaster. With the exception of the naval engagements described above, the operations of the Germans in the sea was limited chiefly to preying upon enemy commerce by isolated vessels. Of these terrors of the sea, the most famous was the cruiser Emden, which began her career on October 29th by sinking the Russian cruiser Jemtchug in Penang Harbor. Her career until her destruction and the adventures of those of her crew who escaped are described in the following chapter. End of section 11. Section 12 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Cruise of the Emden, Captain Mücke. Quote, "We on the Emden had no idea where we were going, as on August 11, 1914, we separated from the cruiser squadron, escorted only by the coaler Marcomannia. Underway, the Emden picked up 3 officers from German steamers. That was a piece of luck, for afterward we needed many officers for the capturing and sinking of steamers, or manning them when we took them with us. On September 10, the first boat came in sight. We stop her. She proves to be a Greek tramp, chartered from England. On the next day we meet the Indus, bound for Bombay, all fitted up as a troop transport, but still without troops. That was the first one we sunk. The crew we took aboard the Marcomannia. 'What's the name of your ship?' the officers asked us. 'Emden.' 'Impossible. Why, the Emden was sunk long ago in battle with the Askold.' Then we sank the Lovat, a troop transport ship, and took the Kabinga along with us. One gets used quickly to new forms of activity. After a few days, capturing ships became a habit. Of the 23 which we captured, most of them stopped after our first signal. When they didn't, we fired a blank shot. Then they all stopped. Only one, the Clan Madison, waited for a real shot across the bow before giving up its many automobiles and locomotives to the seas. The officers were mostly very polite and let down rope ladders for us. After a few hours, they'd be on board with us. We ourselves never set foot in their cabins, nor took charge of them. The officers often acted on their own initiative and signaled to us the nature of their cargo. Then the commandant decided as to whether to sink the ship or take it with us. Of the cargo, we always took everything we could use, particularly provisions. Many of the English officers and sailors made good use of the hours of transfer to drink up the supply of whiskey instead of sacrificing it to the waves. I heard that one captain was lying in tears at the enforced separation from his beloved ship, but on investigation found that he was merely dead drunk. But much worse was the open betrayal which many practiced toward their brother captains, whom they probably regarded as rivals. "Haven't you met the Kilo yet? If you keep on your course 2 hours longer, you must overhaul her," one captain said to me of his own accord. To other tips from other captains, we owed many of our prizes. "I am prepared to give their names," Captain Mücke added. The captain of one ship once called out cheerily, "Thank God I've been captured." He had received expense money for the trip to Australia and was now saved half the journey. We had mostly quiet weather, so that communication with captured ships was easy. They were mostly dynamited or else shot close to the waterline. The sinking process took longer or shorter according to where they were struck and the nature of the cargo. Mostly the ships keeled over on their sides till the water flowed down the smokestacks. A last puff of smoke came out, and then they were gone. Many, however, went down sharply bow first, the stern rising high in the air. On the Cabinga, the captain had his wife and youngster with him. He was inclined at first to be disagreeable. "What are you going to do with us? Shall we be set out in boats and left to our fate?" he asked. Afterward he grew confidential, like all the captains, called us "old chap," gave the lieutenant a nice new oilskin, and as we finally let the Cabinga go, wrote us a letter of thanks, and his wife asked for an Emden armband and a button. They all gave us 3 cheers as they steamed away. "Come to Calcutta sometime," was the last thing the captain said, "and catch the pilots so that those unprintable seaman's epithet, fellows will feel something of the war too." A few days later, by Calcutta, we made one of our richest hauls, the Diplomat, chock full of tea. We sunk $2,500,000 worth. On the same day, the Trabich, too, which steered right straight toward us, literally into our arms. But now we wanted to beat it out of the Bay of Bengal, because we had learned from the papers that the Emden was being keenly searched for. By Rangoon, we encountered a Norwegian tramp, which, for a cash consideration, took over all the rest of our prisoners of war. Later on, another neutral ship rejected a similar request and betrayed us to the Japanese into the bargain. On September 23rd, we reached Madras and steered straight for the harbor. We stopped still 3,000 yards before the city. Then we shot up the oil tanks. 3 or 4 burned up and illuminated the city. They answered. Several of the papers asserted that we left with lights out. On the contrary, we showed our lights so as to seem to indicate that we were going northward. Only later did we put them out, turn around, and steer southward. As we left, we could see the fire burning brightly in the night, and even by daylight, 90 sea miles away, we could still see the smoke from the burning oil tanks. 2 days later, we navigated around Ceylon and could see the lights of Colombo. On the same evening, we gathered in 2 more steamers, the King Lund and Tawirik. The latter was particularly good to us, for it brought us the very latest evening papers from Colombo, which had only left 2 hours before. Everything went well. The only trouble was that our prize, the Marcomannia, didn't have much coal left. We said one evening in the mess, "The only thing lacking now is a nice steamer with 500 tons of nice Cardiff coal." The next evening we got her, the Burrisk, brand new from England on her maiden voyage, bound for Hong Kong. Then followed in order the Raberia, Foyle, Grand Ponrabel, Benmore, Troyens, Exfort, Gracefale, Sankt Egbert, Chilcana. Most of them were sunk. The coal ships were kept. The Egbert was let go with a load of passengers and captured crews. We also sent the Marcomannia away because it hadn't any more coal. She was later captured by the English together with all the prize papers about their own captured ships. All this happened before October 20th. Then we sailed southward to Deogazia, southwest of Colombo. South of Lackadevan, on Deogazia, some Englishmen came on board, solitary farmers who were in touch with the world only every 3 months through schooners. They knew nothing about the war, took us for an English man of war, and asked us to repair their motorboat for them. We kept still and invited them to dinner in our officers' mess. Presently they stood still in front of the portrait of the Kaiser, quite astounded. "This is a German ship." We continued to keep still. "Why is your ship so dirty?" they asked. We shrugged our shoulders. "Will you take some letters for us?" they asked. "Sorry, impossible. We don't know what port we'll run into." Then they left our ship, but about the war we told them not a single word. Now we went toward Minico, where we sank 2 ships more. The captain of one of them said to us, "Why don't you try your luck around north of Minico? There's lots of ships there now. On the next day, we found 3 steamers to the north, one of them with much desired Cardiff coal. From English papers on captured ships, we learned that we were being hotly pursued. The stokers also told us a lot. Our pursuers evidently must also have a convenient base. Penang was the tip given us. There we had hopes of finding 2 French cruisers. One night we started for Penang. On October 28, we raised our very practicable 4th smokestack, Mürke's own invention. As a result, we were taken for English or French. The harbor of Penang lies in a channel difficult of access. There was nothing doing by night. We had to do it at daybreak. At high speed, without smoke, with lights out, we steered into the mouth of the channel. A torpedo boat on guard slept well. We steamed past its small light. Inside lay a dark silhouette. That must be a warship, but it wasn't the French cruiser we were looking for. We recognized the silhouette, dead sure. That was the Russian cruiser, Jemtchug. There it lay. There it slept like a rat. No watch to be seen. They made it easy for us. Because of the narrowness of the harbor, we had to keep close. We fired the first torpedo at 400 yards. Then, to be sure, things livened up a bit on the sleeping warship. At the same time, we took the crew quarters under fire, 5 shells at a time. There was a flash of flame on board, then a kind of burning aureole. After the 4th shell, the flame burned high. The first torpedo had struck the ship too deep because we were too close to it. A second torpedo, which we fired off from the other side, didn't make the same mistake. After 20 seconds, there was absolutely not a trace of the ship to be seen. The enemy had fired off only about 6 shots. But now another ship, which we couldn't see, was firing. That was the French d'Iberville, toward which we now turned at once. A few minutes later, an incoming torpedo destroyer was reported. He mustn't find us in that narrow harbor, otherwise we were finished. But it proved to be a false alarm. Only a small merchant steamer that looked like a destroyer and which at once showed the merchant flag and steered for shore. Shortly afterward, a second one was reported. This time it proved to be the French torpedo boat, Mousquet. It comes straight toward us. That's always remained a mystery to me, for it must have heard the shooting. An officer whom we fished up afterward explained to me that they had only recognized we were a German warship when they were quite close to us. The Frenchman behaved well, accepted battle, and fought on, but was polished off by us with 3 broadsides. The whole fight with both ships lasted half an hour. The commander of the torpedo boat lost both legs by the first broadside. When he saw that part of his crew were leaping overboard, he cried out, "Tie me fast. I will not survive after seeing Frenchmen desert their ship." As a matter of fact, he went down with his ship as a brave captain, lashed fast to the mast. Then we fished up 30 heavily wounded. 3 died at once. We sewed a tricolor, the French flag, wound them in it, and buried them at sea, with seamen's honors, 3 salvos. That was my only sea fight. The second one I did not take part in. End quote. Mürke, who had been recounting his lively narrative, partly like an officer, partly like an artist, and not trying to eliminate the flavor of adventure, now takes on quite another tone as he comes to tell of the end of the Emden. Quote, "On November 9, I left the Emden in order to destroy the wireless plant on the Cocos Island. I had 50 men, 4 machine guns, about 30 rifles. Just as we were about to destroy the apparatus, it reported, 'Careful, Emden near.' The work of destruction went smoothly. The wireless operator said, 'Thank God, it's been like being under arrest day and night lately.' Presently the Emden signaled to us, 'Hurry up.' I pack up, but simultaneously wails the Emden's siren. I hurry up to the bridge, see the flag Anna go up. That means weigh anchor. We ran like mad into our boat, but already the Emden's pennant goes up. The battle flag is raised. They fire from starboard. The enemy is concealed by the island and therefore not to be seen, but I see the shells strike the water. To follow and catch the Emden is out of the question. She's going 20 knots. I only 4 with my steam pinnace. Therefore I turned back to land, raised the flag, declared German laws of war in force, seize all arms, set up my machine guns on shore in order to guard against a hostile landing. Then I run again in order to observe the fight. From the splash of the shells, it looked as if the enemy had 15-centimeter guns, bigger, therefore, than the Emden's. He fired rapidly, but poorly. It was the Australian cruiser, Sydney. "Have you heard," Milka suddenly asked in between, "if anything has happened to the Sydney? At the Dardanelles, maybe?" And his hatred of the Emden's hangman is visible for a second in his blue eyes. Then he continues, "According to the accounts of the Englishmen who saw the first part of the engagement from shore, the Emden was cut off rapidly. Her forward smokestack lay across the ship. She went over to circular fighting and to torpedo firing, but already burned fiercely aft. Behind the mainmast, several shells struck home. We saw the high flame. Whether circular fighting or a running fight now followed, I don't know, because I again had to look to my land defenses. Later I looked down from the roof of a house. Now the Emden again stood out to sea, about 4,000 to 5,000 yards, still burning. As she again turned toward the enemy, the forward mast was shot away. On the enemy, no outward damage was apparent, but columns of smoke showed where shots had struck home. Then the Emden took a northerly course, likewise the enemy, and I had to stand there helpless, gritting my teeth and thinking, 'Damn it, the Emden is burning and you aren't on board.' An Englishman who had also climbed up to the roof of the house approached me, greeted me politely, and asked, 'Captain, would you like to have a game of tennis with us?' The ships, still fighting, disappeared beyond the horizon. I thought that an unlucky outcome for the Emden was possible, also a landing by the enemy on Keeling Island, at least for the purpose of landing the wounded and taking on provisions. As, according to the statements of the Englishmen, there were other ships in the neighborhood, I saw myself faced with the certainty of having soon to surrender because of a lack of ammunition. But for no price did I and my men want to get into English imprisonment. As I was thinking about all this, the masts again appear on the horizon, the Emden steaming easterly, but very much slower. All at once the enemy, at high speed, shoots by, apparently quite close to the Emden. A high white waterspout showed among the black smoke of the enemy. That was a torpedo. I see how the two opponents withdrew, the distance growing greater between them, how they separate till they disappear in the darkness. The fight had lasted 10 hours. I had made up my mind to leave the island as quick as possible. The Emden was gone, the danger for us growing. In the harbor I had noticed a three-master, the schooner Aisha. Mr. Ross, the owner of the ship and of the island, had warned me that the boat was leaky, but I found it quite a seaworthy tub. Now quickly provisions were taken on board for 8 weeks, water for 4. The Englishmen very kindly showed us the best water and gave us clothing and utensils. They declared this was their thanks for our moderation and generosity. Then they collected the autographs of our men, photographed them, and gave 3 cheers as our last boat put off. It was evening, nearly dark. We sailed away. After a short address, amid 3 hurrahs, I raised the German war flag on SMS Aisha. The Aisha proved to be a really splendid ship, Milka continued, and whenever he happens to speak of this sailing ship, he grows warmer. One notices the passion for sailing which this seaman has, for he was trained on a sailing ship and had won many prizes in the regattas at Kiel. But we had hardly any instruments, he narrated. We had only 1 sextant and 2 chronometers on board, but a chronometer journal was lacking. Luckily, I found an old Indian Ocean Directory of 1882 on board. Its information went back to the year 1780. At first, we had to overhaul all the tackle, for I didn't trust to peace, and we had left the English captain back on the island. I had said, "We are going to East Africa." Therefore, I sailed at first westward, then northward. There followed the monsoons, but then also long periods of dead calm. Then we scolded. Only two neutral ports came seriously under consideration, Batavia and Padang. At Keeling, I cautiously asked about Tsing-Tao, of which I had naturally thought first, and so quite by chance learned that it had fallen. Now I decided for Padang because I knew I would be more apt to meet the Emden there, also because there was a German consul there, because my schooner was unknown there, and because I hoped to find German ships there and learn some news. It'll take you 6 to 8 days to reach Batavia, a captain had told me at Keeling. Now we needed 18 days to reach Padang. The weather was so rottenly still. We had an excellent cook on board. He had deserted from the French Foreign Legion, but with water we had to go sparingly. Each man received 3 glasses daily. When it rained, all possible receptacles were placed on deck, and the main sail was spread over the cabin roof to catch the rain. The whole crew went about naked in order to spare our wash, for the clothing from Keeling was soon in rags. Toothbrushes were long ago out of sight. One razor made the rounds of the crew. The entire ship had one precious comb. As at length we came in the neighborhood of Padang, on November 26th, a ship appeared for the first time and looked after our name. But the name had been painted over because it was the former English name. As I think, "You're rid of the fellow," the ship comes again in the evening, comes within 100 yards of us. I send all men below deck. I promenade the deck as the solitary skipper. Through Morse signals, the stranger betrayed its identity. It was the Hollandish torpedo boat Lynn. I asked by signals, first in English, then twice in German, "Why do you follow me?" No answer. The next morning I find myself in Hollandish waters, so I raise pennant and war flag. Now the Lynn came at top speed past us. As it passes, I have my men line up on deck and give a greeting. The greeting is answered. Then, before the harbor at Padang, I went aboard the Lynn in my well and carefully preserved uniform and declared my intentions. The commandant opined that I could run into the harbor, but whether I might come out again was doubtful. On the south coast, interjected Lieutenant Wellman, who at that time lay with a German ship before Padang and only later joined the landing corps of the Emden, we suddenly saw a 3-master arrive. Great excitement aboard our German ship, for the schooner carried the German war flag. We thought she came from New Guinea and at once made all boats clear on the Kleist, Rhineland, and Choising, for we were all on the search for the Emden. When we heard that the schooner carried the landing corps, not a man of us would believe it. They wanted to treat me as a prize, Milka now continued. I said, "I am a man of war," and pointed to my 4 machine guns. The harbor authorities demanded a certification for pennant and war flag, also papers to prove that I was the commander of this warship. I answered, for that I was only responsible to my superior officers. Now they advised me the most insistently to allow ourselves to be interned peacefully. They said it wasn't at all pleasant in the neighborhood. We'd fall into the hands of the Japanese or the English. As a matter of fact, we had again had great luck. On the day before, a Japanese warship had cruised around here. Naturally, I rejected all the well-meant and kindly advice and did this in presence of my lieutenants. I demanded provisions, water, sails, tackle, and clothing. They replied we could take on board everything which we formerly had on board, but nothing which would mean an increase in our naval strength. First thing, I wanted to improve our wardrobe, for I had only 1 sock, a pair of shoes, and 1 clean shirt, which had become rather seedy. My comrades had even less. But the master of the port declined to let us have not only charts, but also clothing and toothbrushes, on the ground that these would be an increase of armament. Nobody could come aboard. Nobody could leave the ship without permission. I requested that the consul be allowed to come aboard. This consul, Herr Schild, as also the brothers Boimer, gave us assistance in the friendliest fashion. From the German steamers, boats could come alongside and talk with us. Finally, we were allowed to have German papers. They were, to be sure, from August. Until March, we saw no more papers. Hardly had we been towed out again after 24 hours on the evening of the 28th, when a searchlight appeared before us. I think better interned than prisoner. I put out all lights and withdrew to the shelter of the island, but they were Hollanders and didn't do anything to us. Then for 2 weeks more we drifted around, lying still for days. The weather was alternately still, rainy, and blowy. At length the ship comes in sight, a freighter. It sees us and makes a big curve around us. I make everything hastily clear for battle. Then one of our officers recognizes her for the choising. She shows the German flag. I send up light rockets, although it was broad day, and go with all sails set that were still settable toward her. The choising is a coaster from Hong Kong for Siam. It was at Singapore when the war broke out, then went to Batavia, was chartered, loaded with coal for the Emden, and had put into Padang in need because the coal in the hold had caught fire. There we had met her. Great was our joy now. I had all my men come on deck and line up for review. The fellows hadn't a rag on. Thus, in nature's garb, we gave 3 cheers for the German flag on the choising. The men on the choising told us afterward we couldn't make out what that meant, those stark naked fellows all cheering. The sea was too high, and we had to wait 2 days before we could board the choising on December 16. We took very little with us. The schooner was taken in tow. In the afternoon we sunk the Aisha, and we were all very sad. The good old Aisha had served us faithfully for 6 weeks. The logs showed that we had made 1,709 sea miles under sail since leaving Keeling. She wasn't at all rotten and unseaworthy, as they had told me, but nice and white and dry inside. I had grown fond of the ship, on which I could practice my old sailing maneuvers. The only trouble was that the sails would go to pieces every now and then because they were so old. But anyway, she went down quite properly, didn't she? Milka turned to the officer. We had bored a hole in her. She filled slowly, and then all of a sudden, plump, disappeared. That was the saddest day of the whole month. We gave her 3 cheers, and my next yacht at Kiel will be named Aisha, that's sure. To the captain of the choising, I had said, when I hailed him, I do not know what will happen to the ship. The war situation may make it necessary for me to strand it. He did not want to undertake the responsibility. I proposed that we work together, and I would take the responsibility. Then we traveled together for 3 weeks, from Padang to Hodeida. The choising was some 90 meters long and had a speed of 9 miles, though sometimes only 4. If she had not accidentally arrived, I had intended to cruise high along the west coast of Sumatra to the region of the northern monsoon. I came about 6 degrees north, then over Aden to the Arabian coast. In the Red Sea, the northeastern monsoon, which here blows southeast, could bring us to Jeddah. I had heard in Padang that Turkey is allied with us, so we would be able to get safely through Arabia to Germany. I next waited for information through ships, but the choising did not know anything definite either. By way of the Lukes, the Königsberg, and Cormoran, the reports were uncertain. Besides, according to newspapers at Aden, the Arabs were said to have fought with the English. Therein there seemed to be offered an opportunity near at hand to damage the enemy. I therefore sailed with the choising in the direction of Aden. Lieutenant Gertz of the choising had heard that the Arabian Railway now already went almost to Hodeida, near the Perim Strait. The ship's surgeon there, de Koonling, found confirmation of this in Meyer's traveling handbook. This railway could not have been taken over by the Englishmen, who always dreamed of it. By doing this, they would have further and completely wrought up the Mohammedans by making more difficult the journey to Mecca. Best of all, we thought, we'll simply step into the express train and whiz nicely away to the North Sea. Certainly there would be safe journeying homeward through Arabia. To be sure, we hadn't maps of the Red Sea, but it was the shortest way to the foe, whether in Aden or in Germany. Therefore, courage, Adenwards. On the 7th of January, between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening, we sneaked through the Strait of Perim. That lay swarming full of Englishmen. We steered along the African coast, close past an English cable layer. That is my prettiest delight, how the Englishmen will be vexed when they learn that we have passed smoothly by Perim. On the next evening we saw on the coast a few lights upon the water. We thought that must be the pier of Hodeida, but when we measured the distance by night, 3,000 meters, I began to think that must be something else. At dawn I made out 2 masts and 4 smokestacks. That was an enemy ship, and what is more, an armored French cruiser. I therefore ordered the Choising to put to sea and to return at night. The next day and night the same. Then we put out 4 boats. These we pulled to shore at sunrise under the eyes of the unsuspecting Frenchmen. The sea reeds were thick. A few Arabs came close to us. Then there ensued a difficult negotiation with the Arabian coast guards, for we did not even know whether Hodeida was in English or French hands. We waved to them, laid aside our arms, and made signs to them. The Arabs, gathering together, began to rub 2 fingers together. That means we are friends. We thought that meant we are going to rub against you and are hostile. I therefore said, boom, boom, and pointed to the warship. At all events, I set up my machine guns and made preparations for a skirmish. But thank God, one of the Arabs understood the word Germans. That was good. Soon 100 Arabs came and helped us, and as we marched into Hodeida, the Turkish soldiers who had been called out against us saluted us as allies and friends. To be sure, there was not a trace of a railway, but we were received very well, and they assured us we could get through by land. Therefore, I gave Red Star signals at night, telling the Choising to sail away, since the enemy was nearby. Inquiries and determination concerning a safe journey by land proceeded. I also heard that in the interior, about 6 days' journey away, there was healthy highland where our fever invalids could recuperate. I therefore determined to journey next to Sana'a. On the Kaiser's birthday, we held a great parade in common with the Turkish troops, all this under the noses of the Frenchmen. On the same day, we marched away from Hodeida to the highland. 2 months after our arrival at Hodeida, we again put to sea. The time spent in the highlands of Sana'a passed in lengthy inquiries and discussions that finally resulted in our foregoing the journey by land through Arabia for religious reasons. But the time was not altogether lost. The men who were sick with malaria had, for the most part, recuperated in the highland air. The Turkish government placed at our disposal 2 sambuks, sailing ships, of about 25 tons, 15 meters long and 4 meters wide. But in fear of English spies, we sailed from Jabawa, 10 miles north of Hodeida. That was on March 14. At first, we sailed at a considerable distance apart, so that we would not both go to pot if an English gunboat caught us. Therefore, we always had to sail in coastal water. That is full of coral reefs, however. The commander, Lieutenant Geertz said, had charge of the first sambuk, I of the second, which was the larger of the 2, for we had 4 sick men aboard. At first, everything went nicely for 3 days. For the most part, I could see the sails of the first ships ahead of me. On the 3rd day, I received orders to draw near and to remain in the vicinity of the first boat, because its pilot was sailing less skillfully than mine. Suddenly, in the twilight, I felt a shock, then another, and still another. The water poured in rapidly. I had run upon the reef of a small island where the smaller sambuk was able barely to pass because it had a foot less draught than mine. Soon my ship was quite full, listed over, and all of us, 28 men, had to sit on the up-tilted edge of the boat. The little island lies at Jesuit Marca, 200 miles north of Jabawa. To be sure, an Arab boat lay nearby, but they did not know us. Nobody could help us. If the commander had not changed the order a few hours before and asked us to sail up closer, we would probably have drowned on this coral reef, certainly would have died of thirst. Moreover, the waters thereabouts are full of sharks, and the evening was so squally that our stranded boat was raised and banged with every wave. We could scarcely move, and the other boat was nowhere in sight. And now it grew dark. At this stage, I began to build a raft of spars and old pieces of wood that might, at all events, keep us afloat. But soon the first boat came into sight again. The commander turned about and sent over his little canoe. And this, and in our own canoe, in which 2 men could sit at each trip, we first transferred the sick. Now the Arabs began to help us, but just then the tropical helmet of our doctor suddenly appeared above the water in which he was standing up to his ears. Thereupon the Arabs withdrew. We were Christians, and they did not know that we were friends. Now the other Sambuc was so near that we could have swam to it in half an hour, but the seas were too high. At each trip a good swimmer trailed along, hanging to the painter of the canoe. When it became altogether dark, we could not see the boat any more, for over there they were prevented by the wind from keeping any light burning. My men asked, "In what direction shall we swim?" I answered, "Swim in the direction of this or that star. That must be about the direction of the boat." Finally, a torch flared up over there, one of the torches that were still left from the Emden, but we had suffered considerably through submersion. One sailor cried out, "Oh, pshaw, it's all up with us now. That's a searchlight." The man who held out best was Lieutenant Schmidt, who later lost his life. About 10 o'clock we were all safe aboard, but one of our typhus patients, Seaman Keel, wore himself out completely by the exertion. He died a week later. On the next morning we went over again to the wreck in order to seek the weapons that had fallen into the water. You see, the Arabs dive so well. They fetched up a considerable lot, both machine guns, all but 10 of the rifles, though these were, to be sure, all full of water. Later they frequently failed to go off when they were used in firing. Now we numbered, together with the Arabs, 70 men on the little boat until evening. Then we anchored before Confida and met Sami Bey, who was still with us. He had shown himself useful even before in the service of the Turkish government and has done good service as guide in the last 2 months. He is an active man, thoroughly familiar with the country. He procured for us a larger boat of 54 tons, and he himself, with his wife, sailed alongside on the little Sambuc. We sailed from the 20th to the 24th unmolested to Lith. There, Sami Bey announced that 3 English ships were cruising about in order to intercept us. I therefore advised traveling a bit overland. I disliked leaving the sea a second time, but it had to be done. "Lith is, to be sure, nothing but this," said Muka, with a sweeping gesture toward the desert through which we were traveling, and therefore it was very difficult to get up a caravan at once. We remained aboard ship so long. We marched away on the 28th. We had only a vague suspicion that the English might have agents here also. We could travel only at night, and when we slept or camped around a spring, there was only a tent for the sick men. 2 days' march from Jeddah, the Turkish government, as soon as it had received news about us, sent us 16 good camels. Suddenly, on the night of April 1st, things became uneasy. I was riding at the head of the column. All our shooting implements were cleared for action because there was danger of an attack by Bedouins whom the English here had bribed. When it began to grow a bit light, I already thought, "We're through for today," for we were tired, had been riding 18 hours. Suddenly I saw a line flash up before me, and shots whizzed over our heads. "Down from the camels. Form a fighting line. You know how quickly it becomes daylight here." The whole space around the desert hillock was occupied. "Now, up with your bayonets. Rush 'em." They fled, but returned again, this time from all sides. Several of the gendarmes that had been given us as an escort are wounded. The machine gun operator, Rademacher, falls, killed by a shot through his heart. Another is wounded. Lieutenant Schmidt, in the rear guard, is mortally wounded. He has received a bullet in his chest and abdomen. Suddenly they waved white claws. The sheik, to whom a part of our camels belonged, went over to them to negotiate, then Sami Bey and his wife. In the interim, we quickly built a sort of wagon barricade, a circular camp of camel saddles, rice, and coffee sacks, all of which we filled with sand. We had no shovels and had to dig with our bayonets, plates, and hands. The whole barricade had a diameter of about 50 meters. Behind it, we dug trenches, which we deepened even during the skirmish. The camels inside had to lie down and thus served very well as cover for the rear of the trenches. Then an inner wall was constructed, behind which we carried the sick men. In the very center we buried 2 jars of water to guard us against thirst. In addition, we had 10 petroleum cans full of water, all told a supply for 4 days. Late in the evening, Sami's wife came back from the feudal negotiations alone. She had unveiled for the first and only time on this day of the skirmish, had distributed cartridges, and had conducted herself faultlessly. Soon we were able to ascertain the number of the enemy. There were about 300 men. We numbered 50 with 29 guns. In the night, Lieutenant Schmidt died. We had to dig his grave with our hands and with our bayonets, and to eliminate every trace above it in order to protect the body. Rademacher had been buried immediately after the skirmish, both of them silently, with all honors. The wounded had a hard time of it. We had lost our medicine chest in the wreck. We had only little packages of bandages for skirmishes, but no probing instrument, no scissors were at hand. On the next day, our men came up with thick tongues, feverish, and crying, "Water, water," but each one received only a little cupful 3 times a day. If our water supply was exhausted, we would have to sally from our camp and fight our way through. Then we should have gone to pot under superior numbers. The Arab gendarmes simply cut the throats of those camels that had been wounded by shots and then drank the yellow water that was contained in the stomachs. Those fellows can stand anything. At night, we always dragged out the dead camels that had served as cover and had been shot. The hyenas came, hunting for dead camels. I shot one of these, taking it for an enemy in the darkness. That continued about 3 days. On the 3rd day, there were new negotiations. Now the Bedouins demanded arms no longer, but only money. This time the negotiations took place across the camp wall. When I declined, the Bedouins said, "Beaucoup de combat," lots of fight. I replied, "Please go to it." We had only a little ammunition left and very little water. Now it really looked as if we would soon be dispatched. The mood of the men was pretty dismal. Suddenly, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, there bobbed up in the north 2 riders on camels, waving white cloths. Soon afterward, there appeared, coming from the same direction, far back, a long row of camel troops, about 100. They draw rapidly nearby, ride singing toward us in a picturesque train. They were the messengers and troops of the Emir of Mecca. Sami Bey's wife, it developed, had in the course of the first negotiations dispatched an Arab boy to Jeddah. From that place the governor had telegraphed to the emir. The latter at once sent camel troops with his 2 sons and his personal surgeon. The elder, Abdullah, conducted the negotiations. The surgeon acted as interpreter in French. Now things proceeded in 1-2-3 order, and the whole Bedouin band speedily disappeared. From what I learned later, I know definitely that they had been corrupted with bribes by the English. They knew when and where we would pass, and they had made all preparations. Now our first act was a rush for water. Then we cleared up our camp, but had to harness our camels ourselves, for the camel drivers had fled at the very beginning of the skirmish. More than 30 camels were dead. The saddles did not fit, and my men knew how to rig up schooners, but not camels. Much baggage remained lying in the sand for lack of pack animals. Then, under the safe protection of Turkish troops, we got to Jeddah. There the authorities and the populace received us very well. From there we proceeded in 19 days, without mischance, by sailing boat to Elwish, and under abundant guard with Suleiman Pasha in a 5-day caravan journey toward this place to El Ula, and now we are seated at last in the train and are riding toward Germany, into the war at last. "Was not the war you had enough?" I asked. "Not a bit of it," replied the youngest lieutenant. "The Emden simply captured ships each time. Only a single time at Penang was it engaged in battle, and I wasn't present on that occasion. War? No, that is just to begin for us now." "My task since November," said Mirka, has been to bring my men as quickly as possible to Germany against the enemy. Now at last I can do so." "And what do you desire for yourself?" I asked. "For myself," he laughed, and the blue eyes sparkled, "a command in the North Sea." Japan was bound by alliance with Great Britain to join with her to attack any aggressor, and to carry out her pledges she, at the outbreak of the war, prepared to capture the German stronghold Tsing-Tao, the capital of the concession of Cao, which Germany had obtained from China and had converted into a German possession. End of section 12. Section 13 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Capture of Tsing-Tao, A.N. Hilditch. Tokyo, capital of Japan, lies at the head of Tokyo Bay in the southeast of Nippon. Its 2 million inhabitants are distributed among houses and streets, which present curious intermixtures of Japanese and European architecture, customs, or science. The jinrikisha notably has been displaced largely by tram cars, which, carrying all passengers at a uniform rate of 4 sen, make it possible to travel 10 miles for a penny. It is an industrial city, but on account of occasional earthquakes, no very large buildings line the thoroughfares. The traveler can here observe to advantage the strange characteristics of the most stoical race upon earth, or can contrast, if he will, the courteous, imperturbably serene disposition of the most martial nation of the East with the present disposition of the most rabidly bellicose nation of the West. When Japanese and German, indeed, met in conflict before Tsing-Tao in the autumn of 1914, there was seen in the Japanese soldier, during a campaign of peculiar hardship and difficulty, a revival of the qualities of the old samurai, with his quiet courage, his burning patriotism, his patience, his habitual suppression of emotional display, singularly distinct from those of the modern Goth. Nor was the statesmanship which brought about that conflict less admirable. Japan's alliance with Great Britain was at once a solemn pledge and the guiding principle of her foreign policy. August 1914 found British interests and the vast trade that centered at Hong Kong in danger. German armed vessels prowled the seas, and the German naval base of Tsing-Tao was busy with warlike preparations. Great Britain appealed to Japan to free their joint commerce from the menace. The Japanese Prime Minister, Count Okuma, might well hesitate, however, before recommending intervention. Was he the right minister to direct a war? He was nearer 80 than 70 years old, and recently had been for 7 years in retirement. His government had a minority in the Diet, and to the Genro his name was anathema. He claimed the allegiance of no party, and the powerful military and naval clans, Churchill and Satsuma, were openly hostile. He had been raised to power a few months before by public demand for progressive government. There were considerations other than domestic or personal, indeed, which might have tempted some statesmen to hold their hands. To temporize while events revealed themselves in Europe would be safer than immediate action, while to remain neutral might lead to the transference to the Japanese of much trade with China, now in British hands, inevitably hampered by the menace of German commerce destroyers. Nevertheless, Count Okuma's cabinet came to a bold and loyal decision. Baron Kato, the foreign minister, reassured Great Britain of active Japanese aid, and on August 15th sent an ultimatum to Germany. The latter was requested to withdraw at once all German armed vessels from eastern waters and to deliver to Japan before September 15th the entire leased territory of Cao, with a view to its eventual restoration to China. The ultimatum was timed to expire at noon on August 23rd. That day arrived without satisfaction having been given to Japan. Within a few hours, the second Japanese squadron steamed off toward Tsing-Tao. Before the outbreak of hostilities with Great Britain, Vice Admiral de Graaf von Spee, who commanded the German Pacific Squadron, had steamed away from Tsing-Tao with most of his ships. To use Tsing-Tao as a naval base while engaging in commerce raiding seemed a sound and a practicable plan, since the British and Australian naval forces, though superior, were hardly strong enough simultaneously to blockade the harbor and to search the seas. The plan was, however, rendered impossible by the Japanese ultimatum, and the admiral, after having lingered for some weeks in the Western Pacific, departed for other seas and other adventures. Such was the result of Japan's action, and thus dangerous were the tactics that Japan's action had frustrated. For Tsing-Tao, situated upon one of the two peninsulas, divided by 2 miles of waterway, enclosing the Bay of Cao, with its safe and spacious anchorage for vessels of any size, constituted one of the most important naval bases on the Chinese coast. It had indeed been described as the key to northern China. Dominating the eastern coast of the Shantung Peninsula, the port formed the center of the semicircular area known as Cao, extending on a radius of 32 miles around the shores of the bay, with a population of 60,000. This area was, under the Chinese-German agreement as to Tsing-Tao, influenced and controlled by Germany, though not strictly subject to her, and regarded as neutral territory. Its surface was mainly mountainous and bare, though the lowlands were well cultivated, but in parts it was rich in mineral wealth, large but undeveloped supplies of coal being present. In winter, the port, connected to the junction of Xinan by a German-built railway, was the natural outlet for the trade of northern China. The heights which surrounded the bay offered admirable sites for fortification, while the land approaches to Tsing-Tao were guarded by formidable defenses stretched across its peninsula. In many quarters, the stronghold was regarded as a second Port Arthur. The Germans had paid particular attention to defense, so much so, indeed, that over 5/6 of the white inhabitants were engaged in military occupations. 5,000 German Marines constituted the normal garrison, though the outbreak of war in August called about 1,000 more men, volunteers, reservists, and sailors, to the colors. The complement of the Kaiserine Elizabeth, an Austrian cruiser sheltering in the harbor, left for Tientsin, having received orders to disarm their ship, but returned in time to join the defenders. The garrison was amply provisioned for 5 or 6 months, and well provided with weapons, stores, and munitions. Most of the German ships off the Chinese coast at the outbreak of war, indeed, had made immediately for Tsing-Tao and discharged upon its wharves many thousand tons of cargo. When war with Japan became inevitable, therefore, the defenders could anticipate a successful resistance, provided the expected instantaneous victories in Europe materialized. Elaborate preparations were made for the defense. The harbor mouth was blocked by 3 sunken vessels, enabling only small craft to enter. Chinese villages within the leased territory and the bridge where the railway crossed the boundary were destroyed, partial compensation being paid to the inhabitants. Native laborers were engaged to throw up earthworks to strengthen the town fortifications. Many foreigners, women, children, and non-combatants, meanwhile, had left the town. On Friday evening, August 21st, at roll call, the governor, Captain Meyer-Weldeck, read out a message from the German emperor exhorting the garrison to defend the town to their utmost and to do their duty to the last. It was listened to stoically. The following day, a diversion occurred which opened hostilities propitiously for the Germans. The British destroyer Kennet, encountering the German destroyer S-90 off the coast, gave chase. The S-90 immediately made for port, and the Kennet, in the ardor of pursuit, closed in unawares within range of the German land batteries. The latter opened fire, and before she could draw off, the Kennet sustained 10 casualties, though little material damage. Next day, the term of the Japanese ultimatum expired. It was doubtful at what point the Japanese would begin operations or what tactics they would adopt. The fear was prevalent among Germans that the enemy would enter Chinese territory to reach the town from the land, Newspapers under German influence, indeed circulating in Chinese coast towns, started a press campaign with the object of stirring the Chinese government to oppose by force any Japanese landing in her territory. Outposts were placed by the Germans along the shores of the neutral zone to watch for developments. They descried on August 24th the approach of Japanese warships. Vice Admiral Sadakichi Kato, who commanded the approaching squadron, immediately upon arrival took measures to protect himself against danger from mines. 7 islets clustering round the mouth of Cao Bay were occupied to form a convenient local naval base, while minesweepers swept the surrounding seas. No less than 1,000 mines were taken from the water. A blockade of the whole Cao coast was declared as commencing from 9 a.m. August 27, and war vessels patrolled the shores, some 70 miles long. Action soon began and continued during ensuing days, with shells that at intervals screamed towards the town. The position was, however, reconnoitered carefully. Japanese airmen went up frequently to scan the fortifications and to drop bombs. All protruding structures, spires, and factory chimneys had been leveled to the ground by the Germans so as to afford no mark for fire. Bombs were dropped on the railway station and on one of the numerous barrack buildings. The operations continued spasmodically into September, while Kato was awaiting the approach by land of a cooperating army, which had now disembarked on the northern coast of the Shantung Peninsula, about 150 miles due north of Tsing-Tao. The landing was effected on September 2nd without hindrance or opposition on the part of the Chinese. The government, following the precedent of the Russo-Japanese War, immediately published a declaration refusing to hold itself responsible for the obligations of strict neutrality in areas that formed, within Longkao, Laichao, and the neighborhood of Cao Bay, passageways essential to the belligerent troops. It was, of course, incumbent upon the powers involved to respect Chinese property and administrative rights. Japan, therefore, was permitted to make use of the main roads to transport an army to the rear of Tsing-Tao. The forces landed composed a division numbering 23,000 and commanded by Lieutenant General Mitsuomi Kamio. An advance guard was sent forward without delay, but soon found its way rendered impassable by torrential floods, which at this time swept down upon and devastated the province of Shantung, bridges, roads, and even villages being submerged and destroyed, with great loss of life, largely owing to Chinese official incompetence. The Japanese, after covering 20 kilometers in 2 days, reached a stream so swollen that crossing was impossible. The artillery had to return to Longkao. German diplomacy, meanwhile, exasperated at its inability to prevent a Japanese landing, had not been inactive. The German and Austrian ministers at Peking, on hearing of the Japanese landing, protested strongly. China, it was claimed, ought to have forestalled and resisted the landing, but instead had deliberately extended the war zone in order to facilitate Japanese movements. She would be held responsible for any injury to the German cause or property. To this, China replied that if it was incumbent upon her to prevent by force Japan operating in her territory, it was equally her duty to prevent by force Germany fortifying and defending Tsing-Tao. China had endeavored, indeed, but unsuccessfully, to preclude belligerent operations in her territory. Only after the Japanese landing, when she was powerless to do otherwise, had she extended the zone of war. As to the responsibility, she reiterated her previous declaration. The baffled Germans fell back on threats. The right was reserved to visit upon China dire consequences for her alleged breach of neutrality. The incident, thrown into striking contrast with Germany's offer to Belgium, marked the unscrupulousness of German diplomacy, but stirred also many doubts among the foreign communities in China, in which the British, allied as they were to the Japanese, formed a predominating element. An anomaly of the situation was that British local interests had long conflicted with Japanese national interests. Japan's activities had, at every stage of her recent history, reduced British opportunities. Japanese trader competed with British trader for the markets of China, and Japan's share of the annual trade expansion was increasing, that of Great Britain decreasing. High tariffs and preferential rates had closed Korea and Manchuria to British enterprise. It is easy to estimate in what commercial jealousy and rivalry such circumstances had resulted. While the expediency of the British-Japanese alliance was fully recognized, and its consequences admitted to be the freedom of the China seas from menace of commerce destroyers, nevertheless the fact remained that the hostilities against Tsing-Tao would constitute a fresh impulse to Japanese expansion. The operations in Shantung were watched with critical eyes by many British in the foreign settlements of China. The floods had, meanwhile, subsided considerably, and on September 12th, Japanese cavalry reached Simo, 10 miles outside the Cao-Chao zone. No trace of the enemy north of the Pai Sha River had been seen beyond a German airplane that occasionally passed overhead on reconnoitering flights. On the following day, a number of sharp skirmishes with outposts occurred, and one Japanese patrol found its way to the small town of Cao-Chao, situated at the head of the bay, some 22 miles from Tsing-Tao itself. The brushes with the Germans became of daily occurrence, and in one of them a high official of the German legation at Peking, who had volunteered for service, was killed. On September 17, the Japanese attacked Wangko Huang, 13 miles from Simo, the enemy being in a fortified position and provided with machine guns. At sunset, however, they abandoned the village and withdrew under cover of darkness, leaving behind quantities of equipment and supplies. A little later, a development came about that brought the dissatisfaction of British traders to a head. About September 18, after hostile patrols had been driven away from the shore by the fire of destroyers, Japanese artillery and troops were landed at Laoshan Bay, north of Tsing-Tao, just within the leased territory. Why was it necessary that troops should have been landed on the northern shore of the peninsula of Shantung, 150 miles from their objective, when guns could be disembarked with perfect safety on the eastern shore, not 40 miles from the objective, and within the German zone? The British were not as critical of Japan's strategy as they were suspicious of her policy. Dark suggestions got afoot that she had ulterior designs upon the whole Chinese province of Shantung. Such views could not but have reached the ears of the British authorities at Wai and elsewhere, nor could they have been deaf to previous murmurs. Diplomatic circles, however, could extend little sympathy to the critics. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the latter were aggrieved and that their attitude might produce unfortunate effects. If Great Britain herself took some share in the Tsing-Tao operations, greater sympathy with their purpose might be induced, and a better state of feeling in the Orient between the two peoples might possibly result. It must have been some aim such as this that prompted the dispatch of a British force to the Tsing-Tao area to cooperate with General Kamyo, a step which the earlier symptoms of the British discontent cannot but have influenced. On September 19, however, 1,000 of the 2nd South Wales Borderers, a force so small as to be nominal, under Brigadier General Barnardiston, left Tientsin and proceeded to Wai. Transport mules having been here taken on board, the expedition on September 22nd coasted down the eastern shore of Shantung, and next day landed at Laoshan Bay. A month later, as will be seen, they were joined by 500 of the 36th Sikhs. Meanwhile, it was probably about this time or shortly after that the Triumph, a British battleship of nearly 12,000 tons displacement, 19.5 knots speed, and 4 10-inch guns primary armament, joined the Japanese squadron off Tsing-Tao. A spasmodic bombardment had been maintained during the preceding weeks, and seaplanes had been busy bombing and range-finding. The wireless station, the electric power station, and several ships in harbor were damaged by explosive missiles. Little could be done, however, from the sea alone, and the attack by land, owing largely to transport difficulties, had still to develop. But the weather was now improving considerably. Another setback to Japanese military ardor was indeed constituted by the marked reluctance of the Germans to form a line of resistance. German outposts, upon encountering hostile patrols, invariably retired after offering faint opposition. When the British troops, after a circuitous march of 40 miles, much hampered by bad roads, came up in the rear of the Japanese, then preparing to assault the enemy's advanced positions on high ground between the rivers Pai Sha and Li Tsun, the part that it had been arranged they should take in the Japanese attack on September 26 fell through owing to a disinclination of the Germans to fight. Their resistance was so meager that the Allies were hardly engaged, and next day gained without difficulty the easterly banks of the Li Tsun and Chang-Tsun rivers, only 7 miles northeast of Tsing-Tao. The enemy at all points fell back, and the advance upon the town continued. The Japanese had outdrawn their lines across the neck of the narrow peninsula upon which Tsing-Tao stands. There were indications that the main forces were now in contact. The only obstacle, but a formidable one, between the invaders and the forts themselves was constituted by the dominating height of Prince Heinrich Hill, from whose crest, rising some 5 miles from the town, all the forts could be bombarded. General Kamio estimated that 3 days of fighting would be required for its capture. It was as all-important to the defense as to the attack, and was sure to be strongly held. The forts themselves, of the latest type, were elaborately constructed and equipped with concrete and steel cupolas, mounting high-caliber pieces. They commanded both landward and seaward approaches to the town, those nearest the invading Japanese being situated upon and named Moltkeberg, Bismarckberg, and Iltisberg. Earth redoubts and trenches between formed the German line of defense. Plans for the most considerable engagement, the assault of Prince Heinrich Hill, that had so far taken place, to begin on Sunday, September 27, were made by the Japanese general. It developed more speedily than had been expected. German artillery opened a terrific cannonade upon the Japanese lines, while 3 warships shelled the attacking right wing from the bay. The German fire was heavy and accurate. Japanese warships and airplanes, and also the British battleship Triumph, however, created a diversion that relieved the assaulting forces. 2 of the forts were shelled from the sea and suffered serious injury, a barrack house and other buildings being, moreover, damaged. For many hours the great guns, thundering their challenges from sea and land and estuary, maintained continual uproar. Darkness began to gather. Fighting continued into the night, and early next morning was renewed. But the defenders seemed to lack enthusiasm. It is doubtful indeed whether their forces were sufficiently numerous to hold with strength their advanced positions, and at the same time to man adequately their main fortified positions. During the morning of the 28th, the Germans withdrew from Prince Heinrich Hill, leaving 50 of their number and 4 machine guns in Japanese hands, and many dead upon the slopes. The Japanese casualties numbered 150. By noon, the whole position was in the attackers' hands, and the beleaguered town, visible from the height, was now face to face with siege. German officers who knew all the points, weak and strong, of the defenses could not but realize their inability to withstand the siege guns which Japan would sooner or later bring to the attack. But the heavy artillery was yet far away. A month was to elapse before the pieces could be dragged across the difficult country and emplaced in prepared positions on Prince Heinrich Hill. This month, which covered the whole of October, saw many interesting incidents and betrayed no signs of idleness on the part of besiegers or besieged. The Germans, indeed, proved extraordinarily prodigal in ammunition, firing on an average 1,000 to 1,500 shells daily, a fact which lent support to the current view that, while undesirous of incurring their emperor's displeasure, They realized the hopelessness, so far as Tsing-Tao was concerned, of their emperor's cause. Warships in the bay assisted the cannonade from the forts, and Lieutenant von Pluschow, the airman of the single airplane the town possessed, ventured forth at intervals to reconnoiter or to bomb. Life in the town itself continued to be quite normal. Japanese and British, meanwhile, drew their lines closer and closer to the fortress by sap and mine, though hindered greatly by terrible weather and occasionally having slight encounters with the enemy. In one of these, on October 5th, a German night attack was heavily repulsed, 47 dead being left behind by the attackers. At sea, the operations were also spasmodic. At the end of September, a landing force occupied Laoshe Harbor in the vicinity of Tsing-Tao, where 4 abandoned field guns were taken possession of. Minesweeping had constantly to be maintained under fire from the shore and proved a dangerous task. Several vessels thus engaged were sunk or damaged, though with comparatively few casualties, through coming into contact with mines. Some German gunboats, however, among them the Cormoran and the Iltis, were apparently sunk about this time, either deliberately by the Germans or from the fire of the Japanese guns. A torpedo flotilla bombarded one of the barracks, moreover, to some effect, while Japanese airplanes were also active. Von Pluschow twice attempted to attack vessels of the blockading squadron, but unsuccessfully, and on one occasion, a Japanese airplane pursuing him gave a German balloon, floating captive above the town, some critical moments before it could be hauled to safety. A few days later, about October 7th, the rope which held this balloon was, during this spasmodic firing, severed by a shot, and the great bag floated away, apparently across the bay in the direction of Cao town and the railway line inland. In this quarter, indeed, over the line itself, serious friction had arisen between the Japanese and the Chinese authorities. The line ran from Tsing-Tao and Cao to the junction of Xinan, a distance of about 250 miles, passing through the towns of Weixin and Tsing-Tao. It was German-built and almost wholly German-owned. From some points of view, it might reasonably be said to constitute an adjunct, if not a part, of the leased territory itself. In any case, the Japanese claimed that, since the outbreak of war, the line had been consistently utilized to bring reservists, supplies, and ammunition to the town. The Austrian crew of the disarmed Kaiserine Elizabeth, both when they left and later returned to Tsing-Tao, had used this means of transit. The railway, being still under German control, constituted a menace in the Japanese rear, which the latter, upon consolidating their position towards the end of September, took measures to remove. After occupying Weixin, they began to arrange for the seizure of the whole line as far as Xinan itself. Hints of such action drew forth protests from China, whose government, however, adopted too compromising an attitude. The Japanese government was firm. China's right to formal protest was admitted, but the occupation was stated to be an urgent military necessity and without any prejudice to Chinese claims after the war. Since China was unable to enforce the neutrality of the line, flagrantly violated by the Germans, the Japanese had no alternative but to bring it under their own control. The Sino-German Treaty of 1898 and the German government's charter clearly proved that the railway was essentially German. A compromise, hastened by the unhesitating and thorough measures taken by the Japanese to effect the occupation, was arrived at. The Japanese were temporarily to control the administration, while the Chinese conducted the traffic of the railway. Its fate, since China did not admit the contention that it was purely German, was to be decided after the war. A bellicose attitude noticeable in Chinese military circles became very marked when, 3 days later, on October 6th, unquestionably in breach of the arrangement, Japanese soldiers arrived at Xinan and took over the control of the rolling stock on the Shantung line. It was alleged at Peking that this force had declared martial law in the town, which contained, indeed, Many German sympathizers who, rumor added, had destroyed several collieries there in their anxiety to obstruct the Allies. But the Chinese government submitted under further strong protest and with a request that the troops should be withdrawn. The Japanese action occasioned, however, further distrust among British residents in the Orient. Meanwhile, a second British force, consisting of 500 Sikhs, was being prepared to reinforce General Barnardiston. At 1 o'clock on October 12th, Captain Meyer Waldeck, the governor of Tsing-Tao, received a joint wireless message from the commanders of the besieging troops and the blockading squadron, offering a safe escort out of the town of Tientsin of neutrals and non-combatants. He at once assented. Delegates met next day at 10 o'clock to discuss details, and on the 15th, the American consul, accompanied by German women and children and Chinese subjects, left the town. On the previous day, there had been a combined sea and air attack upon Forts Iltis and Kaiser, in which the Triumph participated and suffered the only Allied casualties. It is recorded that, before reopening bombardment after the departure of the non-combatants, the Japanese, ever polite, signaled, "Are you now quite ready, gentlemen?" For reply, a German sniper, taking careful but faulty aim, sent a bullet which removed 3 out of the 11 hairs on the signalman's mustache. 2 days later, days notable for torrential rains, which intensified the discomforts of the troops ashore, the Japanese suffered a severe naval loss. The Takachiho, an old cruiser of some 3,000 tons, which had seen service in the Chino-Japanese War, was on patrol duty on Saturday night, October 17th, when she fouled a mine, released by and adrift in the rough seas. Destroyers hastened to her aid, but rescue work was difficult in the darkness and the heavy weather. The cruiser sank rapidly. 271 officers and seamen lost their lives. The rough weather which contributed to the disaster continued with little break and hindered operations till the end of the month. The landing of the Sikh contingent at Laoshan Bay on October 21st was, indeed, attended by great difficulties and some loss of life. A strong southerly gale had raised high seas, and enormous lighters and sampans employed for disembarkation were thrown high and dry upon the beach. 16 Japanese were drowned in trying to save other boats that broke loose. The Sikhs got safely ashore, but next morning again the winds blew and the rains descended, and the camping ground was soon a miry pool. Circumstances other than the weather, however, helped to put the British officers out of humor. Trouble ahead threatened in connection with transport arrangements. While the Chinese carts and drivers, brought hurriedly from Tientsin, were doubtfully reliable, many of the mules were raw and quite unused to harness. When a start for the front was preparing on the morning of the 23rd, it was found that the best of the harness, which had been purchased from peasants in the locality, had been stolen in the night by the people who had brought it in, and that what was left was tied up with string. The column, however, at length set off and made a march memorable for hardship and difficulty. From Laoshan to Luton, where a metalled road began, was 30 miles, crossed by a track formed at one time by quagmire, at another by slippery boulders. During 11 hours, 6 miles were covered, by which time the Sikhs were completely exhausted with digging carts or mules out of the mud, hauling them out with drag ropes, reloading overturned carts, or unloading those immovable. Next day, the column was on the road at 7 o'clock and covered 13 miles. So deep was the mud in parts that when, owing to the rotten harness giving way, a mule would occasionally lurch forward suddenly and walk away by itself, the body of the cart would be left floating on the surface. One cart was pulled completely off its axles by a squad of men and slid along admirably for a considerable distance. 70 Chinese wheelbarrows, however, obtained from a Japanese depot, rendered invaluable aid on this day. Tsimo, the halting place, was reached in the evening, and next day, after the first 10 miles, saw plain sailing. A few days later, on October 30th, after the Sikhs had rested and recovered, The whole British force, now some 1,500 strong, moved up to the front in readiness for the bombardment of Tsing-Tao, which had been arranged to begin next morning in celebration of the birthday of the Mikado. Siege artillery, 150 pieces, including 6 28-centimeter howitzers and some heavy naval guns, had now been brought up and placed in position. The shelling was timed to start in royal salute at dawn. Men who, stationed upon Prince Heinrich Hill, could look below upon the doomed town, athwart the narrowing peninsula with the sea, studded with gray warships surrounding, had before them a wonderful spectacle as the morning sun, rising from the Pacific, slowly dispersed the darkness. The thunder of the great guns broke suddenly upon that stillness which only dawn knows, and their discharges flashed redly on the darkling slopes. The Japanese shooting, it is related, displayed remarkable accuracy, some of the first projectiles bursting upon the enormous oil tanks of the Standard Oil Company and the Asiatic Petroleum Company. A blaze roared skywards, and for many hours the heavens were darkened by an immense cloud of black petroleum smoke which hung like a pall over the town. Shells passing over these fires drew up columns of flame to a great height. Chinese coolies could be seen running before the spreading and burning oil. Fires broke out also on the wharves of the outer harbor, in which during the day a gunboat, apparently damaged fatally by a shot which carried away her funnel, disappeared. The redoubts and infantry works particularly were heavily bombarded. On the left of the German line, 100 Chinese in the village of Tao Tung Chin were unfortunately caught by shell fire directed on the redoubt close at hand, while the fort of Sao Chao Shan nearby was set afire. The tops of several of the forts were soon concealed by clouds of dust and smoke. A heavy fusillade was concentrated upon an observation point which the defenders had constructed on a hill in the town, and had considerable effect. The Germans did not, on this first day of general bombardment, reply strongly, 2 only of the forts persistently firing. At length the sun sank, and night obscured the conflict. It had been a bad day for the besieged, and dismantled guns, shattered concrete platforms and entrenchments, devastated barbed wire entanglements, augured the town's approaching fate. The bombardment continued for a week. During that period, the Japanese and British guns, directed from land and sea by a balloon, by airplanes, or by observation stations on the hills, and daytime thundered incessantly. The German shelling, though severe, was far less heavy because, it is said, the men in the forts, sheltering most of the time in bomb-proof caverns, issued forth only at night and during pauses of the Japanese to return the fire. The airman von Plüschow actively directed the replies. The latter seemed not, indeed, impartially distributed. The marked attention paid to British troops and ships afforded an illustration of that attitude of peculiar malevolence which Germans have adopted towards the British nation and name. The German airman singled out the British camp, recognizable by its white tents, for his bombs, while for the German artillery it had an inordinate attraction. Officers on board the Triumph, moreover, observed that the largest German guns, of 12-inch caliber, were consistently directed upon their vessel, but of many projectiles, one only, which struck the mast, being fired from Hoi Chin Hook, proved effective. This hit, however, caused rejoicing in Tsing-Tao, which, it is asserted, would not have been equaled by the sinking of a Japanese dreadnought. The Triumph singled out for attack Fort Bismarck especially, and 2 of the German 6-inch guns were early put out of action. The British gunners adopted the ingenious plan of heeling their ship by 5 degrees and bombarding the enemy from sight strips specially calculated without exposing themselves or their weapons. It became customary aboard to call the bombardment pressing the enemy, from an exhortation sent by the Japanese Crown Prince to press the enemy, braving all hardships. Ashore, indeed, the pressure on the enemy developed steadily as the days passed. On November 2nd, the Austrian cruiser Kaiserin Elizabeth, which had, with the German gunboats still afloat, been engaging vigorously in the fighting, sank, having probably been blown up deliberately, and the floating dock also disappeared. Iltis Fort, moreover, was silenced, 2 guns being smashed and ammunition giving out, and Japanese infantry advanced and captured an eminence in German hands. On another ridge, however, hard by the silenced fort, some German naval gunners carried out a ruse which saved for the present both their position and their battery, composed of naval 9-centimeter pieces, which were exposed dangerously to fire from sea and land. Lieutenant von Trendle, in command, during the night constructed wooden models of cannon, which he placed in position 200 yards from his real guns. Next morning he exploded powder nearby and drew the fire of the besiegers, attracted by the flashes upon the dummies. That day the wireless and electric power stations were wrecked, and large attacking forces crept further forward despite severe fire, and entrenched closer to the enemy's lines. In the evening and night the latter showed special activity, star rockets and other fireworks being used to illumine the opposing positions, which were heavily fusilladed. A German night attack was delivered, but was repulsed. Next day, the 4th, and on the 2 following days, progress was maintained. The Allied trenches were pushed forward until they were right up to and almost half round the nearest German forts. Many casualties were suffered, but the German fire was kept down by the Japanese guns, whose accuracy was remarkable. The weather conditions were unfavorable, high winds and heavy rains prevailing, and the troops in the trenches had to endure hard privations. So effective was the bombardment, however, that during November 5th and 6th, plans were prepared for the final assault. It was arranged that a general infantry attack should be made as soon as practicable. The garrisons in the forts, meanwhile, were beginning to exhaust their ammunition, of which they had been, during the preliminary operations, strangely prodigal. Guns lay silent for other reasons than structural injury, though the latter cause, indeed, was frequent, a single shot in one case from the Suwo, the Japanese flagship, having destroyed a 24-centimeter gun and killed 8 men on Fort Hui-Chin-Hook. In the town itself, the streets, not immune from falling projectiles, were deserted, and the only center of social intercourse and conviviality was the German club, where regularly officers or non-combatants slipped in for dinner, luncheon, or a glass of beer. But it was realized that the end was not far distant. Early in the morning of November 6th, the airman von Plüschow flew away across Kiao Chau Bay and did not return. He escaped with the governor's last dispatches into Chinese territory, where his machine was interned. That day and night saw no cessation of the firing, the guns of the defenders still roaring at intervals. About an hour after midnight, the first impulse of the general attack took effect. While a particularly heavy artillery fire kept the Germans in their bomb-proof shelters, the central redoubt of the first line of defense, which had been badly shattered by the bombardment, was rushed by a storming party headed by General Yoshimi Yamada. Engineers had in the darkness sapped right up to the barbed wire entanglements, which being cut provided way for the infantry, who, while part held the enemy in front, rushed the redoubt on both flanks. 200 prisoners were taken, and the Japanese flag was hoisted. The besiegers were through the German line, but the position had to be consolidated or disaster would follow. Danger from the flank was, however, soon obviated by advances in other parts of the line. Just after 5 o'clock, a battery in Shoutan Hill was captured. Half an hour later, another battery in Tao Tung Chin redoubt was taken, and Fort Chung Shan Hua, the base of the German right wing, fell. The shadows were still dense, and the final phase of the siege, viewed from Prince Heinrich Hill, presented a sight brilliant with many flashes and flaming fireworks, and a sound dominated by the thunder of the batteries. But dawn, as the besiegers began in mass to close in upon the main line of forts Iltis, Moltke, and Bismarck, was breaking. It was decided to storm these positions forthwith, since the German fire, owing to exhaustion of the ammunition, was dying away. Governor Meyer Waldeck, who had been wounded, realized now that further resistance was futile. Shortly before 6 o'clock, he sent Major von Kaiser, his adjutant, accompanied by another officer and a trumpeter, from the staff headquarters bearing the white flag. At the same time, a signal of surrender was made from the observatory. This was not, however, observed, while von Kaiser's party, coming under fire, was dispersed by a shell which killed the trumpeter and the adjutant's horse. Meanwhile, Japanese and British were closing in and were tensely awaiting the final assault. It was never made. Soon after 7 o'clock, a welcome sight relaxed the tension of the troops, torn, dirty, and weary, calling forth cheers from the British and shouts of "Banzai" from the Japanese. The campaign was over. Tsing-Tao had fallen. White flags were fluttering from the forts. That evening, delegates from the two armies met and signed the terms of capitulation, which were unconditional. Honors of war were accorded the defenders, the governor and his officers being permitted to retain their swords. The Allies marched into the town, and on November 10th, the garrison was formally transferred. Over 4,000 Germans were sent to Japan as prisoners, and large quantities of war material were confiscated. The captures included 30 field guns, 100 machine guns, 2,500 rifles, 40 motor cars, 1,200 pounds in bullion, and 15,000 tons of coal. All ships in harbor and also the floating dock had been destroyed, but it seemed probable that the Kaiserine Elizabeth could be successfully raised. Sufficient provisions were found to feed 5,000 persons for 3 months, and the victors were able to regale their appetites with luxuries such as butter, crab, or salmon, which were plentiful. Looting, however, was strictly forbidden. For fastidious persons, the bath, after many weeks, was again available and proved, indeed, in view of steady accumulations of mud, a salutary course. Measures, meanwhile, were at once taken to restore the town to its normal condition. The troops and sailors were employed in removing debris or undischarged land and sea mines. Another Japanese gunboat was sunk, and several officers and men lost their lives while engaged in this dangerous work. The victory had to be paid for, indeed, with a heavy toll of life and limb. The Japanese casualties numbered 236 killed and 1,282 wounded. The British, 12 killed and 53 wounded. On November 16, the Allies formally took possession of Tsing-Tao, and a memorial service was held for the dead. The plan of breaking through the Straits of the Dardanelles, and thus clearing the way to Constantinople, is believed to have been conceived by Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the British Admiralty. After careful consideration, it was approved by the military and naval authorities, and plans were made to carry out the project. The initial steps are described in the following chapter. End of section 13. Section 14 of World's War Events by Francis J. Reynolds. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Gallipoli, A. John Gallishaw. Husky, steel-muscled lumbermen, brawny, calloused-handed fishermen, loose-jointed, easy-swinging trappers, athletes from the city football and hockey teams, and gawky, long-armed farmers joined the 1st Newfoundland Regiment at the outbreak of war. A rigid medical examination sorted out the best of them, and 10 months of bayonet fighting, physical drill, and 20-mile route marches over Scottish hills had molded these into trim, erect, bronzed soldiers. They were garrisoning Edinburgh Castle when word came of the landing of the Australians and New Zealanders at Gallipoli. At Ypres, the Canadians had just then recaptured their guns and made for themselves a deathless name. So the Newfoundlanders felt that as colonials they had been overlooked. They were not militaristic and hated the ordinary routine of army life, but they wanted to do their share. That was the spirit all through the regiment. It was the spirit that possessed them on the long waited-for day at Aldershot, when Kitchener himself pronounced them just the men I want for the Dardanelles. That day at Aldershot, every man was given a chance to go back to Newfoundland. They had enlisted for 1 year only and could demand to be sent home at the end of the year, and when Kitchener reviewed them, 10 months of that year had gone. With a chance to go home in his grasp, every man of the 1st Battalion re-enlisted for the duration of war, and it is on record to their eternal honor that during the week preceding their departure from Aldershot, breaches of discipline were unknown, for over their heads hung the fear that they would be punished by being kept back from active service. To break a rule that week carried with it the suspicion of cowardice. This was the more remarkable because many of the men were fishermen, trappers, hunters, and lumbermen who until their enlistment had said "sir" to no man, and who gloried in the reputation given them by one inspecting officer as, quote, the most undisciplined lot he had ever seen, end quote. From the day the Canadians left Salisbury Plain to take their places in the trenches in Flanders, the Newfoundlanders were obsessed by one idea. They had to get to the front. So it was with 1,100 of such eager spirits that I lined up on a Sunday evening early in August 1915 on the deck of the troop ship in Mudros Harbor, which is the center of the historic island of Lemnos, about 50 miles from Gallipoli. Around us lay all sorts of ships, from ocean leviathans to tiny launches and rowboats. There were gray and black-painted troopers, their rails lined with soldiers, immense four-funneled men of war, and brightly lighted white hospital ships with their red crosses outlined in electric lights. The landing officer left us in a little motorboat. We watched him glide slowly shoreward, where we could faintly discern through the dusk the white of the tents that were the headquarters for the people at Lemnos. To the right of the tents, we could see the hospital for wounded Australians and New Zealanders. A French battleship dipped its flag as it passed, and our boys sang the Marseillaise. A mail that had come that day was being sorted. While we waited, each man was served with his iron ration. This consisted of a 1-pound tin of pressed corned beef, the much-hated and much maligned bully beef, a bag of biscuits, and a small tin that held 2 tubes of oxo, with tea and sugar in specially constructed air and damp-proof envelopes. This was an emergency ration, to be kept in case of direst need, and to be used only to ward off actual starvation. After that, we were given our ammunition, 250 rounds to each man. But what brought home to me most the seriousness of our venture was the solitary sheet of letter paper with its envelope that was given to every man to be used for a parting letter home. For some poor chaps, it was indeed the last letter. Then we went over the side and aboard the destroyer that was to take us to Suvla Bay. The night had been well chosen for a surprise landing. There was no moon, but after a little while the stars came out. Away on the port bow, we could see the dusky outline of land, and once, when we were about halfway, an airship soared phantom-like out of the night, poised over us a short time, then ducked out of sight. At first, the word ran along the line that it was a hostile airship, but a few inquiries soon reassured us. Suddenly, we changed our direction. We were near Cape Hellas, which is the lowest point of the peninsula of Gallipoli. Under Sir Ian Hamilton's scheme, it was here that a decoy party of French and British troops were to be landed to draw the Turks from Anzac. Simultaneously, an overwhelming British force was to land at Suvla Bay and Anzac to make a surprise attack on the Turks' right flank. Presently, we were going ashore past the wrecked steamer River Clyde, the famous ship of Troy, from the side of which the Australians had issued after the ship had been beached on the shore hitherto nameless, but now known as Anzac. Australian New Zealand Army Corps, those 5 letters stand for, but to those of us who have been on Gallipoli, they stand for a great deal more. They represent the achievement of the impossible. They are a glorious record of sacrifice, reckless devotion, and unselfish courage. To put each letter there cost the men from Australasia 10,000 of their best soldiers. And so we edged our way along, fearing mines, or, Even more disastrous than mines, discovery by the enemy. From the Australasians over at Anzac, we could hear desultory rifle fire. Once we heard the boom of some big guns that seemed almost alongside the ship. 4 hours it took us to go 50 miles in a destroyer that could make 32 knots easily. By 1 o'clock, the stars had disappeared, and for perhaps 3/4 of an hour, we nosed our way through pitch darkness. Gradually, we slowed down until we had almost stopped. Something scraped along our side. Somebody said it was a floating mine, but it turned out to be a buoy that had been put there by the Navy to mark the channel. Out of the gloom directly in front, someone hailed, and our people answered, "Who have you on board?" We heard a casual English voice say, and then came the reply from our colonel, "Newfoundlanders." There was to me something very reassuring about that cool, self-contained voice out of the night. It made me feel that we were being expected and looked after. "Move up those boats," I heard the English voice say, and from right under our bow, a naval launch with a middy in charge swerved alongside. In a little while it, with a string of boats, was securely fastened. Just before we went into the boats, the adjutant passed me. "Well," he said, "you've got your wish. In a few minutes you'll be ashore. Let me know how you like it when you're there a little while." "Yes, sir," I said, but I never had a chance to tell him. The first shrapnel shell fired at the Newfoundlanders burst near him, and he had scarcely landed when he was taken off the peninsula, seriously wounded. In a short time we had all filed into the boats. There was no noise, no excitement, just now and then a whispered command. I was in a tug with about 20 others who formed the rear guard. The wind had freshened considerably and was now blowing so hard that our unwieldy tug dared not risk a landing. We came in near enough to watch the other boats. About 20 yards from shore they grounded. We could see the boys jump over the side and wade ashore. Through the half-darkness we could barely distinguish them forming up on the beach. Soon they were lost to sight. During the Turkish summer, dawn comes early. We transshipped from our tug to a lighter. When it grounded on the beach, day was just breaking. Daylight disclosed a steeply sloping beach, scarred with ravines. The place where we landed ran between sheer cliffs. A short distance up the hill, we could see our battalion digging themselves in. To the left, I could see the boats of another battalion. Even as I watched, the enemy's artillery located them. It was the first shell I had ever heard. It came over the hill close to me, screeching through the air like an express train going over a bridge at night. Just above the boat I was watching, it exploded. A few of the soldiers slipped quietly from their seats to the bottom of the boat. At first, I did not realize that anyone had been hit. There was no sign of anything having happened out of the ordinary, no confusion. As soon as the boat touched the beach, the wounded men were carried by their mates up the hill to a temporary dressing station. The first shell was the beginning of a bombardment. Beachy Bill, a battery that we were to become better acquainted with, was in excellent shape. Every few minutes a shell burst close to us. Shrapnel bullets and fragments of shell casing forced us to huddle under the baggage for protection. A little to the left, some Australians were severely punished. Shell after shell burst among them. A regiment of Sikh troops, mule drivers, and transport men were caught halfway up the beach. Above the din of falling shrapnel and the shriek of flying shells rose the piercing scream of wounded mules. The Newfoundlanders did not escape. That morning, Beachy Bill's gunners played no favorites. On all sides, the shrapnel came in a shower. Less often, a cloud of thick black smoke and a hole 20 feet deep showed the landing place of a high explosive shell. The most amazing thing was the coolness of the men. The Newfoundlanders might have been practicing trench digging in camp in Scotland. When a man was hit, someone gave him first aid, directed the stretcher bearers where to find him, and coolly resumed digging. In 2 hours, our position had become untenable. We had been subjected to a merciless and devastating shelling, and our first experience of war had cost us 65 men. In a new and safer position, we dug ourselves in. No move could be made in daylight. That evening we received a ration of rum, and under cover of darkness moved in open order across the salt lake for about a mile, then through 3 miles of knee-high, prickly underbrush to where our division was entrenched. Our orders were to reinforce the Irish. The Irish sadly needed reinforcing. Some of them had been on the peninsula for months. Many of them are still there. From the beach to the firing line is not over 4 miles, but it is a ghastly 4 miles of graveyard. Everywhere along the route are small, rude wooden crosses, mute record of advances. Where the crosses are thickest, there the fighting was fiercest, and where the fighting was fiercest, there were the Irish. On every cross, besides a man's name and the date of his death, is the name of his regiment. No other regiments have so many crosses as the Dublins and the Munsters, and where the shrapnel flew so fast that bodies mangled beyond hope of identity were buried in a common grave, there also are the Dublins and Munsters, and the cross over them reads, "In memory of unknown comrades." The line on the left was held by the 29th Division. The Dublins, the Munsters, the King's Own Scottish Borderers, and the Newfoundlanders made up the 88th Brigade. The Newfoundlanders were reinforcements. From the very first days of the Gallipoli campaign, the other 3 regiments had formed part of what General Sir Ian Hamilton in his report calls the incomparable 29th Division. When the first landing was made, this division, with the New Zealanders, penetrated to the top of a hill that commanded the Narrows. For 48 hours the result was in doubt. The British attacked with bayonet and bombs, were driven back, and repeatedly re-attacked. The New Zealanders finally succeeded in reaching the top, followed by the 88th Brigade. The Irish fought on the tracks of a railroad that leads into Constantinople. At the end of 48 hours of attacks and counterattacks, the position was considered secure. The worn-out soldiers were relieved and went into dugouts. Then the relieving troops were attacked by an overwhelming hostile force, and the hill was lost. A battery placed on that hill could have shelled the Narrows and opened to our ships the way to Constantinople. The hill was never retaken. When reinforcements came up, it was too late. The reinforcements lost their way. In his report, General Hamilton attributes our defeat to fatal inertia. Just how fatal was that inertia is known only to those who formed some of the burial parties. After the first 48 hours, we settled down to regular trench warfare. The routine was 4 days in the trenches, 8 days in rest dugouts, 4 in the trenches again, and so forth, although 2 or 3 months later, our ranks were so depleted that we stayed in 8 days and rested only 4. We had expected 4 days' rest after our first trip to the firing line, but at the end of 2 days came word of a determined advance of the enemy. We arrived just in time to beat it off. Our trenches, instead of being at the top, were at the foot of the hill that meant so much to us. The ground here was a series of 4 or 5 hogback ridges about 100 yards apart. Behind these towered the hill that was our objective. From the nearest ridge, about 700 yards in front of us, the Turks had all that day constantly issued in mass formation. During that attack, we were repaid for the havoc wrought by Beachy Bill. As soon as the Turk topped the crest, they were subjected to a demoralizing rain of shell from the Navy and the artillery. Against the hazy blue of the skyline, we could see the dark mass clearly silhouetted. Every few seconds, when a shell landed in the middle of the approaching columns, the sides of the column would bulge outward for an instant, then close in again. Meanwhile, every man in our trenches stood on the firing platform, head and shoulders above the parapet, with fixed bayonet and loaded rifle, waiting for the order to begin firing. Still the Turks came on, big, black, bewhiskered 6-footers, reforming ranks and filling up their gaps with fresh men. Now they were only 600 yards away, but still there was no order to open fire. It was uncanny. At 500 yards, our fire was still withheld. When the order came, at 400 yards, rapid fire, everybody was tingling with excitement. Still the Turks came on, magnificently determined. But it was too desperate a venture. The chances against them were too great. Our artillery and machine gun fire too destructively accurate. Some few Turks reached almost to our trenches, only to be stopped by rifle bullets. Allah, Allah, yelled the Turks as they came on. A sweating, grimly happy machine gun sergeant between orders was shouting to the Turkish army in general, "'Tis not a damn bit of good to yell to Allah now." Our artillery opened huge gaps in their lines. Our machine guns piled them dead in the ranks where they stood. Our own casualties were very slight, but of the waves of Turks that surged over the crest all that day, only a mere shattered remnant ever straggled back to their own lines. That was the last big attack the Turks made. From that time on, it was virtually two armies in a state of siege. Every night at dark, we stood to arms for an hour. Every man fixed his bayonet and prepared to repulse any attack of the enemy. After that, sentry groups were formed, 3 reliefs of 2 men each. 2 men stood with their heads over the parapet, watching for any movement in the no-man's land between the lines. That accounts for the surprisingly large number of men one sees wounded in the head. At daylight every morning came "stand to arms" again. Then day duties began. In the daytime, by using a periscope, an arrangement of double mirrors, a sentry can keep his head below the parapet while he watches the ground in front. Sometimes a bullet struck one of the mirrors, and the splintered glass blinded the sentry. It was a common thing to see a man go to hospital with his face badly lacerated by periscope glass. Ordinarily, a man is much safer on the firing line than in the rest dugouts. Trenches are so constructed that even if a shell drops right in the traverse where men are, only half a dozen or so suffer. In open or slightly protected ground where the dugouts are, the burst of a shrapnel shell covers an area 25 by 200 yards in extent. A shell can be heard coming. Experts claim to identify the caliber of a gun by the sound the shell makes. Few live long enough to become such experts. In Gallipoli, the average length of life was 3 weeks. In dugouts, we always ate our meals, such as they were, to the accompaniment of Turkish delight, the Newfoundlanders' name for shrapnel. We had become accustomed to rifle bullets. When you hear the zing of a spent bullet or the sharp crack of an explosive, you know it has passed you. The one that hits you, you never hear. At first, we dodged at the sound of a passing bullet, but soon we came actually to believe the superstition that a bullet would not hit a man unless it had on it his regimental number and his name. Then, too, a bullet leaves a clean wound, and a man hit by it drops out quietly. The shrapnel makes nasty, jagged, hideous wounds, the horrible recollection of which lingers for days. It is little wonder that we preferred the firing line. Most of our work was done at night. When we wished to advance our line, we sent forward a platoon of men the desired distance. Every man carried with him 3 empty sandbags and his entrenching tool. Temporary protection is secured at short notice by having every man dig a hole in the ground that is large and deep enough to allow him to lie flat in it. The entrenching tool is a miniature pickaxe, one end of which resembles a large-bladed hoe with a sharpened and tempered edge. The pick end is used to loosen hard material and to break up large lumps. The other end is used as a shovel to throw up the dirt. When used in this fashion, the wooden handle is laid aside, the pick end becomes a handle, and the entrenching tool is used in the same manner as a trowel. Lying on our stomach, our rifles close at hand, we dug furiously. First, we loosened up enough earth in front of our heads to fill a sandbag. This sandbag we placed beside our heads on the side nearest the enemy. Out in no man's land, with bullets and machine gun balls pattering about us, we did fast work. As soon as we had filled the second and third sandbags, we placed them on top of the first. In Gallipoli, every other military necessity was subordinated to concealment. Often we could complete a trench and occupy it before the enemy knew of it. Sometimes while we were digging, the Turks surprised us by sending up star shells. They burst like rockets high overhead. Everything was outlined in a strange, uncanny way that gave the effect of stage fire. At first, when a man saw a star shell, he dropped flat on his face, But after a good many men had been riddled by bullets, we saw our mistake. The sudden blinding glare makes it impossible to identify objects before the light fades. Star shells show only movement. The first stir between the lines becomes the target for both sides. So after that, even when a man was standing upright, he simply stood still. Every afternoon from just behind our lines, an airplane buzzed up. At the tremendous height, it looked like an immense bluebottle fly. At first, the enemy's airplanes came out to meet ours, but a few encounters with our men soon convinced them of the futility of this. After that, they relied on their artillery. In the air all around the tiny speck, we could see white puffs of smoke where their shrapnel was exploding. Sometimes those puffs were perilously close to it. At such times, our hearts were in our mouths. Everybody in the trench craned his neck to see. When our airplane maneuvered clear, you could hear a sigh of relief run along the trench. One of our airmen, Samson, captured a German Taube that he used for daily reconnaissance. Every day we watched him hover over the Turkish lines, circle clear of their bursting shrapnel, and return to our artillery with his report. One day we watched 2 hostile planes chase him back right to our trench. When they came near us, we opened rapid fire that forced them to turn. But before Samson reached his landing place at Salt Lake, we could see that he was in trouble. One of the wings of the machine was drooping badly. We watched him land in safety, saw him jump out of his seat, and walk about 10 yards to a waiting motor ambulance. The ambulance had just turned when a shell hit the airplane. A second shell blew it to pieces. But Samson had completed his mission. About half an hour later, the Navy in the bay and our artillery began a bombardment. From our trenches, looking through ravines, we could see the men of war lined up, pouring broadsides over our heads into the Turkish lines. From our position in the valley, we watched our shells demolish the enemy's front-line trenches on the hill well to our left. Through field glasses, we could see the communication trenches choked with fleeing Turks. Some of our artillery concentrated on the support trenches, preventing reinforcements from coming up. A mule train of supplies was caught in the curtain of fire. The Turks, caught between 2 fires, could not escape. In a few minutes, all that was left of the scientifically constructed entrenchments was a conglomerate heap of sandbags, equipments, and machine guns, and on top of it all lay the mangled bodies of men and mules. All through the bombardment, we had hoped for the order to go over the parapet, but for the Worcesters on our left was reserved the distinction of making the charge. High explosives cleared the way for their advance, and cheering and yelling they went over the parapet. The Turks in the front-line trenches, completely demoralized, fled to the rear. A few, too weak or too sorely wounded to run, surrendered. Prisoners taken in this engagement told us that the Turkish rank and file heartily hated their German officers. One prisoner said that he had been an officer, but since the outbreak of this war had been replaced by a German. At present, the Turks are officered entirely by Germans. With the monotony varied occasionally by some local engagement like this, we dragged through the hot, fly-pestered days and cold, drafty, vermin-infested nights of September and early October. By the middle of October 1915, disease and scarcity of water had depleted our ranks. Instead of having 4 days on the firing line and 8 days rest, we were holding the firing line 8 days and resting only 4. In my platoon, of the 6 non-commissioned officers who started with us, only 2 corporals were left, I and one other. For a week after he had been ordered by the doctor to leave the peninsula, the other chap hung on, pluckily determined not to leave me alone, although staying meant keeping awake nearly all night. By this time, dysentery and enteric had taken toll of more men than bullets. These diseases became epidemic until the clearing stations and the beaches were choked with sick. The time we should have been sleeping was spent in digging, but still the men worked uncomplainingly. Some, too game to quit, would not report to the doctor, working on courageously until they dropped, although down in the bay beckoned the Red Cross of the hospital ship with its assurance of safety, rest, and cleanliness. By sickness and snipers' bullets, we lost 30 men a day. Every day the sun poured down relentlessly, adding to the torment of parched throats and tongues. Every night, doubly cold in comparison with the day's burning heat, found us chilled and shivering. Nobody in the front-line trenches or on the shell-swept area behind ever expected to leave the peninsula alive. Their one hope was to get off wounded. Every night, men leaving the trenches to bring up rations from the beach shook hands with their comrades. From every ration party of 20 men, we always counted on losing 2. Those who were wounded were looked on as lucky. The best thing we could wish a man was a cushy wound, one that would not prove fatal. But no one wanted to quit. Every day rumors flew through the trenches that in 4 days all the Turks would surrender. Men dying from dysentery and enteric lingered to see it, but the surrender never materialized. We knew that in the particular section of trench held by us, an advance was hopeless. Still, we thought that some other parts of the line might advance. There was always faith in the invincible Australasians. Early in October 1915 had come the news of the British advance at Loos. The report that reached us said that the enemy on the entire Western Front had begun to retreat. The Australians, catching the Turks napping, took 2 lines of trenches. By the time I left, the sordid monotony had begun to tell on the men. Every day, officers were besieged with requests for permission to go out between the lines to locate snipers. When men were wanted for night patrol, every one volunteered. Ration parties, which had formerly been a dread, were now an eagerly sought variation. Any change was welcome. The thought of being killed had lost its fear. Daily intercourse with death had robbed it of its horror. One chap had his leg blown off from standing on a bomb. Later, in hospital, he told me that he felt satisfied. He had always wondered what would happen if a man stood on a bomb. Now he knew. It illustrates how the men hated the deadly sameness. Anything was better than waiting in the trenches, better than being killed without a chance to struggle. The men our regiment lost, although they gladly fought a hopeless fight, have not died in vain. The foremost advance on the Suvla Bay front, Donnelly's post on Caribou Ridge, was made by Newfoundlanders. It is called Donnelly's Post because it is here that Lieutenant Donnelly won his military cross. The hitherto nameless ridge from which the Turkish machine guns poured their concentrated death into our trenches stands as a monument to the initiative of the Newfoundlanders. It is now Caribou Ridge as a recognition of the men who wear the deer's head badge. From Caribou Ridge, the Turks could enfilade parts of our firing line. For weeks they had continued to pick off our men one by one. You could almost tell when your turn was coming. I know because from Caribou Ridge came the bullet that sent me off the peninsula. The machine guns on Caribou Ridge not only swept parts of our trench, but commanded all of the intervening ground. Several attempts had been made to rush those guns. All had failed, held up by the murderous machine gun fire. Under cover of darkness, Lieutenant Donnelly, with only 8 men, surprised the Turks in the post that now bears his name. The captured machine gun he used to repulse constantly launched bomb and rifle attacks. Just at dusk one evening, Donnelly stole out to Caribou Ridge and surprised the Turks. All night the Turks strove to recover their lost ground. Darkness was the Newfoundlanders' ally. When reinforcements arrived, Donnelly's 8 men were reduced to 2. Dawn showed the havoc wrought by the gallant little group. The ground in front of the post was a shambles of piled-up Turkish corpses, but daylight showed something more to the credit of the Newfoundlanders than the mere taking of the ridge. It showed one of Donnelly's men, Jack Hines, who had crawled away from his companion to a point about 200 yards to the left. From here he had, all alone, kept up through the whole night a rapid fire on the enemy's flank that duped them into believing that we had men there in force. It showed Hines purposely falling back over exposed ground to draw the enemy's attention from Sergeant Green, who was coolly making trip after trip between the ridge and our lines, carrying a wounded man in his arms every time until all our wounded were in safety. Hines and Green were each given a Distinguished Conduct Medal. None was ever more nobly earned. One Saturday morning near the end of October 1915, The brigade major passed through our lines. Before we took over the trench, the occupants of the firing line threw their refuse over the parapet into the short underbrush. Since coming in, we had made a dump for it. I was sent out with 5 men to remove the rubbish from the underbrush to the dump, and this despite the fact that a short distance to our right we had just lost 2 men sent over the parapet in broad daylight to pick up some cans. About 9 in the morning we started. It was about half an hour's work. There was no cover for men standing. The small bushes hid men lying or sitting. Every little while I gave the men a rest, making them sit in the shelter of the underbrush. We had almost finished when the snipers somewhere on our left began to bang at us. I ordered the men to cover and was just pointing out a likely place to young Hines when I felt a dull thud in the left shoulder blade and a sharp pain in my chest. Then came a drowsy, languid feeling, and I sank down first on my knees, then my head dropped over on my chest, and down I went like a Mohammedan saying his prayers. Connecting the hit in the back with the pain in my chest, I concluded that I was done for, and can distinctly remember thinking quite calmly that I was indeed fortunate to be conscious long enough to tell them what to do about my will and so forth. I tried to say, "I'm hit," and must have succeeded, because immediately I heard my henchman Hines yell with a frenzied oath, "The corporal struck! Can't you see the corporal struck?" and heard him curse the Turk. Then I heard the others say, "We must get him in out of this." After that I was quite clear-headed, and when 3 or 4 of the finest boys that ever stepped risked their lives to come out over the parapet under fire, I was able to tell them how to lift me, and when the stretcher-bearers arrived to give me first aid, I was conscious enough to tell them where to look for the wound. Also, I became angry at the crowd who gathered around to watch the dressing and make remarks about the amount of blood. I asked them if they thought it was a nickel show. This when I felt almost certain I was dying. I don't remember even feeling relieved when they told me the bullet had not gone through my heart. That night I was put on board a hospital ship, and a few days later I was in hospital at Alexandria. The night the 1st Newfoundland Regiment landed in Suvla Bay, there were about 1,100 of us. In December 1915, when the British forces evacuated Gallipoli, to the remnant of our regiment fell the honor of fighting the rearguard action. This is the highest recognition a regiment can receive, for the duty of the rearguard in a retreat is to keep the enemy from reaching the main body of troops, even if this means annihilation for itself. At Lemnos Island the next day, when the roll was called, of the 1,100 men who landed when I did, only 171 answered, "Here." The German armies, following the great retreat from the Marne to the Aisne, and after the series of mighty struggles which make up the Battle of the Aisne and the attempts to win the Channel ports, continued the efforts to break through the British and French lines. The British held the strong line of Ypres and in March made gains at Neuve-Chapelle. In April, the Germans made a desperate effort to break through at Ypres. There followed the Second Battle of Ypres, terrific in itself, but especially notable because of the first employment by the Germans of poisonous gas. End of section 14.